Well, good morning, everybody. It is the Brock and Salk Show here on Seattle Sports on 710, seattlesports.com, the Seattle Sports app. And then, of course, 97.3, HD2, all the podcast platforms out there, and YouTube. Kyle was just telling me he had like an email back and forth with somebody who was trying to find, as you might imagine, the Mike McDonald show podcast, which is in some different spots, and sort of understood that we were trying to, from a business perspective, I guess, own more of our own content. So the best place to find that is on the app, Seattle Sports app. You can always find it there right away. You don't have to wait 24 hours for it. And Kyle wrote back to the guy. I was like, hey, you can also get it on YouTube. The guy's like, it's on YouTube? And he's like, yeah. And so now this guy's watching the show. He's like, oh, my God, this experience is even better. I love watching the show. So that's happening. If you want to find YouTube, that's a good way to do it and enjoy our show that way. Thank you for doing so. Let's see. We got tons of stuff today. We've got Josh Naylor. This is day 4 of the Josh Naylor story. How about that? Good job by the Mariners. Talk about owning a story. This is day 4 of this news cycle. Sunday was Josh Naylor, unofficial. Monday became Josh Naylor official, or at least talking about it, right? And then, we found out on Sunday. So Monday, we got to talk about the fact that it was official. And on Tuesday, we got, I don't know, what did we get? More of it. Yeah, we got to, yesterday we found out we got the press conference. So now we're 4 days into this thing, still talking Josh Naylor, and that's awesome. I mean, like, that's first of all, just great PR work by the Mariners, but also, like, everything this guy said is great. What a performance yesterday. He hit every single note. I want to be here. I love it. I love this. I love that. I like the players. I like the management. I love the city. I love the fans. He even went so far as to say, I love the dog.
And then when I found out we had Tucker was just like, he put me over the edge, man. I love that little guy. I love feeding him every day and just playing with him when I can. So he was a blessing too. But just the love I've got from the fans, from my teammates, the help I got right away from the whole entire organization. It was kind of like set in stone in a way where I really would love to spend the rest of my career here and raise a family here and have my family come to Seattle more often and, watch baseball games and, hopefully win a World Series here. That's everything I just want to do is just win.
Man, you ever want to make yourself look like a great dude? Just say, I love hanging out with the rescue pup that hangs around the team. Love it. How do you not love? I mean, have we seen anything regarding Josh Naylor since he got here right before the trade deadline in July that isn't awesome? This guy's the best. He's just absolutely the best. Not a surprise that he loves puppies. Of course he does, because he's a good dude. At least that's what we've come to find out.
I don't understand how Tucker is not struggling with his weight. Because every time I see him, he looks fine. I think he gets a lot of exercise running around the field and stuff, but Tucker's a little hesitant at first when you first meet him. So he just said, I love feeding him. That's how everybody endears themselves to Tucker, is by giving him treats.
He's very food motivated. He's a very food motivated clubhouse
I'm
dog.
impressed that he stays in such good shape.
Yeah. Well, maybe he's helped Josh, steal some of those bags. Maybe that relationship has been important to some of the speed that he showed off during his couple of months here. So, yeah, I mean, you got to love that guy. Everything about him. You want to spend... We got so much sports today. You want to spend 5 minutes doing something totally off topic? Lyle, I continue to think about you last night. I was thinking about you till you're in my head. I was thinking about you till 11 o'clock last night. And for anybody who wasn't listening late in the show yesterday, we had a group of kids come in from Mercer Island High School, radio kids, and they were obsessed with Lyle. Never seen anything like it. Never seen anything like it in all of the time I've worked here, which is 17 years. That is the most awestruck I've ever seen any visitor, for sure, to be here in the building, to meet one person who works in this building, whether it's 97.3.
Yeah, when Tiffany Amber Thiessen came in, every man in the building.
No. I mean the other way around. I was going to say that. Yes. No. No, how impressed a guest was to meet us, anyone here. No, there's a couple people. Ice Cube, Tiffany Amber Thiessen. There's like 3 or 4 people that have come in as guests.
Lyle's level of celebrity for these visitors yesterday was on that scale.
Well, that's what I was going to say. Like, Lyle was at Tiffany Amber Thiessen Ice Cube level of fame, but to these like 16, 17-year-old high school kids, it was unbelievable. Absolutely unbelievable. Lyle, I hope you were floating as you left here yesterday. I would be surprised if your ego wasn't totally unchecked. Do you feel good about yourself as you left here yesterday and the success you're having?
Yeah, in general, I try to take that stuff in, but I mean, those Mercer Island kids were great. It was great to like talk to all of them, meet all of them, see that they're somewhat motivated, or not somewhat, they're motivated. Very motivated toward doing a lot of this stuff. So it's cool.
Yeah, no, absolutely. So that was great. But I started thinking about your hatred for, work, school and thought that goes into school. But I wasn't sure I know you didn't like learning about things. I wasn't sure how you felt about philosophical conversations. How do you feel about, arguing and discussing hypotheticals? Where are you in the philosophical part of life?
Depends on the topic.
All right. Well, then let me play this for you. We have just a couple of minutes. This will be a very short philosophy lesson. This is like a bite-sized philosophy conversation. Maura, were you able to find this band? This band is called, what did I say they're called? Breaking Rust. This is a little bit of Breaking Rust, Lyle. I'm curious your thoughts about this.
I walk down roads with the dust in my hair, work my fingers raw while nobody cared. The smile to my face whispered when I'd go, but I learned real quick what I needed to know. Life's too short for fake handshakes.
All right, that's enough. That is Breaking Rust. What'd you think of it? Do you like it? Is that a song? Is that a band you could listen to more of?
Guessing it wouldn't be at the top of my playlist, but it doesn't sound awful.
All right. Maura, any thoughts, any initial thoughts on Breaking Rust?
Just curious where you're going with this.
What'd you think of the music? Is that something like just based on the beginning?
Chris Stapleton guy.
Yeah, it's got a little Chris Stapleton vibe, right? If you like Chris Stapleton, maybe something you would listen to. The only problem with Breaking Rust is that it appears to not be real. It appears to be AI. That appears to be, what do they call it? Generative AI. That was not created by a person. That is not sung by a person. That's all computer generated. At least that's the belief. I guess there's some debate as to whether or not this is a real person, a real singer, or a real band. How do you feel about the idea of listening to generative AI music?
I don't even know how to answer that. I guess not great. You'd want it to just come from a person.
Maura?
You know what? Chris has been all over this. My boyfriend.
Okay.
He's been like concerned about it lately, and I'm like, I still think at the end of the day, people connect with artists. Like, you might find one of those songs that you like or something, but I don't think it's going to have the same success.
Are you sure? What if this is just like the first time I've really heard it. What if it gets better and better and more real and more,
You're going to go to a concert?
I'm not. I think this is the worst thing in the world. Like, I'm bringing it up because I think this is the scourge of the universe, and I can't believe this is happening. And I don't believe the alternate reality that we found ourselves in, and I want to go back to another time, another place, another world. I think this is horrific, but I don't know how I would be able to tell it apart. Like, there's going to come a time, maybe this isn't it, but there is going to be a time where I'm not going to be able to tell. Right? It was cool when it was like, hey, we're going to do this, and this AI thing is going to help us finish a Beatles track. And you're like, all right, I guess that's cool to like see what that looks like. But full on generative AI. And as you know, it's not just music. It could be actors and actresses. We've seen that. If you play stupid games on your phone, I'm sure you've seen those bad ads that include fully generative AI actors and actresses. There may be some positives in that world, but for the most part, that feels evil to me. This whole thing is like truly frightening. And I know this is a sports show, and 99% of today's show will be about sports. But every once in a while, these news stories cross my desk, and they just freak me out. And I honestly believe that people don't want this. Now, I can't speak for everyone. Maybe there are people out there that do. I honestly believe people don't want this. And this is maybe a bad way of making my argument, but I sent this article over to G yesterday about Panera Bread. I don't know if you guys happen to see this. Panera has essentially tanked in its revenue over the last couple of years. It's been on a decline. And when they got a new CEO, he came in and did all this research and found out that, you know why they were tanking? People didn't like their food anymore. It was bad. It had gotten worse. They had gone cheap on the product, and therefore people didn't like what they were eating. They also didn't like, though, that there were fewer employees working at their stores, and that when you went to order, you had to use a kiosk. And people were like, I don't like this. So you know what they're doing? Better quality ingredients and real people, more people working at their stores. I hope it works for them. I don't know whether or not it's going to make me eat at Panera or whether or not that's going to end up being successful, but I hope it is. I hope rather than going cheaper, a company is rewarded for saying, no, we're going to spend more on our product. We're going to make it better, and we're going to employ actual people so you can have an interactive conversation, not just AI. So, look, I don't know where this goes. I thought I would bring it up. I don't know whether that's bad music or not. It sounds like every other piece of crap country song I've ever heard. They're all terrible. So I don't know whether or not there's no way I could have told that was AI. And I'm sure it's only going to get better. And yeah, 570. Hopefully AI replaces Salk. As a person who works in a creative business, am I terrified that generative AI is going to replace all of us who do this job? Heck yeah, I am. Heck yeah, of course I am. I want to still be able to come into work. I don't want to get retired prematurely by a computer program like the movie Her. Like, yeah, I don't want any part of that. I don't know what to do about it. So if anybody has any ideas, shoot us a text.
I think AI could actually do some of our amazing stuff that we're like what we're going to do today, which is better.
I do. Eventually. Not today. Maybe today. Maybe it'd be better than us. I don't know. We'll come back with Need to Know.
Trash takes. AI can't do that.
It might, Maura. It might. We might have an AI trash master. Stick around. We got Need to Know next on Brock and Salk.
Down on the field is Gray Zabel.
A big sigh of relief for the Seahawks.
Really fortunate. I guess we avoided a significant injury, which is really positive.
While Zabel recovers.
It could be day to day. It could be a week. It could be more than that.
Who steps up?
God bless Christian Haynes, man. He came in there. He's a tough sucker with heavy hands.
This is the home of the Seahawks. Seattle Sports on 710, the Seattle Sports app, and Seattle Sports on YouTube.
Are your investment dollars working as hard as they should be? You've spent years building your future. Don't let outdated advice put it at risk. Hi, I'm Jeff Jr., founder of Trajan Wealth. We're a veteran-owned firm proud to bring a new standard of financial care to the Seattle area. Our nationally recognized advisors are fiduciaries, ethically bound to put your interests first. That's the highest standard of care in the industry. As a privately held company, we answer to you, our valued clients, not shareholders. For households with $500,000 or more, let us build you a customized plan. From Bellevue to Tacoma, get advice you can count on. It's time to take a fresh look at your financial plan. Call Trajan Wealth, 206-466-3300. That's 206-466-3300. Trajan Wealth. Plan smarter, dream bigger.
Advisory services offered through Trajan Wealth, LLC, an SEC-registered investment advisor.
Emerald Queen Casino, the entertainment capital of the Northwest. The best place to watch all your favorite sports. Featuring wall-to-wall viewing screens, 6 windows, and 30 kiosks. Be there at emeraldqueen.com. Emerald Queen Casino, the entertainment capital of the Northwest.
We just want to have enough money for retirement.
And travel to visit our grandchildren.
I understand. That's why at Fisher Investments, we start by getting to know each other. So I can learn about your family, lifestyle, goals and needs, allowing us to tailor your portfolio.
What about commission-based products?
We don't sell those. We're a fiduciary, obligated to act in your best interest.
So how do your management fees work?
We have a simple management fee based on the value of your portfolio. So we do better when you do better.
We appreciate that kind of transparency.
We also check in with you regularly to keep you up to date on the markets and your portfolio.
Well, what other services do you offer?
As a client, you have access to resources on investing, financial planning, estate planning, Social Security, Medicare, and more.
Wow, sounds like Fisher Investments has everything we need.
At Fisher Investments, we're clearly different. Learn more at fisherinvestments.com.
Investing in securities involves the risk of loss.
At Shane Company, there's no shortcuts, just craftsmanship. Because a friend wants your fine jewelry and dream engagement ring to be nothing short of perfect, no matter the price. Shane Company, your friend and jeweler.
This college football season, show your school spirit every time you pay. Introducing college-branded Venmo debit cards. Rep your team on and off the field with custom school designs that let everyone know who you root for. Whether you're tailgating, grabbing snacks for the watch party, or celebrating a win, you can unlock 15% cash back at ESPN, 1 free year of Perplexity Pro, and more. This college football season, score more with the Venmo debit card. Get yours now in the Venmo app. Learn more at venmo.com/collegecard.
Max cashback varies. Terms apply. The Venmo MasterCard is issued by the Bancorp Bank, N.A.
On the golf tee, it's Skechers World Champions Cup. Watch it live December 4th and 5th on ESPN and ESPN Plus, 12 to 4 p.m. It's PGA Champions Tour golfers from all over the world. Team USA versus Team Europe versus Team International. Watch it live December 4th and 5th on ESPN and ESPN Plus, 12 to 4 p.m. The competition will be tense, but feet will be comfy. Tune in to Skechers World Champions Cup. Final round of golf on Sunday, December 7th on ABC, 1 to 5 p.m.
This is the home of the Seahawks.
Gonna let one fly deep. Got a man out there. Ball is caught down at the 10-yard line, and it's JSN.
Seattle Sports.
Need a break from everything? Escape to a place where anything is possible and the fun never stops. At Silver Reef Casino Resort, you'll discover world-class dining, championship caliber golf, a full sports book and bar, over 1,000 top-rated slots and table games, and so much more. Come join the fun and see why we've been consistently rated one of the region's top destinations. Visit silverreefcasino.com to book your stay and discover all the exciting events and promotions we have in store for you. Silver Reef Casino Resort, located off I-5, exit 260.
Your new home is now ready. D.R. Horton, America's builder, has new homes that are ready today. With new construction communities throughout the Puget Sound and Central Washington areas and more coming, D.R. Horton has the right home for you. At D.R. Horton, we're still building with more construction, more communities, and more homes available every day. Find your new home, now ready at drhorton.com. That's drhorton.com. D.R. Horton, America's builder, an equal housing opportunity builder.
With football season comes colder weather, so if you need new windows and doors, don't drop the ball. Steve Rabel here with Keith Dashafeet from locally owned Pella Windows and Doors of Western Washington. So Keith, what's your next big play?
Well, Steve, right now get 40% off qualifying installs or no payments and no interest for 12 months on approved credit.
Schedule a free consultation with Pella Windows and Doors of Western Washington. Go to PellaPNW.com. That's PellaPNW.com.
As a quarterback, you cannot run a winning play with a messy playbook. And most companies' data, well, it's a mess. AI is changing the game, but if your data is scattered, you're stuck on the sidelines. Brock Heward here, and this is where my friends at Marquee Data come in. They get your data in shape, clean, connected, ready to perform, so you can finally put AI to work for your business. Whether sales, finance, or operations, every smart move starts with the right data. So head to mydataqb.com to draw up your game-winning data play today. That's Marquee Data or mydataqb.com.
Need to know.
15 minutes past every hour with Brock and Salk.
Here's what you need to know. Up first.
Yeah, as I said, now 4-day story as Josh Naylor met with the media yesterday along with Jerry DiPoto and Justin Hollander. He was awesome and just showed how excited he is to stick around Seattle.
I think the trust aspect from getting traded, knowing this team wanted me, they needed me to help them win. So I just put all things aside in my life and just invested fully into this city, into this team, into my teammates, into the fans, because I wanted to give them something that, they've maybe never had in their lives. I wanted to give my teammates a crazy awesome story. I wanted to be the best teammate I can and impact others around me and make them better daily as best as I can.
Well, it sure seemed like he was able to do a lot of that. Beloved almost instantly by everybody in that clubhouse, certainly embraced by the fan base here. And it sounds like the feeling is mutual, as the front office did a lot of work to make sure they got him, and that was meaningful to him.
They were gracious enough to fly out to me before the signing, have a 3-4 hour conversation with me and my wife and Mark, and I was super thankful for that. That was incredible. And then the owner called me, which was super great. I was just very, very grateful for everything that they've done, and the communication was key.
We'll play a lot of sound from this over the course of the morning. If you listen closely, you can hear a couple of oots in there as well, as the Mississauga, Ontario native has just a little bit of the Canadian accent hanging around. From the front office side, Jerry DiPoto, look, they were very honest about what they wanted to do. They wanted Josh Naylor back. He explains that strategy.
I think the one thing that we've done for all the years that we've been here is we kind of tell you what we're going to do. and then we just go out
out and try to do that thing. And we're not always successful in doing it. This time we had a partner who wanted to be here with us, and that made it a heck of a lot easier. But it really was a no-brainer.
I think it's true. Jerry and Justin have always done a really good job of saying, here's what we want to accomplish. And they went out and did it in this case in order to bring in Josh Naylor. Great news. We also got the contract details. They gave us a clear look into what they're thinking. $6.5 million signing bonus, and then just $10 million salary this year. That goes up to 16 next year, then 18, 20, and 22. I don't know how they factor signing bonuses into their budget, but would sure seem to give them at least a little bit of extra financial flexibility this season and next as they look to take advantage of their current roster. Team did make a small move yesterday, swapped minor league catcher Luke Heyman to Boston. They get a minor league reliever, Alex Hoppe. He's big fastball, pretty good slider, questionable command, walks a lot of guys. We'll see where it goes.
Here's the second thing you need to know.
All right, back to practice today for the Seahawks. They get set to fly east to see Tennessee on Sunday morning. The Titans are, they're not very good. Here's Mark Schlereth.
The Tennessee Titans, I do think they've got a pretty decent defense. I think Cam Ward was, pretty exciting. He's just a raw kid, and he's got a lot of learning to do.
I mean, the numbers don't really bear that out, right? They're 1-9. They have a negative 130 point differential. They have the third worst defense according to points and the worst offense in the league. That's a rough go. They're scoring just 14 points a game. Seahawks are scoring about 28.5, 29, so they're scoring double what the Titans are scoring. So you really want to go out to Tennessee and take care of business. They've done that against teams like this so far this year. That's where we've seen some of these, really big blowouts, and I would absolutely love and almost expect, maybe that's not fair, to see another one this weekend.
Here's the third thing you need to know.
Yeah, frustrating loss for the Kraken last night in Detroit. Not because they blew it, because they just didn't play very well. They got up 1-0 early, played a good first period, and then the second period I thought was just horrible. They gave up 3 goals, could have been 4. They got saved by a late offsides call on a replay. Man, one was kind of a bad goal. DeCourt, I'm sure, would have wanted it back, but the other 3 all came with the defensive pairing of Alexiak and Evans on the ice. Riker, he made up for it. At least he did have a goal.
Right, diligent along the boards for Seattle, pops it out. Here's Evans with a shot. He scores! Riker Evans with traffic out in front. And it all started with some great diligence from Shane Wright in the corner. Riker Evans has tied the game.
Yeah, there was some debate as to whether it was him or whether Berkeley Catton ended up tipping it. I think they ultimately gave it to Riker Evans, but they just didn't play well enough. They didn't play, I don't know. They just looked like they were at times outmatched by a very mediocre Detroit team. And I think what's frustrating is, we've talked about this, I don't know how many times before. Like, you have to have somebody on your team that threatens the opposition. Right? Macklin Celebrini had a hat trick last night. Connor Bedard had a hat trick last night. Like, these guys who are young stars, they threaten the defense because they've got unbelievable skill or speed or something. Is there a line? My kids were asking me, I think Cecily was like, okay, well, what is the third line? Who constitutes this line? I'm like, it's impossible to tell on this team because there's no one line that if you are, the opposition, you're terrified they're going to come back out on the ice, and you've got to have your dudes, defensive players ready for them because they might score a goal. I don't know who that's supposed to be in this team. So anyway, that's everything you need to know. 1:15 every hour here on the Brock and Salk Show. Kraken will be in Chicago tomorrow. Again, they play hard. I have no issues at all with the way they're coached or how hard they play. They just don't have a tremendous amount of talent. And, look, we see that difference. We know what that looks like with the Mariners. We know what that looks like with the Seahawks and the kind of talent they have. In fact, the Seahawks have so much talent that Daniel Jeremiah of NFL Network, who joins us every single Tuesday at 8:30, watched that game on Sunday and came away believing they're not just talented, they may be even more than you think. Stick around. You'll hear that and a whole lot more next on Brock and Salk.
Wyman and Bob.
To me, the biggest thing about this Naylor deal
every afternoon at 2
is not that they signed him, not that he makes sense, that he fits perfectly. All of that is true. What it represents to me is a shift in philosophy with ownership, with the front office. It's the biggest free agent deal since Jerry DiPoto's been in charge. And to me, this represents a huge change in philosophy that I hope continues while they address other positions.
Dave Wyman and Bob Stelton, only on Seattle Sports and Seattle Sports on YouTube. YouTube.
All right, well, luxury awaits at Snoqualmie Casino and Hotel. If you're not sure what to do this weekend, why not head to Snoqualmie Casino and Hotel, book a room. They are beautiful, brand new, gorgeous rooms and suites. They're just awesome. Spend a little time at the spa, also brand new. Maybe go to the pool, indoor-outdoor deal, so you can do it even this time of year. And, of course, you got the great sports bar to watch all the sports that are going to be on this weekend and everything that goes with that as well. That's right. Effortless style and the utmost in relaxation. It's all at Snoqualmie Casino and Hotel. Go to snocasino.com for more. Seattle's closest is now Snoqualmie Casino and Hotel.
This year, make comfort the first gift during the Black Friday sale at Home Comfort Alliance. Through December 1st, call to get savings up to 75% off furnaces, air conditioners, backup generators, EV chargers, water heaters, and more. If your system's over 12 years old, upgrade now before it breaks and save. And remember to schedule your consultation before December 1st and save up to 75% and take 18 months to pay off 0% financing OAC. Visit homecomfortalliance.com today.
$5,000. That's the average amount of money people in the U.S. are now spending on gas in a year. $5,000. That's crazy. If you drive, you have to download Upside, the free app that gives you cash back every time you get gas. That's right. You can earn real cash back with Upside just by buying the gas you're already buying. You can literally start earning cash back today.
I use Upside every time I fill up, and I've already made around $300.
You're putting gas in your car anyway. Why not get real cash back? If you like free money, download Upside.
I'm saving the cash I earn from using Upside to help pay for a vacation later this year.
Download the free Upside app now to earn cash back every time you buy gas. Use promo code BOOST25 to get an extra 25 cents per gallon on your first tank. You can cash out anytime right to your bank, PayPal, or a gift card for Amazon and other brands. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code BOOST25 for a 25 cents per gallon bonus on your first tank. That's code BOOST25 for a 25 cents per gallon bonus.
Tire care shouldn't come with extra costs or surprise fees. It should be simple, straightforward, and stress-free. So at Midas, they're rolling out the limited lifetime tire guarantee, included with every tire purchase with paid installation. You'll pay nothing for flat repairs, nada for flat replacements, zilch for tire rotations every 5,000 miles, and zero for other preventative maintenance. So with this limited lifetime tire guarantee, you'll pay a whole lot of nothing compared to what the other guys charge for tire care. That's the limited lifetime tire guarantee, only at Midas.
Progressive presents Employee of the Month. Small Business Edition. Today's recipient from Terry's Tiny Homes, Terry! Sure, as the only employee of her company, Terry was probably the front runner, but saving money getting personalized discounts with a commercial auto quote from Progressive, well, that gave Terry the edge. Over Terry. Terry! Keep awkwardly chanting your own name, Terry. You deserve it. Woo! Be your own Terry. See if you could save in as little as 8 minutes at progressivecommercial.com. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates. Discounts not available in all states or situations.
For over 50 years, Bucky's Complete Auto Repair has been the one locals trust for honest pricing, expert service, and guaranteed repairs. This dedication has earned them a Carfax Preferred designation. At Bucky's, every customer gets detailed Carfax updates, timely service reminders, and a full service history, all at your fingertips. With 16 family-owned locations, no appointment needed, and easy financing, Bucky's makes auto care simple. Visit Bucky's.com today and drive with confidence. Bucky's.com.
Get rid of stubborn fat and address areas of loose skin with ProSculpt, the simple one-day permanent fat reduction and skin tightening treatment. Book your free consultation at ProSculpt.com.
It's game time, and Toyota of Kirkland and Toyota of Renton are lining up with a roster that's built to dominate the field. The gas-powered RAV4, built to power through every drive, rain or shine. Or switch up the play with the hybrid RAV4, versatile, efficient, and always moving the chains. The Tacoma, tough, dependable, and clutch when it counts. And now, taking the field, the all-new 2026 Toyota Tundra, redesigned, powerful, and built for the big moments. Whether you're in the north or the south, Toyota of Kirkland and Toyota of Renton have your winning ride. Visit toyotaofkirkland.com and toyotaofrenton.com.
O'Brien. I'm Chris Davis, former King County prosecutor and founder of the Davis Law Group in Seattle. If you've been injured in a crash caused by impaired or drunk drivers, there are special considerations that need to be taken to protect your legal rights. Davis Law Group's team of investigators and lawyers know how to properly investigate DUI crashes and identify all parties who might be legally responsible for your injuries and damages. Call Davis Law Group at 206-888-8888 or get my free book at WashingtonAccidentBooks.com.
This is the story of the one. As a maintenance supervisor at a manufacturing facility, he knows keeping the line up and running is a top priority. That's why he chooses Grainger. Because when a drive belt gets damaged, Grainger makes it easy to find the exact specs for the replacement product he needs. And next-day delivery helps ensure he'll have everything in place and running like clockwork. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Tired of hearing scary radio ads about the IRS? Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000 or $500,000, we have a solution. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS with zero risk to you. We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with a BBB. End your tax nightmare today by visiting TRA.com or call 800-583-6681. That's 800-583-6681.
Brock and Salk's Rewind is presented by Toyota of Kirkland and Toyota of Renton.
He's Daniel Jeremiah.
I think he's really, really good.
And he's with Brock and Salk every week during the NFL season.
He could win an MVP.
Daniel's really smart. Daniel's probably the best in the business.
It's time for the Daniel Jeremiah Show, presented by Marquee Data.
Sure is. Daniel Jeremiah, not just here, but on video, of course, as well. If you're watching on YouTube or finding us later that way or through the Seattle Sports app. Good morning, DJ. How are we?
I'm doing great, man. Congrats on Josh Naylor.
Oh, how about that? I mean, that's really good news around here.
Yes.
I'm not going to lie.
How fun is it when you guys kick off the off season? Like, you don't even have to grind it out through Christmas.
So
like,
we are.
You guys
We're
already
winners.
got a present.
That's what we do. We win.
I'll tell
you. Know what else is great? I thought you were going to say congratulations, Salk. You've hit double digits. Salk's hit double digits, DJ. Do you realize that?
Consecutive shows?
Yep. Double digits. He's not missed the Daniel Jeremiah show. No. We'll see.
Not going to be here next Wednesday if we're doing one. I'll tell you that much. Not going to be here the day before Thanksgiving.
So see how long that's going to last.
That's going to end
so far this year.
That's going to end next week.
You want to give him a shout out?
Tuesday. Yeah, still not hearing me here on Tuesday either. Yeah, no, that's not going to happen. Yeah, I'm out next week.
I mean, so do you go around the studio like Cal Ripken, just high five everybody all the way around the studio, like just to kind of
you know it, man,
celebrate that?
Yeah, yeah. No, you know what I do? I take those days that are in my contract and I use them to be on vacation with my family. Yeah, that's part of the old comp package there, DJ. All right, well let's get into this. Unfortunately, the good news about the Naylor signing is that it came like an hour or two after the Seahawks lost to the Rams. So we were able to be like, well, we only have to talk about that for half the show because we also got Naylor to talk about. What did you take away from that? I don't honestly, I'm sort of joking. Yeah. I did not panic after that loss. I don't think it was the end of the world. I still think there's a lot of positive, and it doesn't really deter me on my thoughts about where the Seahawks could go this year. But what did you make of it?
I mean, call me a crazy optimist, but I thought they were clearly the better team in the game. I mean, they dominated the game in just about every way you can dominate, except they had turnovers, and they had a chance to win the game at the end of the game. Like all that stuff happened. Usually you get four interceptions. You have no shot in a game, but yet there they were. We can do the Sam stuff. We can go a lot of different areas you want to go, but I mean, I left that game thinking two things. Number one, based off the end of the game, Sam Darnold, even after that performance was not broken, that he still had it in him to get him down the field. And number two was, I mean, look, if that's as bad as you turn the ball over and all those things, and you still have a chance to win that football game, like they're going to be just fine.
How you don't really get to watch TV copy, right? I mean, this is all
based
on,
I just watched the tape. Yeah,
that's the beauty of chatting with you each and every week. There's not any bias to what you hear, what you see, or what the optics of a TV camera can give you. You're just straight looking at the all 22, correct?
Correct.
So obviously that still flashes the score, right? Because time, score, it gives you some of those things. But you're saying if you just watch the 79 snaps offensively of the Seahawks and the 51 of the Rams, in your opinion, physically, it was pretty clear who the better team was?
I thought so. I mean, I thought they were able to hold up the line of scrimmage on both sides. For the negative Sam stuff and their big ones, the interceptions, he made more big time throws in that game than Stafford did. I was going through it and I was kind of thinking, Brock, like it was some of it almost, you wonder if they could have protected him from himself a little bit with that game. In other words, like if you think about swimming in the ocean when you're a kid and, they might have, maybe there's a shark warning or something, or maybe there's like buoys where you say, hey, the tide's too strong here. Let's stay out of this area of the water, swim over here, but not here. Like the Rams, clearly they wanted to funnel things to the middle of the field. and they had robber player in there that was free and loose that could just read Sam, and they got him a couple times. Everything they did at the perimeter, whether it was underneath where you could watch JSN break tackles, whether it was down the field, you get the amazing one-handed catch as well as a bunch of other completions, like big-time drive throws, but out of harm's way on the perimeter. That to me should have been a little bit more of the focus in that and kind of save him from himself and some of the danger that lurked in the middle of the field. That being said, I mean, 3 of those 4 picks were late, back foot,
so I can give them
jump
to you.
pass.
I'll give them to you. Back foot floater on the first one, which, that's a mechanical thing. You can't do that. The second one, I didn't put on him because you have 3-on-2 in pass pro. They run a game. 75 does not pick it up. So you've got the back and you've got the guard and the tackle for 2 rushers. They just run a simple twist. They get a clean run through, hits Sam in the chest as the ball comes out. He doesn't get anything on the throw because he's getting hit. And there's no part of him that would have thought you're going to get a clean run through when you've got 3 blockers for 2 rushers over there. So that one's the forgiving one. Then the next one, you get him just locking on. He just doesn't come off of it. He locks on and takes him right to the football. And then the final one, which was probably the most, it's a 3rd and 3, but the most egregious to me is that's why I just wrote it's a hero interception. He's trying to dodge 3 guys and then trying to make some incredible jump throw. That was just him doing way too much. So I always say that all interceptions kind of have their own story, but I think he definitely has to own 3 of those.
What's interesting in that, DJ, is the same hero complex there is the same hero complex that allows him to flush those and put together the final 2 drives, right?
No, you don't average what he's averaging per attempt. You don't do that by playing, scared in those things. I just think and there's certain games against this team, the way and feeling out the game, kind of how your defense was playing, you're controlling Matthew Stafford, you're controlling the clock, all those things. I just thought in this game, maybe it didn't call for that same aggression, and we could have just lived a little bit more outside the numbers.
So let me say this again, without crushing Sam for the game, I agree with everything you just said, and I think the fact that they did come back at the end and the second to last drive was great. And honestly, if it's not for what might be the best punt I've ever seen in my life, credit to that guy. It was unbelievable. In the situation, that might be the most clutch, great punt I've ever seen, putting it at like the 1 foot line. If they get the ball at the 20, I think they win.
Yeah, they win the game.
I feel like they probably win that game at that point. So I'm not killing Sam. But don't think that it's fair to kind of go back to saying there are still some buts, some question marks about whether or not Sam is truly one of the guys who can be among the elite quarterbacks in the game.
I mean, I guess that's fair. I mean, he's got to do it in the bigger stages. I'd much rather kind of learn this lesson for him in this game than to learn it in like he learned it last year, at the very end of the season. So, yeah, I mean, look, you can't have games like that in big games. But, I mean, I'm coming off – it's hard for me to say that when I'm coming off of a trip that I just took to Jacksonville and watched the Chargers lose 35-6. Like, you're not gonna have it every single week as an individual or collectively as a team. So
I think the fear with Sam isn't the consistency of it. It's the question. It's not even a fear. It's just a question because it hasn't been answered yet. Not can he do it consistently, but can he do it against the best in the biggest moments? I think that's the one question I think we used.
Tampa's pretty good, right?
Yeah, they didn't win.
He played great. What do you have? 4 touchdowns through Brazilian yards
until the final drive.
Until he got smacked at the end.
But until the final drive,
he played winning. I thought he played winning football in that Tampa game. And I'm just trying to think of off the top of my head the good teams that they've played.
Well, San Francisco has actually been pretty good. They lost that one, and unfortunately, in the first game of the season. Pittsburgh's been pretty good, and they beat them, which was great. Sam played tremendously in that game. Washington was better when they played him, but still not very good. Arizona stinks. New Orleans stinks. So, I mean, like, he's played a mixture of teams. Again, this isn't a shot. It's hard to ask this question without it sounding like I'm sitting here saying, I don't think Sam Darnold is good. He's been awesome, and I'm really excited about him, and I like what he's done. I'm not quite ready to crown here on week 10 because I just want to see more and more against the really good teams. I want to see what happens against Indy. I want to see what happens against the Rams in game 2 on Thursday Night Football in front of the country. Like, I want to see those things before making like a final determination on what I think this guy is.
Can we find common ground though? Can we say he's in the, let's say he's firmly in the top 8 to 12 quarterback range? Like, can we agree that he's at least in that neighborhood?
100%. Like, to me, that's not even up for debate right now, based on how he's played not just this year but the last 2.
That's where I'm kind of at. It's like, okay, I will. My thing is people saying like he's not, it's almost like he's not any good, and is he a quality starter? Like,
no, the
we've
question
crossed
is,
that bridge a long time ago. That was when I was saying the no buts. Now, if you want to talk about getting into the Josh Allen, Mahomes, into that neighborhood, like start where those elite guys
right
are.
Behind
he's
those
not
guys.
there.
Or even just behind those guys, right? Like, okay, I don't need him to be Josh Allen. I don't think he's got the physical, the full skill set to be Josh Allen. Nobody does, other than maybe Lamar, right? I mean, like, those guys have freak show abilities. But to be right after that, to be a guy that's going to win playoff games, that's going to take this team to an NFC championship or a Super Bowl, I think the jury's still out on that, and I think you're right. He's a good quarterback. I know he's in the top third. I want to find out if he can be in the top 5 or 6.
And I think another good win, by the way. I think another good win was the win in Jacksonville. I mean, the Chargers went down there, a good team, and just got absolutely mollywopped. And, Sam and the crew went down there and took that game from them. I'm curious, DJ, do you have a favorite axiom for a quarterback? Was there something a coach through the years, a GM, that said to you, like, in particular when it comes to walking that line of pulling the trigger, of walking that line between being aggressive and checking it down, just that line that you got to navigate, that if you're not Josh Allen or Lamar and you're basically everybody else, that decision-making process, was there something that stuck with you through the years?
Yeah, there's 2 things. I mean, and they're ones you've heard a million times. I mean, obviously there's the can't go broke taking a profit. Like, there's nothing wrong with being a completion collector and just take what's there. And then the other one, which I thought was a very descriptive way of playing the quarterback position, is the great quarterbacks are selectively aggressive. So, you can't live like that down in and down out, but when you've got calls and coverages that marry up, like, we're going to selectively be aggressive and take our shots. And there's a line there. And I thought in that game that we've been discussing, I thought that he went over that a little bit, where it was it's too much. Try and just do a little bit too much. When you get your shots, take them, but you can't take those shots when they're not there.
That's really good. And that totally pairs with what Coach McDonald talked about with us yesterday defensively, in that line that he walks in the same vein of calling those defenses that sometimes I got to fold. Sometimes the game situation, I want to be aggressive, or I want to blitz, or I want to do this, but I'm going to fold until the cards are in my favor and I get a chance then to be aggressive. Tom Moore used to say to me, and Salk is probably tired of me saying this, DJ, but I thought it was so good, and for 20-something years it's resonated. And in my broadcasts, I'd say it all the time: play smart, not scared. Play smart, not scared. And he would just, yell that at you, even to Peyton, but in particular all of his backups through the years. Play smart, not scared, because you can't play, and you know this from your days of playing, DJ, and the voices on one shoulder and the other, right? And you can't ever play the position not scared to make a mistake. Can't do it. But then you got to play smart. And I thought that was where the line on Sunday for Sam got a little bit wonky.
Yeah, so that's the difference between you and me. And my college coach was like, "Hey, Jeremiah, you can always check it down to the back. Let's not kid ourselves. You don't have enough arm to get that thing out there."
Pretty good. How many in your life experience, DJ, how many defensive-centric head coaches, and I don't know if that guy was a defensive-centric head coach, how many of your defensive-centric head coaches really understood the quarterback position?
I never had one. So, I mean, going back I went to 2 different colleges and in high school, I mean, that's it. That's 3 coaches, and they were all offensive guys. So we were always, different offenses, but was still more of an attack and aggressive mindset. Whereas, I've I've time in the NFL and been around different coaches that way. And then like Romeo Crennel was a head coach when I was in Cleveland working there. And it was very much a, hey, don't make a mistake. Don't turn it over. Like it's kind of just a little bit you get a little bit hamstrung, playing the quarterback position that way, because it's just, for whatever you do, don't lose us the game. Instead of, hey, go win us the game, it's, hey, just don't lose it. Don't lose the game for us.
There is an element of that with this team, though, right now, just based on how good this defense is. How good is this defense?
They played great, man. There was only a couple things I would say that just, it was the first kind of rookie game, I thought, for Eamon, in that I thought they attacked his eyes a little bit. Where he was a little bit late to trigger on some things, just because they gave him some other things to look at in terms of, some motions and different things that way. I thought that there's a couple plays where he was a little bit lost.
Do you think some of that could be because he played more? He played the third most snaps of anybody on the defense after Ernest Jones and Kobe Bryant. Do you think some of that is just maybe an initial exposure to playing as much as he did?
I think it's more so a compliment to McVay and how everything can look the same, and you give you a little bit of a guesswork there, whether it's run or pass. He's really, really good at designing all that stuff. And I thought there were some times where he was just kind of a little bit guessing and not playing quite as sure. He's been really good, up until this point of just pulling the trigger, just trust it, go. And I thought they created a little bit of hesitancy in him in this game.
How about the rest? How about up front though?
It was awesome. Across the board, all those guys were making plays. Everybody on the front, when you go through it, it's not just one guy. It's 0, it's 7, it's 53, it's 99's getting doubled and they can't move him. It's a really, really complete effort. They had a couple missed tackles. You get the missed tackle, 39 out in space, you miss tackle, and they score a touchdown. And I thought the Rams actually did a pretty good job of getting up to Ernest Jones. They got clean up to him a couple times, and they were able to get a few runs because of that. But then I thought McDonald is such a good coach that they just a little subtle adjustment. I was curious about it because they had some angles to him. So then they just started lining him up near the line of scrimmage, and then you eliminate the angles. And if they want to throw, he could. He was backing out at times, but he kind of changed the way they could attack him because they were able to get up to him a little bit.
Felt like from a football intellectual horsepower, this might have been as good a matchup as you're going to see. McVay and McDonald.
Oh yeah, are you kidding me? Yeah, it was great, and they have some big time players over there, so they're going to make a couple plays, which they did. But you go down. I one of the first things I looked at before I went to the whole game, I was like, let me look at the box score and see what the story of the game is. So the two stories of the game, based off of the numbers, would lead you to believe, okay, let's watch the interceptions. Let's go through that. And the next thing was the red zone efficiency for the Rams versus the struggles for the Seahawks. So those are the first two things that I watched. And even though the Rams were successful in the red zone, they made them grind it out. They're inside the 5 and just, it was everything for them to get into the end zone 3-4 downs later. So I thought the fight was tremendous from Seattle there. And then even on the Seattle offensive side of things, the red zone, were there blunders? Well, on one of them, there's nothing there, and Sam actually made a smart play, threw the ball away, save you some points. On another one, they have a penalty, so they're off schedule, and then not trying to do too much, make sure you get points out of it. So even their red zone numbers, which didn't look good on paper, wasn't quite as bad when I watched the tape.
We interview Mike McDonald every Monday. It is. You were talking about interviewing Jim Harbaugh and what that's like, and there's an element like you got to really plan for it and how you're going to ask every question and what direction you want to go with it. Brock asked one of the best questions of the year yesterday. Mike told him so, and then I thought gave a fascinating answer regarding. Brock, I could probably just let you set it up regarding defensive philosophy and what you're trying to accomplish on defense.
Yeah, there's some that just run their scheme. And it can be successful. The Miami Dolphins in the heyday when we were with the Colts, they just lined up in, 4 down, and Zach Thomas was in the middle, and they played trap, and they just did what they did, right? Or the Seahawks in their heyday, all right, post safety and played 3 and mixed and matched a little bit. And then there's other schemes like Gary Patterson that want to defeat every single play. His job, while he was eating his pants and losing his voice and sweating like a demon on the sidelines, was I'm going to defeat every play call you've got.
So Brock asked Mike about it. This was the answer.
That's a great question. I think it's a spectrum, and I think you can be successful on wherever you fall on the spectrum. So I've worked for guys that are fully on that side of it, and we had every answer in the book. And some games the offense didn't move the ball. Some games it was not pretty, And our execution, I think, was a little bit lower than it should have been, and played for some guys or worked for some people that are probably on the other end that kind of we do what we do and we call it given the situation, and let's just go outplay them. We're here. We're definitely somewhere in the middle. I think it's just based on the situation and what they're telling you and what you need.
It's really interesting. I would ask, can you live in the middle? But obviously you can, because they're having a lot of success doing that.
I think it is a great question. It's a great conversation. I remember having discussions like this when I was in Baltimore amongst our personnel guys, when I thought there were times where we had gotten a little too cute, like we were trying to do too much. And it was like, guys, we've got not only, good players, starters, Pro Bowl, we've got Hall of Famers over here. Like, we can just line up and play it. We don't need to trick anybody. And we just say, like, this is not like we're one of the service academies, playing against the top 5 team in the country. And we've got to kind of, trick them here with what we're doing. We can line up and play it. And then I also think that, hey, sometimes where your roster on the low end, yeah, you've got to be a little bit more creative and changing things up and trying to have the perfect coverage for every single play, because you're not going to have the guys to lock it down. But I tend to lean a little bit more towards the, you know what you're going to get, maybe a little more simple. I had a coach that told me once upon a time, you tell me a team with no tendencies and I'll tell you a team that stinks. Like, you better be able to do things and do things well, even if we know you're doing it and you can execute it. So it's a great conversation.
Yeah, it was fun. How did the middle of the offensive line look? That was one of the areas that you were concerned going into the matchup with all of their movement, and Fisk, and they're athletic, and their front's really good too in L.A. How did Bradford and Olu, and then ultimately Haynes comes in for Zabel? How did you feel like that middle of the offensive line handled the Rams?
I just think they're, to me, it's the two guys. It's 75 and 55. Like, if you can keep them on one track, if they're moving forward, down blocks, keep them on a string, they're okay. The problem is when you ask those guys to cut off, when they've got to try and be a little more athletic and reach and cut off guys on the backside, that's not going to be something that they're going to be able to do. And that showed up. And then when you're getting up to the second level, if you've got to adjust in space, that's not something that they're going to be very comfortable with. So, I thought 67 played really well. 72 was on the ground a little bit. I didn't think it was his best game. But it wasn't like this is just, egregious. I know, Brock, you were texting me about Oots. I went through and watched him specifically. He only played 19 snaps in that game. And he just got ragdolled at the point on one that was really bad. And I think that's that's one of those things where that can kind of stick out in your head. And I thought, okay, maybe there's 2 or 3 plays he'd like to have back out of 19, but I didn't think he was a major issue there.
Okay, good. Good. I love the numbers, don't you, Salk?
I do. Yeah, because then you have to kind of think through who DJ's talking about, because you know any of the names of the
easier.
guys.
It's just kind of how I go through when I take my
football
notes.
guy. Football guys don't know names.
We're not expecting you to know every name.
No, you're a real football guy. Football guys are like, oh, yeah, no, you look at 55, they do this, 87 does that. Yeah. You're going to come here, you look at the 3 tech, go over here to the 7 tech.
I know Ola Timmy, I know Bradford, but it's just when I'm reading off my notes, I'm
that's fine. You just talk. You say 5 tech. It's fine. Like we embrace all that fancy schmancy talk around here. All right, there you go. That's Daniel Jeremiah, or maybe it's an AI version of it. Who knows? From NFL Network, DJ joins us every single Tuesday at 8:30. You can usually hear that Wednesday morning at 6:30 as well, in case you miss it. A ton of text messages coming in on the whole AI thing. I know. Like, today will be about sports. I'm not going to spend the day talking about AI. And there are moments where I find it helpful. Don't get me wrong. Like, I use ChatGPT for certain small menial tasks at my, around the house that I need. But the idea of the generative stuff is really creepy, man. I don't like it at all.
My day off in a dark place.
I know.
Like, these responses are like, basically it's the end of civilization.
It could be. It could be. I mean, like, have you seen The Terminator? It could be. This is literally The Terminator. This is literally how that movie goes. And it's not the only one. It's The Matrix, too, by the way. The Matrix is all about how it started with AI also. All right. You know what? We gotta change gears. Yeah. We got to talk about football. We can't talk about AI. Daniel Jeremiah, you just heard him. He said the Seahawks were the better team on tape on Sunday. Okay. What does that mean? What does that mean for Sunday? What does that mean for the season? Brock's in next. We'll discuss on Brock and Salk.
Down on the field is Gray Zabel.
A big sigh of relief for the Seahawks.
Really fortunate. I guess we avoided a significant injury, which is really positive.
While Zabel recovers.
Could be day to day, could be a week, could be more than that.
Who steps up?
God bless Christian Haynes, man. He came in there. He's a tough sucker with heavy hands.
This is the home of the Seahawks. Seattle Sports on 710, the Seattle Sports app, and Seattle Sports on YouTube.
Comcast Business is celebrating the holidays by giving your business the $1,000 holiday bonus when you switch to a gig speed internet package. Just imagine the thousands of possibilities of a $1,000 prepaid card. Like possibility number 12, the new laptop for the office holiday hero. Or possibility number 108, smart speakers to deck those hallways. Or possibility number 192, new equipment for the new year. Or possibility number 555, Bluetooth holiday lights for office decor. Switch to Comcast Business, designed for 100% reliability with business internet and wireless connect, plus advanced cybersecurity, and now get the $1,000 holiday bonus. Comcast Business, powering possibilities.
Ends 12/14/25. New customers only with 2-year agreement. Requires qualifying gig package. Other restrictions apply.
I saw her texting, coming up to a stop sign, and so I saw the accident coming, and she T-boned us.
In the blink of an eye, Crystal's life changed when she suffered a severe spinal injury.
The pain was something I had never experienced before in my neck. I got massage therapy. I saw a chiropractor. I was prescribed muscle relaxers so I could sleep. I got depressed. Nothing was relieving the pain.
Drugs, sleepless nights, and depression. Sound familiar? I'm Dr. Mark Shelley, a chiropractic physician and board-certified functional neurologist. At Sound Pain Solutions, our treatments include high-dose laser combined with spinal decompression and other comprehensive therapies to rehabilitate damaged discs. We use treatments that are non-surgical, FDA-cleared, drug and pain-free.
I was able to get off my pain medicines, and I was able to sleep through the night, and that was what I was desperate for.
To learn if you're a candidate for our treatment, call us. Sound Pain Solutions, 855-996-0025, or click soundpainsolutions.com.
If you use carpool or toll lanes along SR 167 without a Good to Go account, you'll now receive a bill in the mail. That is a change. A Good to Go pass saves $2 on every toll. That is not a change. Learn more at goodtogo167.com.
For over 50 years, Bucky's Complete Auto Repair has been the one locals trust for honest pricing, expert service, and guaranteed repairs. This dedication has earned them a Carfax Preferred designation. At Bucky's, every customer gets detailed Carfax updates, timely service reminders, and a full service history, all at your fingertips. With 16 family-owned locations, no appointment needed, and easy financing, Bucky's makes auto care simple. Visit Bucky's.com today and drive with confidence. Bucky's.com.
Guys, it's time to know your numbers and what they mean. And right now, Revive Men's Health is offering a $400 comprehensive wellness panel for just $99. Free if you start treatment. Offer ends November 30th. Book today at ReviveMen'sHealth.com. Must medically qualify. Terms apply. Contact us for full offer details.
At Bank of America, we asked our teammates, what makes this company a great place to work?
There's very little that you can't accomplish working for Bank of America.
If you prove yourself, you can try over in a totally new way.
You can learn so much here. You're the owner of your career.
See how our teammates are growing in their careers at bankofamerica.com/great place to work. What would you like the power to do? Bank of America, proud to be an equal opportunity employer.
This message comes from Viking, committed to exploring the world in comfort. Journey through the heart of Europe on an elegant Viking longship with thoughtful service, destination-focused dining, and cultural enrichment on board and on shore. With small ships that bring travelers closer to the destination, there's more time to explore. And every Viking voyage is all-inclusive, with no children and no casinos. Discover more at Viking.com.
Your ambition just met its match with Robinhood. Trade stocks and ETFs, options, futures, and crypto all on one platform. Get started today at Robinhood.com/yourmoney. Your money, your move. All investments involve risk, including loss of principal. Options, futures, and crypto trading carry significant risk and may not suit all investors. Securities offered through Robinhood Financial LLC, member SIPC. Futures trading is offered by Robinhood Derivatives LLC, not FDIC or SIPC protected. Crypto offered through Robinhood Crypto LLC, NMLS ID 1702840, not FDIC or SIPC protected. Portfolio management offered by Robinhood Strategies, an SEC registered advisor.
This is the story of the one. As a maintenance supervisor at a manufacturing facility, he knows keeping the line up and running is a top priority. That's why he chooses Grainger. Because when a drive belt gets damaged, Grainger makes it easy to find the exact specs for the replacement product he needs. And next day delivery helps ensure he'll have everything in place and running like clockwork. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
This is Seattle Sports.
Streaming through the Seattle Sports app.
KIRO AM Seattle. KIRO FM HD2 Tacoma. Home of the Seahawks, Mariners, and everything Seattle sports.
This hour of the Brock and Salk Show is powered by Star Rentals, preferred supplier to the West's best contractors.
Get it freaking out! From the Quantum Fiber Studio, this is Brock and Salk on Seattle Sports.
I don't read the internet, guys.
Take the bull by the hands.
And Brooke, you are. And Brooke, you are.
Now here are your hosts, Brock Heward and Mike Salk.
Morning, buddy.
Good morning, Michael. How are you on this hump day?
It's been a weird day. Somebody stole my mic screen. I don't know what's going on with that. It seems like a disgusting thing to steal.
Oh.
But it's gone. I looked everywhere.
Was it one of those kids from Mercer Island?
I don't know.
Maybe it was Lyle's.
Maybe, yeah.
And like, oh, I got Lyle's.
Yep.
Mic screen now.
The poor kids from Mercer Island who couldn't afford their own mic screen. And now, they've taken mine. So I don't know what's going on with that. We've been talking about generative AI. Total disaster. It's time to turn this around, Brock, and go in a different direction. Daniel Jeremiah, who joined us yesterday from NFL Network, as he does every week. We asked him after he had watched just the game, not even the game tape, but the tape. The actual all 22 tape, coaches tape of the Seahawks-Rams game. Came away pretty impressed still with the Seahawks.
I mean, call me a crazy optimist, but I thought they were clearly the better team in the game. They dominated the game in just about every way you can dominate, except they had turnovers and they had a chance to win the game at the end of the game. Like all that stuff happened. You get four interceptions. You have no shot in a game, but yet there they were.
All right, so he was a crazy optimist, right? And according to him, they were the better team on tape. What does that mean? Mm-hmm. What does that mean to you that the Seahawks were the better team on tape, even though they didn't win on Sunday?
I think just from a pure tape standpoint, like when you're watching film, it's, there's just things that in a football game, I think tape junkies and scouts like Daniel look at, and that is just speed. That is movement. That is, as I talk to my tight ends about, displacement. When you hit somebody, do they move? Right? It's shutting down, in this case, third downs. It's making the opposing quarterback shuffle his feet and move and throw it away and hit and harass. And it's getting behind them in coverage at times and making plays down the field with explosives. I think all of it's special teams and the fury they play with. I think it's kind of a mix of all of those things.
So what does it mean then to you to have the better tape but not the W?
Yeah, I mean, it just is. It's reflective of the last 2 days of conversation and the conversation that followed that game. Is that you can't make more mistakes. You can't be -3 against a quality team. And I'm sure if he was on LA radio and saying to his buddies down there, like, man, the Rams are really good. That front is really good.
Yeah.
I mean, it was hard for the Seahawks to get explosive runs, and they made Bradford look a little bit silly at times, and they got on edges, and I mean, you can kind of craft it either way. And I'm not saying Daniel's just playing to the audience, because I think he really does believe that in totality, those 79 plays you ran were better than their 51. But I'm sorry, you just can't make catastrophic mistakes on your side of the field and give your opponent. Mm-hmm. It's that old adage of more games are lost than truly won. Okay, great. So on your 79 plays, or 75 of those plays, you played great. You moved them and you moved the ball and you had 400 yards of offense. But on those other 4 plays, it was catastrophic. And it set them up for success and gave them short fields and gave them a bunch of points and gave them an opportunity, unfortunately, to win the game. I think Daniel also speaks to that. You played that clip. I think he also says, listen, I just came back from Jacksonville where we got hit over the head 35-6, right? And you see clunkers like that all over the NFL, even with decent teams. This is better than a decent team. This is a 10, 11, 12-win team. And even in the losses, every one of them has been one possession right down to the wire. Tells you that this team's got a lot of depth, a lot of speed that Coward talks about. and plays with a whole bunch of ferocity.
Mark Schlereth said very much the same thing on with Rich Eisen yesterday.
Like, you should beat Seattle by 21 points if that's what you get. And you end up beating them by a score of 21-19. And so, like, even in a loss, like, those are those kind of losses, Rich, you walk away from as a player and you're like, hey, man, we really screwed this up. We cost ourselves this game, and we did this on the road. We're a damn good football team.
Yeah, maybe that's some of the reason why Mike McDonald was, not that he was happy about the loss. Obviously, he was not. He's not wired that way in any way, shape, or form. But not that same level of frustration that it felt like he had after the Niners game, because he went up against a very good team. I think he would say, if the best team they've played so far this year in a quiet moment. And they were right there with him and still should have beaten him, despite all of these things that I think he feels are correctable and won't happen the second time they play.
So flip it around, Saul.
Yeah.
Flip it around. What if the Seahawks win that game 21-19, but you were 2 for 10 on third downs? You had 51 plays. Sam Darnold missed 2, 3, 4 throws. You get 4 interceptions, you're +3, and they had to miss a 61-yard kick for you to win that game. Like, flip it around on the other side. If the Seahawks had all those same numbers, you probably walk away from that thing going, geez, I'm kind of giving a lot and didn't really step on them. Like, another team is right there with us.
Well, I mean,
right?
we've seen games like that, certainly, right? You'd probably be talking more about, hey, finding ways to win, and can you win the game in the first quarter, like all that other stuff about kind of coming back or what it means. But yeah, it's a good point, Brock. I mean, like, who do you feel better about today? Who do you feel better about today, the Seahawks or the Bears? The Bears have not been very good. They have the same record as the Seahawks have.
I think they've got 6 fourth-quarter comebacks.
Yeah, right? I mean, so, like, which do you feel better about? I don't know. I guess there's that element of it doesn't really matter. Like, do you think the Bears are paper tigers because they haven't been good for 60 minutes a game? They've just found ways to come back, and even in some fluky ways late? Maybe. But, like, those wins, you can't take away those wins, and that is an element and an important one. I mean, like, yeah, I'm excited that the Seahawks look as good as they do, but I'm sorry, Brock. Like, I'm going to keep pointing to the 1-3 in these big, late game moments. You got to be better than 1-3 in those spots. And Caleb Williams has been, and the Seahawks right now haven't been. I also think that, when I get that sound from DJ or from Mark Schlereth, it puts them on a higher standard. Right? Like, you got to now hold them to a high standard, a high expectation. It means they better clean up those mistakes against top competition, because they absolutely have the talent to beat that competition. They could, or maybe even should be 9-1. That's a pretty crazy thing to say. And, I think you'd like them to play up to that standard now for the rest of the season.
Yep. And you got to do it, against some competition here that's a little bit beat up themselves, some young quarterbacks, right? Is it Atlanta after Tennessee, or is it Minnesota? It's Minnesota at home, right? So
I think
it's
that's
Cam
right.
Ward. It's J.J. McCarthy. It's a pretty beat-up Kirk Cousins at that point, with a team that's the wheels have just come off. And, that's the challenge of the NFL. You got to play up, you got to play down, but you've got to play what you said to your standard. You can't play in that kind of volatile way. And I think these guys, MOB is real. Right. I think listening to Ernest and be anxious to hear how this week of practice goes. Right. I don't think it's woe was us and what a bummer and I think they're gonna get right back on point. Yeah. I think Cam Ward's gonna feel the ferocity of that group. And that's the third time I've said ferocity.
I'm gonna protect the name of the person who said this to me to protect the innocent. Okay. I don't think it's fair to this person.
Come on, Lyle.
No, it was no one in this room. I'm going to protect this person because I don't think it's fair to them, because I really strongly disagreed with this point. But I have a person in my life who yesterday told me they felt like watching the Seahawks game on Sunday that the Seahawks had maybe been reading too many of their own press clippings. And I very strongly disagreed. This is not a person that I needed to go toe-to-toe with, so I just kind of let it go.
This is not your dad?
I'm going to let it go. I won't tell you who it is. I don't want, it was not my dad, but I will not tell you who it was. I didn't get that sense at all. No. Did you? I don't think they are reading their clippings even a little bit. I felt like it was a game where they were actually playing harder than maybe even the other team. They just unfortunately got picked off 4 times, and you can't do that.
He held Matt Stafford to his lowest output as a Raider.
I know.
Darnold was really the only one who struggled.
I know.
Who's in also the beauty of this team and that cycle that we talk about? Who is in a position to be really reading their press clippings outside of JSN? I mean, the defensive line all rotates. Ernest's been a little bit banged up. Drake Thomas took Tyrese's job. Reek Woolen's got to fight for every snap. A bunch of guys are playing for contracts. Like who's in a position of real comfort?
I told you. I threw that take out, but I thought I would at least tell you, because as you were saying, it just jumped out to me. I don't know. That is not the sense I get about this team at all. No. If anything, they seem like a pretty humble, fun-loving group that is going to go back out there and understand why they lost that game and try to get it fixed heading into this weekend. So, all right, Brock, we've got so much. Have you heard any of the Josh Naylor sound?
Yes.
Oh, my God. Dude, this guy is, talk about AI. This guy is like created to be the perfect person to live in Seattle for the next 5 years with this Mariner organization. We got plenty of sound to play over the next, I don't know, I'll do a ton in 20 minutes. We got a little bit of it need to know next. It's Brock and Salk, Seattle Sports on 710.
Get inside the huddle.
The handoff inside. He's Charbonnet. He's going to go. Touchdown, Seahawks.
Taking you inside the VMAC every week. Thursdays, noon to 2.
Our guys show up to play.
Player interviews.
It's obviously been paying off. Just going to continue to do that.
Previewing this week's matchup.
We'll say they come out and just run the ball down the Niners' throats.
And everything Seahawks.
If anybody had a doubt, don't.
The Huddle. Every Thursday at noon. Exclusively on the home of the Seahawks. Seattle Sports.
Yeah, we were talking about a early retirement just a few minutes ago, right? Like what happens when the AI machines come for you and your job is no longer around. Well, I'm just already planning for retirement anyway because I want to make sure that I enjoy the last few decades of my life. I want to travel. There's all parts of the world that I want to see. So you start planning really, really early. And if you're anything like me, you need help. So call Trajan Wealth today at 206-466-3300. They are the experts here. They can go through what you need to do to accumulate that money now and then figure out the best way to disperse it back to you once you get to the retirement age. And then ultimately, for everything that's left, what does your legacy look like? How are you going to pass it on to the next generation, to your kids, without paying more than your fair share in taxes? Call Trajan Wealth today and schedule a complimentary introductory meeting to just learn more about it. 206-466-3300. That's 206-466-3300. Or go to TrajanWealth.com. Advisory services offered through Trajan Wealth, LLC, an SEC-registered investment advisor, paid advertisement.
You never get a second chance to make a first impression. Superior Linen Service will help your company with logoed apparel, uniforms, floor mats, linen, and more. Give us a call. We answer the phone. Superior Linen Service. It's what we do. Visit suplinen.com.
The birth of the American supercar is now open at America's Car Museum. Curated by Steve Saleen, it's a high-octane journey through muscle, speed, and rare supercars, plus racing simulators, great food, and family fun. Visit americascarmuseum.org.
Running a business means wearing multiple hats. So if you're like me, you probably started out using your personal phone, taking client calls and texts nonstop. As my business grew, I needed something smarter. That's when I switched to Quo, the #1 business phone system. Quo works right on your phone or computer. No carrying 2 phones, no clunky landline, just one easy app you can try for free. Your team can share one number and handle calls and texts together like a shared inbox. Any teammate can jump into the conversation, so customers get faster responses. And Quo's AI assistant summarizes your calls and responds to customers 24/7, so you never miss a lead or opportunity. All this starts at just $15 a month. That's basically 2 coffees. You can even keep your current business phone number. Find out why 90,000 businesses trust Quo. No missed calls, no missed customers. Try Quo for free at quo.com/sports. That's quo.com/sports to try Quo free. QUO.com/SPORTS.
If you're 55 or older and into that whole saving money thing, T-Mobile has an exclusive phone and internet bundle just for you. Right now, get 2 unlimited phone lines plus 5G home internet for just $30 each per month with autopay, plus taxes and fees. And with 5G home internet, setup is easy with just 1 cord and no technician needed, which is great if you're also into that whole keeping it simple thing. Switch now and experience the best mobile network in the U.S. Visit your local store to start saving. T-Mobile, it's better over here. Based on analysis by Ookla of speed test intelligence data Q4 2024 to Q1 2025, Ookla trademarks used under license. Unlimited on our network. Customers on voice plan may notice speeds lower than other customers and further reduction if using more than 50 gigs a month due to data prioritization. Video streams and SD on this plan. Home internet pricing after $20 a monthly bill credit plus $5 per line without autopay. Debit or bank account required. See 5G device coverage and access details at T-Mobile.com.
Headed outdoors or on the water this weekend? Check in with Joey and Nelly on the Outdoor Line from 6 to 8 a.m. every Saturday on SeattleSports.com.
At Washington Energy Services, we take the time to get to know you and your home. We have the passion and commitment to see each project through and to treat our work as more than just a job. For over 65 years, we've offered award-winning home services from heating and cooling, plumbing and electrical to windows and doors. Complete home improvement handled from start to comfort. For peace of mind when you need it most, count on Washington Energy Services, bringing good energy to your home.
Have you considered surgery or even joint replacement? Hey, it's Dave Wyman, and before you make that decision, see Dr. Mark Wagner, MD, at Seattle Sports and Regenerative Medicine. Why? Because he gives it to you straight. Dr. Wagner said my right knee needs replacement, and I appreciate his honesty and expertise. My left knee is fine right now, but the minute it isn't, I'm heading to Dr. Wagner for his expert opinion. I want to avoid another surgery, and I've heard so many patients rave about results from their 90-minute outpatient stem cell procedure with Dr. Wagner. He's a board-certified Seattle physician with over 30 years of experience and has performed more than 20,000 stem cell procedures using a person's own stem cells to regenerate cartilage in their own joints. People with severe osteoarthritis, even bone on bone, are back doing what they enjoy without pain and without surgery. Whether it's a shoulder, hip, elbow, ankle, wrist, or knee, before choosing surgery, see Dr. Mark Wagner first. Go to drmarkwagnermd.com.
Hear that? Sounds like holiday fun kicking off at Valvoline Instant Oil Change. Kind of like the starting bell to Grandma's house. Or maybe snowbirding. And eventually back home safe and sound.
Hey guys, we're home.
Just remember to stop by before you go to make sure your road's as smooth as possible. Valvoline Instant Oil Change. Oil changes in about 15 minutes. No appointment needed.
Need to know.
15 minutes past every hour with Brock and Salk.
Here's what you need to know. Up first.
You know, sometimes long stories in the media are not a good thing, right? You want to change the news cycle. But the Josh Naylor story, Brock, is now going on 4 days. And each day has been better than the day before. It's awesome. We've been talking about this now since Sunday. And yesterday, he and Jerry DiPoto and Justin Hollander all met the media together. And it just continued what has been a almost just a fairy tale,
I mean,
right?
It's a love fest.
It is a lot.
It's like an Indian wedding. So they go for days and days and days and days.
Well, he called it a blessing.
Birthday.
Getting traded here was, it's a blessing. Sometimes, there's a lot of thoughts in your mind when you get traded, like, what if this, what if that, I got to move this, I got to have someone help me with that. But like, I just kind of let all that out and let God take the wheel and just knew that my job was to come in here, play hard, be the best teammate I could be, give this city the best thing I can, leave everything on the field for as long as I could, whether the game was 9 innings, 12 innings, 15, give it everything for it all. And for others, not just for myself, for my family, for my teammates, for the fans, for the head office, for the coaching staff, just lay it out all on the field for them.
Now, did you and I hear the same thing, Brock? Did you and I hear the same thing? Because I saw your head perk up. What was that about? What did your head perk up?
Jesus, take the wheel.
Oh.
Jesus, take the wheel.
I thought, like me, you perked up at the oot that came out there.
Oh.
Instead of an out.
Oh, I just perked up at the fact that I've compared him to Marshawn Lynch, and that guy, that lovable, tender, warm, compassionate, unselfish, everything. And then you see him on the field, and he is the big rumper.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, he is just a surly, feisty, rock the baby. I mean, he is just a man. Is he a
There's
guy
nothing
of a lot
grumpy
of depth.
about him yesterday, man. He
No.
said everything you would want to hear, talked all about his importance and of the city and the fans.
I want to win for the city. I felt like that last loss, not that I had to come back, but I wanted to come back to give this fan base and this city and my teammates and their families a World Series in the next 5 years, or multiple World Series, or multiple pennants. the best thing I could give back, I want to give back. They deserve it. My teammates deserve it. My family deserves it. Their families deserve it. The head office and their families deserve it. All the coaches deserve it. So I had such a blast here. I wanted to run it back with these guys and do it all again.
Well, and so that was his side of it. The other side of it was the front office, and I thought Jerry DiPoto summed it up perfectly. This is exactly why everyone was so committed around the city, not just in their front office, but also fan base, media. Everybody just said this is the right thing to do.
We didn't have the all-star bat in the middle of the lineup who could also play first base. We also didn't have the guy, I think toward the tail end of the season, the thing that we all saw with Josh is that when our season was vibrating at a different level, he got above the vibration, and that was a pretty big deal. Not a lot of players can do that.
Yeah, essentially saying,
What's that mean?
Essentially saying he brought what they don't have. All-star level first base and a guy who plays really well in big moments.
No, got that. The vibration. Like when it was teetering the wrong way, he elevated, or the pressure was mounting. Okay.
Yeah, I'm guessing vibration might mean like a little handshaking or something along those lines. We also got contract details, Brock. Pretty clear look into their thoughts. So $6.5 million signing bonus, $10 million this year. Then 16 next year, then 18, 20, and 22 over the last 3. Now, I don't know how signing bonuses are factored into budget, but I think that shows pretty clearly, like, hey, they want to preserve as much as they can right now to continue to go out and add to this team.
Mm-hmm. And I think Mr. Naylor understood that as well, that here, while we've got this youth and we've got this pitching and we've got these pieces, let's make sure we add another piece or two to this thing to round it out, so that Game 7 goes our way and not the enemy's way.
Small move yesterday. They swapped minor league catcher Luke Heyman to Boston. They get minor league reliever Alex Hoppe. He, I guess, has a big fastball. Not very good command, so we'll see what that looks like when we meet him in spring training.
Here's the second thing you need to know.
All right, Seahawks back to practice today, Brock, as they'll get ready to fly east to see Tennessee on Sunday morning. The Titans are not very good. So I was looking last night. They're 1-9. They have a negative 130-point differential. If I read it right, they have the third worst defense and the worst offense in the league, according to points.
Is that right?
Well, that's what I saw.
Points.
By points, not by yards, but by points. Yeah. Third worst defense, worst offense. You know how many points they're scoring a game? Essentially 14. They're scoring about half as many points a game as you are.
Who is their interim coach? Is that Mike McCoy?
Ooh.
Mike McCoy?
It might be. Wasn't he their coach like 100 years ago?
No.
Or he was in San Diego.
Chargers, yeah.
Do
you know that he was the reason I had to wear number 5?
Was because of him.
Mike McCoy was the reason yours truly had to wear the second worst QB number behind 9.
Yeah.
Had to wear number 5 because he had number 11 in the offseason when he was part of the Seahawks as I got drafted. So connection to way back when.
It's good to hear. Thank you.
Yeah, they're not very good. Not a lot of weapons. Not a lot of weapons. Not a great offensive line. Really should be a game to get healthy against Cam Ward.
And Tyler Lockett's gone, right? They moved on. He's in
he's with the Raiders.
Oakland or Vegas, right? Yeah. Yeah, there's really not a lot there. Tell you what you want to do is win this game.
Yeah, you do. You want to get right. This will be, as all these are on Wednesdays, kind of fascinating to see that practice report. Ernest Jones, he played every snap of that game, which frankly surprised me a little bit. But he wasn't going to come off the field.
No.
That dude is an absolute warrior.
Well, and especially after Tyrese Knight had a concussion.
That didn't help either. That, by the way, was a collision. Holy smokes.
Here's the third thing you need to know.
That was a pretty good pop. Speaking of just not being very good, ugly loss for the Kraken in Detroit last night. I didn't like the way they played at all. Okay in the first period, got up 1-0, but then a horrid second period. They gave up 3 goals, really could have and should have been 4. They got a very, very, very close call on a replay review on offsides, which allowed them to take a goal off the board for the Red Wings. But yeah, it was just an ugly game, and Lane Lambert frustrated a little bit afterwards.
Well, there's always effort, right? Our guys work. They work and they give it everything they have. I didn't think we shot the puck enough in the third period. Again, we're playing against a team that's man on man in the D zone for the most part, and you got to find a way to put the puck to the net and find a way to get a greasy goal. And I don't think we attempted enough shots, not only in the third, but all night long.
So he's absolutely right. Like,
You like greasy goals too, don't you?
I mean, yes. Well, they have to score greasy goals. They don't have Connor Bedard and Macklin Celebrini, who each had, hat tricks yesterday. They don't have guys like that.
You
they
like
don't
the
have a
Waffle House,
first
too, huh?
line.
You like the Waffle House? The grease?
No, that's not
Not
for
a big
me.
greasy waffle,
Yeah, that's
huh?
not
Just
the way I
greasy
prefer
goal.
my
Goal,
grease.
yeah.
I do like a good greasy goal, though, and this team's got to find ways to score them. They're really hard to score if you don't shoot the puck and go to the front of the net. So that's everything you
I
need
had
to
an
know.
eye on yesterday.
Last
night.
every hour, yeah.
I'll give you one more thing you need to know.
All
Guess
right,
what I
please
had
do.
a little side eye watching is Molly was decorating, and
Okay.
I was her little Sherpa getting all the boxes
Her
from
elf?
the basement up. Yep, her little elf carrying all of her
Hungry
all the
little elf.
goods and all the stuff she does to put the whole house together in amazing ways. I had UW basketball on, and I was thinking. I even said it to Molly, like, "Sheesh." Thinking back to the years and how many times, right, and how emotional and passionate you played old Gus Johnson, Isaiah Thomas's step back three, right? We had a lot of fun with that. Those years of going to the tournament and the Sweet 16 and Romar and Stars and Roy and Isaiah and NBA dudes, Pondexter. Remember how big a deal that was? Just kind of emotionally, just into it, invested in it. And I watched them last night for the first time in probably 3 years, like from beginning to end.
How was it?
Side-eye. They got some dudes. They've spent a lot of money. And actually, Quincy's back on the bench.
Oh,
and
nice.
his nephew, I believe, was USC's best player last year and was coming back from injury and played. And that dude is a dude now. And then their very best player, this German dude who's going to be a lottery pick, was out. So it was a double overtime thriller. Salk against the old Southern. What is Southern's mascot? Southern Tigers? Southern Tigers?
Well, you made it sound at first like this is a good thing. They went to double overtime with Southern.
Yeah, they had to go to double overtime.
That's not a great sign.
Found a way to get to 4-1.
All right. Well, good to hear.
So we'll have a little eye.
You kind of buried the lead in there on me. I was like, oh, this sounds good. Oh,
So they nearly lost to
All
Southern.
right.
They should have lost to
All
Southern,
right.
but they found a way.
Well, good to hear, Brock. Thank
Found a
you.
way.
The Josh Naylor sound is tremendous. There's so much of it. I can't wait to play some of this for you and get some reaction. Stick around. You'll hear it next on Brock and Salk.
Wyman and Bob.
To me, the biggest thing about this Naylor deal
Every afternoon at 2.
is not that they signed him, not that he makes sense, that he fits perfectly. All of that is true. What it represents to me is a shift in philosophy with ownership, with the front office. It's the biggest free agent deal since Jerry DiPoto's been in charge. And to me, this represents a huge change in philosophy that I hope continues while they address other positions.
Dave Wyman and Bob Stelton, only on Seattle Sports and Seattle Sports on YouTube.
Yeah, I was just getting my Thanksgiving menu all set. Heather and I worked on it last night. I think we're all set now. We know what we want to make. We have all the recipes worked out, who's going to make what, and the whole fam is going to be here next week for Thanksgiving. So you got to make sure that the house is up to it, right? You got to make sure everything is nice and warm and toasty so everyone's not freezing wherever they're sleeping. And, yeah, that's why you get Crawl Pros to come in and give you a full corner-to-corner inspection of your crawl space and attic and check out the insulation. Make sure it's working. Make sure you got enough of it. Make sure you have any of it. And if it needs to be replaced or it needs to be fixed, guess what? If you're a PSC customer and your home was built before 1990, you could qualify to receive up to 95% of a rebate to properly insulate your crawl space and attic. And then if you want to combine that with federal tax credits, you got to do it now because federal tax credits are set to expire at the end of the year. Call Crawl Pros if you're worried about critters, mold, water damage, plumbing issues, anything else related to your crawl space or attic. Call Crawl Pros or visit crawlpros.com.
You're listening to Leaf Filter Radio, and the guru of gutter protection himself, Chris Cunahan, is here to take your most pressing leaf-related questions and bring you a special Black Friday offer.
Hey, everybody, Chris here. I understand we have Ron on the line. Ron, where are you calling from?
Uh-oh. Ron, are you calling from a ladder?
Well, I was. I wanted to ask Chris what I need to do to get my gutters ready to have leaf filter installed.
Oh, Ron, you don't have to do anything. A Leaf Filter Trusted Pro will come out and clean out your gutters, realign and seal your gutters, and install Leaf Filter, America's #1 gutter protection system.
So I didn't need to get on this ladder?
Ron, Leaf Filter Trusted Pros are in your neighborhood and ready to help. Just visit leaffilter.com/deal to schedule your free gutter inspection and get up to 30% off.
Thank goodness. What was that site?
That's leaffilter.com/deal. And now, as a special Black Friday offer, you can get a free gutter inspection, plus up to 35% off. This is our best offer of the season. Unlock it now at leaffilter.com/deal. See representative for warranty details.
Actual price will depend on product and subscription plan. Featured products are compounded drug products, which the FDA does not approve or verify for safety, effectiveness, or quality. Prescription products require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. See website for details, restrictions, and important safety information.
Want a boost in and out of the bedroom? Hims has you covered. Introducing a new 2-in-1 approach to level up your game. Tadalafil for better bedroom performance and zinc for testosterone support. Put it all together and you've got what you need to turn things all the way up. Getting started is simple. Just go to hims.com/joy to start your free online visit. Through Hims, you can access ED treatments including pills, chews, and more. 100% online. No office visits, no pharmacy lines. Just fill out a simple intake form and a licensed medical provider will determine if treatment's right for you. If prescribed, it ships free and discreetly to your door. Find affordable treatment options at up to 95% less than brand names at hims.com/joy. That's hims.com/joy, hims.com/joy.
Hi, I'm Emily, your friend and jeweler at Shane Company, where a small box with a burgundy bow will help you win the holidays. As an in-house designer, I love creating meaningful, fine jewelry gifts. Choose a necklace with a gorgeous infinity charm to symbolize your everlasting love. Or go for a personalized piece with an engraving, their zodiac sign, favorite color gemstone, or their initial accented with pave diamonds. Because a friend wants you to be a holiday hero. Stop by or shop now at shaneco.com. Shane Company, your friend and jeweler.
The home of the Seahawks, Seattle Sports. Touchdown! Seahawks! Ken Walker III! Get everything Seahawks at seattlesports.com.
Your time is money. So why are you wasting it stuck in I-5 gridlock, TSA slowdowns, and SeaTac crowds? Isn't it time to travel smarter? Seaport Airlines offers high-frequency commuter shuttle service from Seattle's Boeing Field to Portland. Park for free next to our terminals. Check in 20 minutes before your departure. Get there faster without the hassles. Seaport Airlines. It's about time. Book today at flyseaportair.com.
New siding doesn't have to break the bank. We offer affordable options that add value and protection to your home. This is Justin Shirley, CEO of State Roofing and Exteriors. And while we're at it, ask about our roofing, windows, decking, and gutter services for even more savings. Call 866-ROOF-ROOF or visit stateroofing.com today to schedule your free siding inspection. State Roofing and Exteriors, held to a higher standard since 1968.
State Roofing, the last roof you'll ever need.
Hey, it's Tim Hunter, former Seattle radio goofball here with 2 words that aren't funny. Prostate cancer. Get your annual checkup. Keep an eye on that PSA number. And if you hear those 2 words like I did, talk to the folks at Swedish Cyberknife. 5 treatments, minimally invasive and technologically advanced over the other options. If you were a friend, and I consider you one, I'd highly recommend Swedish Cyberknife. We are so lucky to have them right here in town. Do your research, but definitely visit swedish.org/cyberknifeprostate.
Your new home is now ready. D.R. Horton, America's builder, has new homes that are ready today. With new construction communities throughout the Puget Sound and Central Washington areas, and more coming, D.R. Horton has the right home for you. At D.R. Horton, we're still building, with more construction, more communities, and more homes available every day. Find your new home, now ready at drhorton.com. That's drhorton.com. D.R. Horton, America's builder, an equal housing opportunity builder.
From the Quantum Fiber Studio.
This is Brock and Salk.
Weekdays 6 to 10.
On Seattle Sports and 97.3 FM HD2.
Yeah, so Josh Naylor, Jerry DiPoto, Justin Hollander, press conference yesterday, Brock, and this Naylor guy is unbelievable. I'm just going to sit here and play you some of the sound. Like, generally, we
is
do a lot.
Is this where the whole AI thing came out, by the way?
No,
because
it had nothing to do with it.
Was this chat GPT of the most endearing, lovable sports figure in a town at a press conference?
I mean, it does sort of feel that way, right? Like, hey, Chat GPT, how do I become the perfect new Mar? Like, how do I tell the world?
How do I endear myself to a sports fan base in ways?
Well, you start with things like this.
Brought back a lot of memories as a kid. My dad coached us when we were younger, so brought back those memories of playing on a field in our hometown and, trying to win a ball game with your little 10-year-old friends around the corner. And then it brought back some memories of playing amateur baseball with the Ontario Blue Jays, who I was fortunate enough to play with, and the national team. I got to travel around the world with them before, I entered pro ball. So just a lot of nostalgia, kind of.
Yeah, I mean, talk about your love of the game, your love of playing baseball, how it was for you when you were a kid, dreaming about this day. Make sure you tell them how much you love this team.
Can't wait for opening day. I honestly can't. I wish spring training started tomorrow, to be honest, to see the guys again and the fans. I think experience has taught me a lot. They taught me how to be a little bit more mature. Taught me how to handle pressure a little bit better in big game scenarios. Taught me how to kind of keep my heart rate down.
Make sure, Brock, you mention the other stars in your lineup.
To be able to hit behind Julio and Cal for the next 5 years is pretty cool. Probably makes my job a little bit easier because you got to pitch to those two guys, and if you don't, then Julio has a chance to steal. Cal also steal bags too. And then if you make a mistake, they could be 1-0 and 2-0 right away. And then the pitching staff. God, the pitching staff is like the best in baseball. It's incredible. As an opponent, I kind of hated getting ready to face those guys. You got a lot of studs on that end of the game.
And then after you mention all of those, the fans, there's also sound we played you earlier about the World Series, the front office, the owner, the teammates, everyone. There's one last thing you got to say. No. The dog, Tucker.
And then when I found out we had Tucker was just like, he put me over the edge, man. I love that little guy. I love feeding him every day and just playing with him when I can. So he was a blessing too. But just the love I've got from the fans, from my teammates, the help I got right away from the whole entire organization. It was kind of like set in stone in a way where I really would love to spend the rest of my career here and raise a family here and have my family come to Seattle more often and, watch baseball games and, hopefully win a World Series here. That's everything I just want to do is just win.
Is he a real person, or is he is he AI? Is he just too good to be true?
That's incredible.
He's unbelievable.
Why were we so scared? Why did Shannon scare us so much?
I know, and then denied it yesterday too. Like Shannon.
No, she didn't deny it. She said it's on you.
It.
She just said it's on you.
No, it's on her. I totally disagree with that one. It's on her.
And it was like you wanted to take it. I want to hear about this trip. I want to hear cut number 5.
Okay.
This is some of the juicy stuff. That's all amazing. And again, that we're not in any way. I hope you don't hear us going, "Oh, this doesn't sound real." Like this is incredible.
Unbelievable.
I mean, this is what you want out of your $90 million man. This is what you want when you trade for somebody and you get to test drive mutually for a couple weeks, right? It's like, go take the car for 2 months, 2.5 months, and you love the car and the car loves you, and you find a way to make that yours now, and it's going to sit in your garage for the next 5+ years. But I want to hear about this trip.
Yeah, so Hollander and Dipoto went to meet Josh Naylor. I don't know where he lived. It must have been Arizona, right? Because that's where his wife had given birth. So I'm guessing this was down in Arizona. And it sounds like it went really well.
It went well enough that we almost missed our flight on the way back because we just kept talking about the future and about sharing the same vision for what this team could be. I was blown away by how much thought Josh had put into what was important to him. It was awesome. It was a great time. And we could have stayed hours longer just talking about the Mariners and about the future. And I think it helped provide everyone clarity.
I'm going to imagine they got on that plane, those two, and were like, this has to happen.
Yeah.
Like, there's no way you do that in the level of investment from the player on the other side. And, it was Cal.
Well, they said that. I mean, they said it really throughout the press conference yesterday of just how important it was that they had to get this done. And where is it? Hold on. Hollander then went on with Wyman and Bob yesterday afternoon and explains what they were thinking the whole time.
My understanding, at least from them, was that this was his priority. And, we were very honest with him about him being our priority. And I think we showed it through our actions, not just through our words. And that resonated for everybody. This is something that Jerry said when we started out and something that I sort of repeated and it really resonated with me. Don't be stupid. Like if you have a player who fits your clubhouse, fits your team really well, like perfectly is probably the best way of saying it, wants to be here, you want him here, why wait? Why wait until December? Why wait until the winter meetings? Just go out and put your best foot forward early on and show him that you mean it when you say it, that you're our number one priority. We want you to be here.
Gosh, I'm trying to rack my brain. This is where the text toy helps, and Matt down in Oregon and others. our friend out in Elma. Have we heard from our friend in Elma lately in the old text toy?
I don't know. Andrew?
Yeah, Andrew and Elma. We heard from Andrew and Elma. I mean, obviously, this is the biggest acquisition free agency-wise, right? I mean, Robbie Cano was a trade, and then there was some significant dollars. But has there ever been a conversation like this with a Mariner since, I don't know, Ken Griffey Jr.? Like, do you have to go back to last century?
Which part of it? What do you mean?
I mean, I guess Ichiro, right? Ichiro you had in-house, and obviously you signed him to an extension where it was just such a no-brainer. And then it's a 5-year, $90 million deal. Like, it's a really significant commitment. I'm just trying to think, like, has there been the last hand-in-glove Mariner situation like this one where it's like, yep.
I mean, I think Julio in his first year when he signed his deal, right? I mean, like, it was pretty clear right from the jump that this guy was going to be a star. I mean, I think Cal last year,
I'm talking about
the same
a veteran. Thing. I'm not talking about homegrown. Homegrown, you develop, they're your own. Yes, I'm talking about
somebody who
outside.
came in for, I don't know, it was a pretty unique situation, I guess. Yeah, it's a good question, Brock, because I
free agency, right? We talked about free agents through the years, and there was the guy that they really wanted that didn't want to come here. And then, it's... Right, there've been different players that they have pursued and they've really wanted, but like this, where it's just like such a comfort to check every box and know this is exactly what we need. And then on the other side, it's reciprocated.
I mean, I would think Luis Castillo, right? I mean,
all of these things from the players.
Luis Castillo, it happened a couple of weeks after he got here. He was like, I love it here. And we were saying a lot of the same things at the time. Now, you don't get, Luis, everything's got to go through a translator. So maybe you don't get to experience the same kind of love affair or closeness with the personality. But I think that was true of Luis Castillo. I mean, he signed right after he got here. They traded for him and he was like, I love it. Let's go. So I think we've seen some of that. I found myself reacting a little bit to the promo we've been playing throughout the morning of Bob yesterday, saying that this feels like a shift in philosophy for the Mariners. I don't feel like it is at all. Do you?
Well, it's significant money, man.
It is.
I mean, it to a 28-year-old player.
Yeah.
Right. I mean, what's the three elements? Jake the Snake, draft, develop, trade. That is the essence of it, and this is the last one that many of us have kind of clamored for, sign when it's appropriate, And
yes, if he was a straight-up free agent signing who had not been here, I think it would be a lot easier for me to agree with that. I see this as being closer to the Julio signing, the Cal signing, the Luis Castillo. Like, to me, this is not new. This is the most like Luis Castillo, I would say, of anything else. I know Luis still had another year left on his deal, so he never actually got to free agency.
Yeah.
But I really don't see this as being an organizational change in philosophy. It worked as opposed to not working. Maybe you could say that there is some, philosophical difference in the tactics they used to acquire him and to sign him, that they went farther, that they got it done earlier, that, as Divish has said a few times, they got uncomfortable. But I don't see this as being like, hey, you know what? We've never wanted to sign a free agent before, and now we are. I just don't see it that way. I think that's kind of simplifying.
When was the last time? I'm trying to kind of help make Bob's point a little deeper. When was the last time they got into an auction and won? Right? Because
But is that an organizational philosophy, or is that better tactics? That's not an organizational philosophy.
Like a shift in, is this the, what does Mike McDonald like to say, the difference between methods and systems or whatever? Like,
I mean, was it an organizational philosophical change from signing Robbie Ray? I mean, they signed Robbie Ray to a huge free agent contract. They struck first and got that done and brought in Robbie Ray. Now, he got hurt the next year, so it didn't work out necessarily the way they wanted it to.
Yeah.
I don't know. I think this is always what they've wanted to do, acquire good players and then sign them long-term. Right? Acquire good players who are young enough and in their prime and controllable, and then get them to a if they fit, as Josh Naylor clearly did, sign them long term, like they did with Cal, like they did with Julio. Like, oh, we like this guy, let's sign him long term. Like they did with Andres Munoz. Like, oh, we like him, let's sign him long term. Like they did with J.P. Crawford. Okay, we like him, let's sign him long term.
Yeah.
I think this is, maybe it's a little bit more money, and maybe he's a better player than some of those guys, but I don't see it as honestly, I see it as not a philosophical shift at all.
Kind of in line with a lot of the moves they've made. I've said this feels like Gray Zabel, right? Like this is just a no-brainer on both sides. Just do the thing that you're supposed to do.
Right.
And both sides spoke to that. I'll tell you, it also does have a little bit of a Leonard Williams vibe, where Leonard could have retired, or Leonard could have tested the market, where Leonard could have gone to a number of different places, and Leonard really liked this place.
Yeah.
In the same way that
Leonard's a
really
good comp for
liked
this,
play.
right? Very similar. You gave up a lot to get him right near the end, and then ended up saying, "Hey, we love this guy. It's a good fit. Let's make sure we get it done." Yeah, I guess what I would say is it's a shift in result. I don't know that it's a shift in philosophy.
In process.
Yeah, I don't think the process or philosophy has changed, but clearly the result is different, and the result is wonderful, and I think everyone's happy about what they got. All right, hey Brock.
Yes, Michael.
I think I got my Thanksgiving menu set. Can you give me some? What do you make of this? We're gonna do Blue 88 in just a minute. Can I give you a quick rundown here?
Well, speaking of which,
I need your help.
Okay, you know what I got coming today?
What?
I did this a few years ago for Thanksgiving in Missoula.
Yeah.
We had to have it sent to Missoula. The old Justin Barnes said, "Hey man, you ever use Gold Belly?" And I was like, "Gold Belly? That sounds what?" Yeah, and I was
Gold
like,
Belly is
"No,
awesome.
It is awesome."
Yeah.
So I took a risk that year, and I was like, "I'm gonna go for it." And we had a bigger party with a bunch of the girls on the team, so we did both the turducken and I did this Cajun deep fried turkey from Louisiana.
Yeah.
And that thing was a home run.
Yeah, dude, Gold Belly is awesome because you can get the best food from around the country.
So it's coming
Well,
again.
so then I might need some help.
Today.
That's actually some of the help I need. So here's the rough menu of the thing. So it's just 6 of us, the 4 of us plus my parents.
Okay.
My dad and I are the only ones who eat turkey. Avery doesn't eat any meat or fish or cheese. Cecily doesn't like. I mean, there's so many complications in here.
Oh, geez.
My mom doesn't eat much. So here's the menu.
Okay.
Turkey, which is going to be a turkey breast because there's no reason to make a whole turkey.
Okay.
Mashed potatoes, corn pudding, which is a Heather family staple. Sweet potato casserole, which is one of my mom's great dishes. Shrimp cocktail. We're going to go deviled eggs. I'd like having them over the years has got I got to have deviled eggs now beforehand.
Yes.
This will be controversial, but I'm going to have my mom make a little chopped liver because it's one of my favorite things for an appetizer.
Okay.
We're thinking about for a second main dish, kind of an in-between, a lobster mac and cheese.
Oh, my gosh.
Is that too much? What do you make of that?
Plus, you have already another potato dish?
Mac and cheese isn't potato.
No, I know, but
there's
it's a
sweet
big
potato,
carb.
mashed potato. You got to remember, most of the people won't eat any turkey.
Okay.
So then you got to add stuffing, obviously. We're thinking about doing an Instant Pot applesauce and then desserts.
This is for 6?
For 6. Does that sound about right?
With half the Tony eats?
Well, again, it's just a little turkey breast.
Okay.
It's not a whole turkey. So you've got to make up for that with a lot of extra sides.
It sounds like great volume. It sounds like a lengthened lineup. It sounds like everything that...
But this is a philosophical shift because, as you know, we've been going out to dinner on Thanksgiving for years.
Right.
And it's gotten too expensive for us. I love going to Salty's. They do a great job, but it's just ultimately too much money. So I was looking at, like, what we could spend on... Heather's like, oh, that lobster's going to be expensive. I was like, no, not compared to going out to dinner, which is going to leave us broke. So the big thing I need help with, how would you make a turkey breast? What would you do with that? What do you think about is there a way to grill it so I can get it out of the oven?
You don't have a smoker, right?
I don't. I could go air fryer and I could go grill.
Oof. That's a good. Let me sit on that for
If you wouldn't mind, and if the text toy has any suggestions, I'll take it.
My immediate move was to go to a smoker and do something really fun.
Don't have that. I don't have the smoker. Now there may be some ways to use like chips inside my grill to kind of get that done, but that's kind of where we're at. All right. Well, if anybody has thoughts, I'll certainly appreciate it. Brock, let's do some Blue 88.
This is Brock and Salk's Blue 88, powered by Xfinity.
We're going to go red, right, tight, close, sprint left, G, U corner, halfback, flat, on one. Ready?
Brock Heward tackles 3 football questions as only he can.
Blue 88.
Now here's your hosts, Brock Heward and Mike Salk.
Yeah, people are saying a smoke box on the grill. I got to look at that, a smoker box. Okay, that makes some sense. Everyone has a suggestion on this. Brock, what 2 words did you hear from DJ yesterday? And then Schlereth said the same thing about Sam Darnold that really jumped out to you.
Yeah, selectively aggressive. I think that was a good way that DJ framed it when it came to Sam. You know, walking that line, play smart, not scared. And those were kind of the 2 words that resonated in his mind through the years of watching quarterbacks. And you know who was elite at this? especially and really when he was young. I mean, he carried all 10 years. Russell Wilson was selectively aggressive. You could nitpick a lot of things about Russell. There were areas of the field he didn't throw to. Personality-wise, became a little troubled at the end. But that dude mastered selectively aggressive. When to run, when to throw, when to take a shot, when to take a sack. For those years when the Seahawks were in their absolute prime, paired with an elite defense. And that's what you got here. You got an elite defense. So you really got to hone in on that being selectively aggressive. Here was Schlereth saying, be judicious as well, Mr. Darnold.
And, for Sam Darnold, I know there's a lot of talk out there. Can he win the big one? Does he choke in kind of the critical moments? And I think ultimately you don't have to prove it anymore. There's nothing you have to prove. You're a damn good quarterback. Just be judicious with the football and making decisions. You don't have to prove to us that you're our guy. We paid you. You're our guy. We believe in you.
And it's a little bit of what Bo Nix is navigating in the Denver market, Salk, with a equally elite defense. Like, I don't need to, and he played his best game this year and beat Patrick Mahomes head-to-head and delivered down the stretch and in the final 2-minute drive where Patrick did not, but didn't turn it over. He didn't make mistakes. He lived to play another day. I could play another possession. We can flip the field, right? I think playing and complementing that defense, it obviously didn't happen Sunday. It hasn't happened maybe in a couple of these losses, but it will be a key over these next 6 to 10 weeks.
All right, question number 2. Sort of hoping for a little more Rashid Shaheed on Sunday. We didn't see a ton of him. He was not, obviously there was the throw down the sideline that could have been a game changer.
Should have been.
So what is realistic for him here over the next 7 weeks? Speaking of guys who immediately want to be a part of things here, what can we reasonably expect from Rashid Shaheed for the rest of this season?
I think the positive history we have is how quickly Sam has worked with JSN, how their timing is coalesced in ways where you're like, man, how are they doing this already? And that's a credit to JSN a ton. And it's harder in season. It is much, much easier to gain all that timing and all those reps through OTAs and in May and June and training camp even and before and after. Like, you have limited full speed reps right now in season. Many of these Wednesdays, actually, I think all of them since Rashid got here were walkthroughs. So you really have like one full speed all out day on Thursday and then a little bit on Friday, and that's it. So, yeah, ramping up, just those two being on the same page is going to be hyper important because this can't all be JSN down the stretch, and he's got a gear that's different than Cooper's. Like, I think Cooper can become the third down in the middle of the field guy, and this dude really has to, that timing's got to grow. And that timing is now. And unfortunately, and the challenge of it is in season, a lot more difficult to do than it is in the offseason.
All right, question number 3. Obviously, Sean McVay's always a good test, and, he won this one. How does he prep you, though, for what comes between now and playing them again?
Yeah, because it is as hard as it gets against his system. And Nick Emanwori was the example that DJ used, but I think Drake Thomas could probably sign off on this. Those guys at the second level are in a lot of conflict. Is this run or is this pass? And it all looks the same. And they get into different formations and different groupings, and their play action is so sound, and nobody does it better than Sean. He and Kyle. But Sean's got more continuity there with his quarterback and a veteran quarterback and some veteran players on offense that it really does, man. It's like pitching ninja. It's like facing Scooble. It's like facing Crochet. It's like facing the toughest guys where, the ball's coming out of the same slot, and is this 99 or is this a changeup? And I don't know. And, yeah, I love that Emanwori got to see this, and Drake got to see this, and Ernest knew it already, right? Like, these guys at that second level of conflict really feel that pitching sequence in ways that you won't, certainly, against JJ. You won't against Atlanta. You won't this week against Cam Ward. And when they see him in 4 weeks again, they'll have been in the batter's box the first time through it.
That's good stuff, Brock. Great Blue 88 today, as always. My God, we have so many. Everyone is an expert when it comes to how to cook a turkey breast. Really amazing. Everyone is an expert. Crock pot, that feels like it's going to be too soft. A lot of people saying deep fry.
Yes.
I'm not sure I know how to do that. So what do I need to do in order to even do that? I've never deep fried anything.
Yeah, I mean, it's not that big of a turkey breast, right? So it's not like you need the big deal outside.
But you just need like a big pot?
Yeah, you need a big pot.
A lot of oil?
A lot of oil.
Okay.
A lot of oil. Enough oil to submerge it, you know, for sure. So I don't know. It doesn't take, you know, a liter, I wouldn't think, for one turkey breast or whatever. But yeah, enough to submerge it.
Yeah.
And then how do you want to coat it? How do you want to season it? Those things matter, but that might be a fun way to do it.
It does sound kind of fun. But you do that.
Smoke it or deep fry it.
Is it going to make my whole house, though, smell like deep fry? It feels like it will.
No, fish
Do you
does
have a
that.
functioning hood?
Yeah, because fish is kind of stinky.
I mean, I
turkey.
do, but come on. Like, you deep fry something in your house? Come on. That makes everything stink like deep fry.
No.
I'm going to smell like the inside of Climate Pledge Arena. Like, every time I walk in there, I smell like deep fry for weeks. I don't know. I like the idea, but the grill gets it outside, which I kind of like.
Smoker box.
Yeah, I don't know. I think that's more intriguing to me. All right, let me think on this. Thank you, everybody, for your thoughts. In the meantime, we'll do a little which is better.
Wrap a turkey breast and do it like
a few years ago, Heather and I did one where we've got a turkey breast and then we rolled it with prosciutto inside.
Sure.
And it was awesome. It was rolled. I forget what you call that. Remoulade or something. I forget what that's called. Where the turkey breast rolled with the, and basically the prosciutto melted away, but just left all the salt. It was pretty good. It's pretty good. So that's another thought. I may go back to that. I don't know, Brock. We're still working through this. All right. Let's come back. We'll do some which is better. We've got Joel Klatt. Let's not talk to Joel about this. It's all coming up on Brock and Salk.
He came to Seattle at the trade deadline.
Pitch to Naylor, swung on, drilled, gap right center field.
Getting traded here was a blessing.
And instantly made himself a fan favorite.
The ride or die fans embraced me right away.
A bases clearing, 3-run double by Josh Naylor.
5 more years of Josh Naylor as a Mariner, which is about as simple a decision as we can make.
I want to continue to give this city the best thing I can.
Live it up, Mariners fans.
That World Series that we're shooting for here.
With the home of the Mariners, Seattle Sports.
You could have reliable and intelligent Wi-Fi. And get this, what if you could keep it at the same price for 5 years? That's the Xfinity 5-year price guarantee. 5 years of Wi-Fi that boosts speeds to the devices that need them most. That finds and fixes problems before you even notice them. Like super intelligent Wi-Fi with a 6th sense. And that keeps you gaming in the fast lane, even when the whole family is banking on bandwidth. All your devices working in perfect harmony for 5 whole years. And here's the best part. No annual contracts, no hidden fees, and our best equipment included. Hey, let's face it, a lot can change in 5 years. Kids grow taller, dreams grow bigger. But your Wi-Fi? It would stay reliable and the price would stay put. The Xfinity 5-year price guarantee. Lock in your price and unlock the possibilities. Xfinity. Imagine that. Select plans only. Restrictions apply.
Hey, it's Doctors King and Kopstein from K2 Vision. If you're at the stage where you need readers, whether you've had LASIK or not, it may be time to consider K2 Vision RLE. I tell my King LASIK patients, laser vision correction won't solve the eventual need for reading glasses due to an aging, dysfunctional lens.
But K2 Vision RLE will. It's not a question of if your lens becomes dysfunctional, it's when. At that point, you'll need reading glasses and could benefit from refractive lens exchange, a permanent solution to distance, intermediate, and near vision problems. In other words, no glasses, no contacts, and no readers.
And no cataracts.
Exactly. After K2 Vision RLE, you will never develop a cataract.
K2 Vision RLE is quick and painless.
And because we performed over 100,000 procedures and followed the outcomes, we have the experience to know if RLE is right for you.
Schedule your free Zoom consultation today at k2visionrle.com. And let's get your vision feeling young again, permanently.
Go to k2visionrle.com.
I'm Rusty George. My local marketing agency specializes in helping companies in the building and manufacturing industries develop the right kind of websites and marketing strategies to attract and win more business. Visit us today at rustygeorge.com.
Black Friday Comfort Sale is on now at Home Comfort Alliance. Save up to 75% on furnaces, ACs, heat pumps, EV chargers, generators, and more. And take 18 months to pay with 0% financing. Call before December 1st. Visit HomeComfortAlliance.com.
It's game time, and Toyota of Kirkland and Toyota Renton are lining up with a roster that's built to dominate the field. The gas-powered RAV4, built to power through every drive, rain or shine. Or switch up the play with the hybrid RAV4, versatile, efficient, and always moving the chains. The Tacoma, tough, dependable, and clutch when it counts. And now, taking the field, the all-new 2026 Toyota Tundra, redesigned, powerful, and built for the big moments. Whether you're in the north or the south, Toyota of Kirkland and Toyota of Renton have your winning ride. Visit ToyotaofKirkland.com and ToyotaofRenton.com.
Just how good is Pure Talk's current deal for unlimited wireless? Well, you might say it's the deal of your lifetime. Because right now, for just $29.95 a month, Pure Talk is offering unlimited talk, text, and data for life. Not your phone's life, your life. This is Pure Talk's top-tier plan. It comes with a crazy fast 5G network along with a 30-gig hotspot. And at just $29.95 a month, there has never been a better opportunity to lock in a ridiculously low rate for as long as you live. And save thousands and thousands of dollars along the way. This plan is normally $65 a month, but if you switch today, you will save over 50% every single month for the rest of your life. See what I mean? It really is the deal of your lifetime. Dial pound 250, say Mike Rowe. Offer ends 12/7. Some restrictions apply. Details at puretalk.com.
Okay, I have to tell you, I was just looking on eBay where I go for all kinds of things I love, and there it was.
That hologram trading card. One of the rarest, the last one I needed for my set. Shiny like the
designer handbag of my dreams. One of a kind. eBay had it, and now everyone's asking, ooh, where'd you get your
windshield wipers? eBay has all the parts that fit my car. No more annoying, just beautiful.
Millions of finds, each with a story. eBay. Things people love.
Rain-X wipers are the #1 wiper blades in America. That means all kinds of drivers choose Rain-X. Big drivers in small cars choose Rain-X. Small drivers in big cars choose Rain-X. Drivers with long hair and short commutes choose Rain-X. Drivers with short hair and long commutes choose Rain-X. Drivers with pets on board, babies on board, and bored babies on board choose Rain-X. Basically, drivers who love a clear view of the road all choose Rain-X wipers. The #1 wiper blades in America.
Let's go! This is Seattle Sports.
Streaming through the Seattle Sports app.
KIRO AM Seattle. KIRO FM HD2 Tacoma. Home of the Seahawks, Mariners, and everything Seattle sports.
Give me a freaking auto!
From the Quantum Fiber Studio, this is Brock and Salk on Seattle Sports.
Brock Heward and Matt Marcus. Sorry about just Mike.
Heward, not exactly Joe Cap there in the pocket.
Now here are your hosts, Brock Heward and Mike Salk.
Joel Klatt coming up in 30. We have trash takes later today.
I had 3.
3 trash takes?
I got a new tool.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
ChatGPT?
No, that's during the week. Whenever a really trashy take comes, I just send it to myself. So I have it in my files ready to go. But I think I'm playing to the audience today. I think I've got a good shot.
Yeah.
So
a lot of texts continuing to come in, Brock. Salk, you're a wealthy radio host. Go buy a Traeger. I mean, this is radio. What do you mean, wealthy radio host? Do you have any idea where the radio business is at? Jeez.
Do you know in the 90s, Salk? In the 90s, morning radio hosts made 7 figures.
Unbelievable.
In the 90s.
I know.
7 figures.
They made a lot more then than we make now. Forgetting about inflation. Guys, I'm like barely subsisting. What are we talking about? You're a wealthy radio host. My God. I honestly, Brock, I'm barely functional. Right. Let's do some which is better. Yeah, which is better? Being a radio host in 1997 or now? 1997.
Radio host or a wealthy board op / podcaster.
Based on Lyle's
Did I see
audience
Lyle
yesterday, he's going to be wealthier than any of us.
Did I see him contribute to which is better?
Yeah.
Whoa.
I think he was, honestly, Brock, he was feeling so good yesterday from the ego boost he got that he was willing to help. All right, you guys ready? This is all Maura and Lyle work. I did not do any of this. This is all Maura and Lyle today. Thank you both. Which is better? Happy Josh Naylor because he just signed a big new deal, or happy Josh Naylor because he's at a hockey game?
I mean, those are the 2 times we see him the happiest, or
I would
have
agree.
seen him the happiest. Right?
Yeah. Yep.
I'm gonna say I'll lean in the first one. The baseball player. The press conference, Josh.
Oh,
He was really
I think I'm going to go with the big grin we saw at the baseball game with the uniform on and everything else.
You mean the hockey? The hockey?
I'm sorry, hockey game. Yeah, with the uniform on and all of it. He was.
I kind of like press conference, Josh.
Yeah, no. I'm
One's
definitely
more
going
formal,
hockey.
one's more laid back.
Right.
But both very happy.
But neither is close to the anger after hitting a home run.
You think he'll still be the big rumper on the field?
I hope so. I hope money doesn't change him. And by the way, I don't think it will. I don't think, I'm sort of joking about that. He does not strike me as a guy that's going to shut it down after getting paid at all.
No.
He strikes me as a guy that will feel great about the commitment made to him by the team. All right, which is better, Lyle or Brock and Salk?
Of course, prompted by yesterday.
Well,
Those kids really could have cared less.
I think it
about you
depends who
guys.
you ask. Certainly, if you're asking high school kids, there's not a debate. They did not know who we were. They referred to Brock as Brock Howard. They had, Brock, we were dinosaurs to them.
I mean, they tried to give me some love when you were in the other room, but yeah. I was like, 90s legend. Like, when were you born?
Well, yeah, they were reciting what Kyle told them before.
2006.
Yeah.
2009.
But as soon as I said that you were a voice on Madden, they got very excited. So
Yeah,
you
Brooke,
won some points with that.
Those kids were born when we started doing the show. Literally, they were born when we started doing the show.
Yeah. And then Lyle started to ask them, what do you guys listen to? And he rattled off like 3 podcasts / names that sounded like aliens. I was like, what?
Yeah.
What'd you say?
Yep. Huh?
What was one of those you mentioned, Lyle, yesterday to them? Oh, you guys
Pardon
listen to
my take isn't very...
No. That one I understand. It was the other ones. Like, what? Who is that?
I think it was just some baseball people that I was throwing out there.
Are you sure?
Yeah.
Oh, sounded like a foreign language to me.
I think Lyle's better. To answer the question, Lyle's better. Unless, unless schoolwork or something is involved.
Classic group project.
Which is better, trash takes or answer the question jerk?
Oh.
Now, Lyle threw this one out there. I think there's the resilience and longevity of answer the question jerk.
Yeah.
When answer the question
and
jerk,
it connects with the people.
Yeah.
Like the people are such a part of it.
I mean, we did that every day for years. Every day to end the show.
And remember that situation we ran into with like his wife's hitting on me? Like we've gotten some great relationship, or my wife's starting to grow a mustache.
Yep.
What do I do?
Yeah.
Facial hair.
Yeah.
We've had just some.
That's what stands out to you.
Well, the guy who had
imprinted.
to. Yeah.
Yes, those are imprinted forever.
The guy who was trying to figure out how to tell his wife that she was growing a mustache. That will live in infamy. I think that's what prompted Heather to say, take the bull by the hands. She was like, well, I think what you got to do is come in and just take the bull by the hands. I don't think bulls have hands. Sorry, Heather. All right, which is better, 2025 Bill Belichick or 2025 Pete Carroll? This is which is worse.
No, this is Pete. This is still Pete. Pete's not changed. Pete's not dating a 24-year-old who does adult cheerleading contests.
Who's going to do more damage to their football reputation?
Did I understand that there's I didn't even know. There's adult. What did you send me, Maura? Just a picture
Adult
of it?
cheerleading competition. She's done up like she's in a beauty pageant as a toddler. I mean, the hair is really big. I was telling Salk that I was like, I think there has to be like a cutoff for the age you can do this. And then I realized I was like, oh, in my mind, I was thinking she was older, but she's still pretty young. So maybe not.
You know, Maura, in the however many years now we've been doing this together, 4 years or so that we've been doing this together, there aren't that many people that I know you really can't stand. Aaron Rodgers, I know you can't stand. And a lot of them you and I see very similarly, and they have some stuff in common. Jameis Winston and Cam Newton and a couple of other people like that. Like, there is like a group of people that I know you can't stand. I don't think we've run across anyone that you dislike more than Bill Belichick's girlfriend.
Well, because growing up in New England and being raised as a fan of that team, I was one of the few people that still wanted to like Bill Belichick. And she ruined it.
Yeah. She ruined it. There's no doubt.
That's why Pete's better.
Yeah, Pete's better.
Even if they go 2-15, he's better.
You can just blame Geno. It's easy. Which is better, the 9-2 Broncos or the 9-2 Patriots?
That'd be the Broncos.
Yeah, the Broncos defense is just so good, right?
Elite.
Yeah.
And O-line's really solid. And
the Patriots are good. I think the Patriots are good, but they really haven't played one. Who did they beat? They beat one really good team.
They just
Tampa.
beat the Bucs.
Yeah, Tampa.
I mean,
but outside of that, they played.
The Broncos did not impress me in that Raiders game at all.
They do win a little ugly, as do the Bears. Both teams win a little ugly.
Yep.
But they're such a good defense that I think you got to take it seriously.
Yes.
Now, a year from now, I think the Patriots could be really good. Like a little bit more, another year of adding to this.
Yeah, they've still got Drake on a rookie contract.
Yep.
I think they've got $80 million. They lead the league.
Got a really good head coach, a guy that I think we talked a lot about as a possibility here as well.
Yep.
Not that they got it wrong. That's not a say like, oh my God, I wish they'd had Vrabel instead of McDonald. But Vrabel's on the list of guys that I think we thought would be a really good fit and a good coach here. And he's doing a heck of a job there.
And Josh McDaniels is a really good coordinator.
Also true.
Yes.
Which is better, hot chocolate or hot cider? Maura, what a question.
I was trying to think of some winter-themed food and drink questions.
It's going to be controversial.
Yeah.
I'm not a big hot chocolate guy.
So I'm not either. I was going to say, I think in general I would go with hot cider. But I will say, maybe it's the Canadian conversation with Josh Naylor today. But if you find yourself up in BC and you can go to Blends Coffee, BLENZ, and get their hot chocolate there, it's better than any other hot chocolate and any other hot cider I've ever had. I don't know what they do, crack in there or something. Like, it's unbelievably good.
See, now, the advantage hot chocolate has is marshmallows, whipped cream.
Or you can add more stuff.
Yeah, how do you really spice up cider?
I mean, nutmeg, cinnamon.
I think there's an Italian liqueur.
I was just reading, bro. I actually have an Instagram reel right now of some holiday-themed drinks to make with hot cider.
Tuwaka. Is it Tuwaka? Is that an Italian? I think that's is that an Italian?
I was familiar with that.
I think that's the one with hot cider that.
Yeah.
Yeah. But give me hot cider.
Which is better, Jorge Polanco in 2026 or Geno Suarez in 2026? Not over the next 3 or 4 years, just for the next year. Lyle, who are you going with?
I think Polo. Much more stable profile. Less volatility with the strikeouts.
Oh my God, we're way late. Shoot.
More versatility.
I got caught up in this. I didn't even look at the clock.
We gotta go.
I'm sorry. We're very late.
Let's go.
I wrote about Polo. It's up at seattlesports.com this morning. He's the pivot guy. We'll talk a little more in depth about that at 9:30. Joel Klatt's coming up in 20. We'll give you everything you need to know, including some just awesome sound of Josh Naylor. Coming up next on Brock and Salk.
He came to Seattle at the trade deadline.
Pitch to Naylor. Swung on. Drilled. Gap right center field.
Getting traded here was a blessing.
And instantly made himself a fan favorite.
The ride or die fans embraced me right away.
A bases clearing. 3-run double by Josh Naylor.
5 more years of Josh Naylor as a Mariner was about as simple a decision as we could make.
I want to continue to give this city the best thing I can.
Live it up, Mariners fans.
That World Series that we're shooting for here.
With the home of the Mariners, Seattle Sports.
You want another no-brainer? You want another really simple decision you should make in your life, especially if you're in the boat that Molly and I were in some years ago and many of my family and friends were in, and that is the complicated and stressful world of insurance. Don't deal with it yourself. Take on a great teammate. Add a great teammate to your bench. That would be my friends over at First Mark Insurance. And go take the First Mark Insurance Challenge. What is it? Well, they will look at your current insurance, making sure you're not overpaying for the wrong coverage, making sure you've got what you need for your family and your situation covered as well. And this is where they're different. This is why it is so simple, because they can go to the market. Dozens of major carriers they have worked with for years to find you the best fit. That's it. There's no stress. There's no confusion. We can't do that. They can, and they've done it for years. Think of it this way. They're your teammate, and they are right in the middle of your lineup taking care of business. And they spent the last 30 years helping thousands of families, including mine, successfully manage this world of insurance. So please don't wait a morning longer. Take the First Mark Challenge. It's totally free. Yeah, you heard me right. Totally free, and you might be the next First Mark Challenge victory. Just go to firstmarkinsurance.com. Firstmarkinsurance.com. Your teammate that goes to work for you.
For over 50 years, Bucky's Complete Auto Repair has been the one locals trust for fast, friendly service with guaranteed repairs. With 16 family-owned locations and a Carfax preferred badge, Bucky's makes it easy with same-day service and available financing. Visit Bucky's.com.
Eric Johnson here. I spent the past 30 years working to help make our community better informed, better protected when it comes to consumer issues, and better equipped to take on whatever life throws at us. That's why I love the free Washington Accident Book Series from Davis Law Group. These books keep us better informed about the law, better able to protect ourselves on and off the road, and better off when all is said and done after an accident. Chris Davis didn't have to write these books. He did it because he saw a need. People who were in accidents or other legal situations didn't know what to do, what pictures to take, documents to request. Only a tiny fraction of the people who get these free books will ever become clients of Davis Law Group, but that's not the point. Chris wrote them because it was the right thing to do. The free Washington Accident Book Series is a must-have for drivers who want to be prepared for whatever the road might throw at them. Get yours at WashingtonAccidentBooks.com.
Stacey Rost here from Seattle Sports. Ladies and gentlemen, this is for you too. Stubborn fat is really hard to get rid of. And then there's all those gimmicky lasers, fat freezing methods, prescriptions. But imagine a simple solution that takes just one day and provides immediate, noticeable results. Introducing ProSculpt. ProSculpt uses air-assisted technology that's safe and gentle, yet powerful, delivering instant fat-reducing and skin-tightening results. Performed by board-certified plastic surgeons while fully awake, ProSculpt contours your body with minimal downtime. It's designed to target problem areas: waistline, face, neck, arms, thighs. ProSculpt gently removes unwanted fat and tightens loose skin with FDA-cleared plasma technology, all in a simple, guaranteed one-day procedure. ProSculpt is one and done. For your free consultation and $250 off, visit ProSculpt.com for powerful permanent fat removal and skin tightening that works for ladies and you men. It's ProSculpt.com.
Too many breakup songs getting you down? Put a little bossa nova in the playlist. Sometimes a different way is the better way. Like the SR 509 Expressway near SeaTac. Get a good-to-go pass to save $2 every time you use it, and on other toll roads in Washington.
Want more Seahawks content? Join me, G. Scott, on The Reset. New episodes of the podcast every Monday and Thursday on YouTube or on the Seattle Sports app.
I had pain, I had numbness in my feet. That pain and that numbness just got worse and worse and worse as time went on.
This is Greg describing life with neuropathy.
I went to 5 podiatrists, tried different treatments, tried different orthotics, tried different shoes, had cortisone shots in the tops and the bottoms of my feet. Saw a neurologist. All my medical doctors said, can't help you. Live with the pain. You're not going to be able to sleep. This is your life. And then I just gave up until I found Sound Pain Solutions.
I'm Dr. Mark Shelley, a chiropractic physician and board-certified functional neurologist at Sound Pain Solutions. Our neuropathy treatments can rehabilitate damaged nerves. We use FDA-cleared, non-surgical, drug and pain-free procedures that help neuropathy sufferers like Greg find relief.
I feel better. I mean, just feeling better is huge.
If you experience numbness, shooting or burning pains, or loss of balance, call us. Sound Pain Solutions, 855-996-0025, or click soundpainsolutions.com.
Endless hours of research, seeking referrals, dozens of calls. Hiring the right attorney can be a challenging process during an already difficult time. J.P. Pendergast with Pendergast Law explains.
In Washington State, Tom, there are thousands of attorneys to choose from. Referrals and online research can be helpful, but discovering the right attorney requires a conversation. It can be hard to identify integrity and authenticity without that interaction.
So So, what do you recommend?
We encourage anyone looking for personal injury representation to call for a free consultation with our team before making a decision simply based on referrals or online research. Accident victims need an attorney that listens, demonstrates honesty, and is genuinely understanding of their unique circumstances. The care, attention, and preparation that our firm provides throughout the case mirrors the effort involved when taking on the insurance companies.
Save time and avoid mistakes after an injury. Contact the caring and compassionate team at Pendergast Law.
If you or a loved one has been injured in a car accident, call Pendergast Law. We can help.
Need to know.
15 minutes past every hour with Brock and Salk.
Here's what you need to know. Up first.
All right, Josh Naylor is a Mariner, and they've done a heck of a job of making sure this is a story every day. Brock, we're going to be talking about this until December. He met the media yesterday along with Jerry DiPoto and Justin Hollander, and it was just like one tremendous thing to say after another. Just, honestly, he was unbelievable. This is probably the most basic.
I think the trust aspect from getting traded, knowing this team wanted me, they needed me to help them win. So I just put all things aside in my life and just invested fully into this city, into this team, into my teammates, into the fans, because I wanted to give them something that, they've maybe never had in their lives. I wanted to give my teammates a crazy awesome story. I wanted to be the best teammate I can and impact others around me and make them better daily as best as I can.
Pretty good. Pretty good. Every one of these sound bites is. Every one I heard yesterday, Justin and Jerry putting a little icing on the cake. Justin coming on with Wyman and Bob, adding further details of the behind the scenes. And, just most simply, right, this is not like, oh, who's got to win this side of the deal or that side of the deal or what's it really got to, like, in the end, it's like, no, this is, it isn't even a deal. This is a partnership. Mm-hmm. It's a partnership with the right guy at the right time, right in the middle of this lineup to make this team yet again a contender.
Yeah, we mentioned and played a lot of the sound from Josh earlier as he talked about the fans, as he talked about the dog, as he talked about the city. He also mentioned the front office and the way they, courted him and made it important and a priority for them.
They were gracious enough to fly out to me before the signing, have a 3-4 hour conversation with me and my wife and Mark, and I was super thankful for that. It was incredible. And then the owner called me, which was super great. I was just very, very grateful for everything that they've done, and the communication was key.
I think upfront is a really good word. It explains, and Jerry DiPoto said it here, the whole process they used to try to make sure he would be a Mariner for years to come.
I think the one thing that we've done for all the years that we've been here is we kind of tell you what we're going to do. and then we just go out and try to do that thing. And we're not always successful in doing it. This time we had a partner who wanted to be here with us, and that made it a heck of a lot easier. But it really was a no-brainer.
I think that's why I keep coming back to that. I don't think this was a change in philosophy. They did it better this time.
Mm-hmm.
I got to tell you, I think my favorite quote from yesterday was on this station when Justin Hollander's talking on Wyman and Bob about during that meeting.
Uh-huh.
Apparently, Josh Naylor's given us detailed breakdown of all these prospects in the system who are going to be his future teammates, and he's just raving about him, about how good they have a chance to be. I don't know about people out there. I don't know about the two of you. I'd love to hear his 411, his breakdown on Johnny Farmello or on Kate Anderson.
I love that that's your favorite part of it, too. That's the
cool.
most Lyle thing I've ever heard. I'm not disagreeing with you, but that is like, it was as if he was talking to you when he said all of those things, right? Like, that is exactly what Lyle Goldstein specifically wants to hear. I love it. And he seemed to have a little bit for everybody yesterday. Just a tremendous job by Josh Naylor, and a lot of credit to Jerry and Justin for getting this done.
Here's the second thing you need to know.
Seahawks back at practice yesterday, Brock. I mean, I look at the numbers on Tennessee. On paper, this shouldn't be much of a game, right?
Well, I think you're the biggest favorite you've been in quite some time on paper going into this thing. And, yeah, I mean, this isn't even a wounded animal. I mean, they've lost their coach. They're going to have to yet again go in another direction. They've got to figure things out. They've got a young rookie quarterback. Now, Cam's a playmaker. Mm-hmm. I mean, Cam can do some things. Cam can extend plays, and he can create a little bit. And, you've got to make sure you absolutely hit him and harass him and force him into a bunch of mistakes that I think you're capable of doing so. And then offensively, you got to flush. You got to flush Sunday. You got to flush 4 turnovers. More than anything, Salk, what would be nice is to be like +3 or 4 in a turnover game. I mean, that's the one thing you're kind of waiting on this season. It's the one thing Mebane wanted to see of the Seahawks, and they certainly got a couple sack fumbles against Arizona, enormous plays, right? But that would be the one element somewhat consistently over these next 6-7 weeks.
We're going to get to that a little bit later in the show. I've got that built in for today. Titans 1-9 with a negative 130 point differential.
Here's the third thing you need to know.
Right, diligent along the boards for Seattle, pops it out. Here's Evans with a shot, he scores! Riker Evans with traffic out in front. And it all started with some great diligence from Shane Wright in the corner. Riker Evans has tied the game.
Yeah, my daughter's favorite. Avery loves Riker Evans. It was nice to see him score a goal. Unfortunately, he was on the ice for all three of the other goals that they gave up, and they lose, well, other than the empty netter, they lose 4-2. Brock, you know how when you're watching a baseball game and you're waiting for like the two or three players in the other lineup to come up and you're dreading it? Right? You're like, eventually this thing's going to come back around to Judge.
Yeah,
and
here
like,
comes Vladdy Guerrero.
Right.
Can't throw him anything.
Right, you're just sort of waiting for that. That's kind of how hockey can be with line changes, right? Like, eventually, Connor Bedard's going to come back out there. Eventually, McDavid and Draisaitl are going to be back out there. Eventually, you're going to see now Macklin Celebrini or all the great players over the years. You know what the Kraken don't have? That. Yeah. They just don't have a line where the other team is like, ooh, when are they coming back out? Or where you as a fan are going, if they could just get this line back out one or two more times, they've got a chance to tie this up. They need to, as Lane Lambert said, score the greasy goals, score goals where you just outwork the other team. And if you have a bad period like they did last night in the second, you just don't really have a way to overcome it.
Yep.
It's too bad.
I feel like you've been saying this for a few years.
I've been saying it since the team began.
Yeah.
Okay. You know what would have been helpful? Maybe try to go get Mitch Marner in the offseason or something like that. I like this team, too. I like a lot of what they did.
Yep.
But you got to add that piece at some point. That's everything you need to know.
Not quite. Good double overtime win by the Husky men over Southern last night.
Over Southern.
That was nice.
Which Southern? Southern Illinois?
Do you know where Southern University is, Salk?
I'm going to guess Southern. Doesn't Southern play Grambling every year on New Year's Day? Isn't that the big traditional game?
Well done. Well done.
I'm going to guess Southern is in Georgia.
Baton Rouge.
That was my other guess, too. I was either going to say Louisiana or Georgia.
Baton Rouge.
Those are my two guesses. Baton Rouge. All right. Well, Joel Klatt would have known that, I'm sure. He knows everything, and he might be the best athlete on the planet. We can ask him about that and a whole lot of football stuff next on Brock and Salk.
Wyman and Bob.
To me, the biggest thing about this Naylor deal
every afternoon at 2
is not that they signed him, not that he makes sense, that he fits perfectly. All of that is true. What it represents to me is a shift in philosophy with ownership, with the front office. It's the biggest free agent deal since Jerry DiPoto's been in charge. And to me, this represents a huge change in philosophy that I hope continues while they address other positions.
Dave Wyman and Bob Stelton, only on Seattle Sports and Seattle Sports on YouTube.
All right, if you don't know what to do this weekend or you're looking for a great spot to watch the game, how about heading to Snoqualmie Casino and Hotel? The new hotel is beautiful. Stay the night, stay 2 nights. You can check out the pool, the spa, all the fun that comes with that as well. And the new restaurant, the sports bar, 60-plus TVs for watching the games. And again, everything that's fun that comes with that at Snoqualmie Casino and Hotel. They also have an expanded non-smoking gaming floor. Yeah, it's really nice. Just go check it out. Go to snocasino.com for more. Seattle's closest. It's now Snoqualmie Casino and Hotel.
Have you tried the dining district at the Bellevue Collection? Grab lunch with friends, meet up for happy hour, and stay for dinner and beyond. You can sample international flavors and local favorites from talented chefs. Try a new cocktail on a rooftop bar or watch the game with friends and explore the lively nightlife scene. The dining district at the Bellevue Collection, where your taste adventure begins. Learn more at BellevueCollection.com/dining district.
When it comes to the security of your business, doubts can creep in about who you're trusting to protect it. At Bail Arm, we got you. For nearly 80 years, we've been putting our customers' minds at ease with our advanced technology and personalized support. Feeling insecure about your current security service? Visit BailArm.com today.
Imagine all that could happen in 5 years. Jobs may change, kids will grow, new memes will come out, but also What if you had reliable, intelligent Wi-Fi and the price didn't change for 5 years? Well, thanks to the Xfinity 5-year price guarantee, you actually don't have to worry about that part of your future. You're guaranteed 5 years of Wi-Fi that boosts speeds to your devices that need them the most, that finds and fixes any issues before you even notice them. It's like a super intelligent Wi-Fi that keeps you protected from threats online. Plus, well, you get incredible gaming speeds on multiple devices with no one battling for bandwidth. And for the next 5 years, all your devices will be working in perfect harmony. And you get our best equipment with no annual contracts, no fees, and no strings. So even though kids will grow up and you still won't understand 6, 7, your internet will stay sharp, reliable, and most importantly, the price will stay put. All with the Xfinity 5-year price guarantee. Lock in your price and unlock the possibilities. Xfinity, imagine that. Restrictions apply. Select plans only.
The birth of the American supercar is now open at America's Car Museum. Curated by Steve Saline, it's a high-octane journey through muscle, speed, and rare supercars, plus racing simulators, great food, and family fun. Visit americascarmuseum.org.
At Bible Law Group, we understand that when the need is great, our community has to do even greater things together. That's why we're teaming up with KRIZ and the Seattle Medium newspaper to sponsor a special holiday food drive this Saturday, November 22nd, supporting families right here in our community. Drop off at 2600 South Jackson Street, Seattle from 10 to 4 p.m. Bring canned goods and non-perishables you can share. Don't forget, when you're facing a lion's den of litigation, you are not alone. Call Bible Law Group today and let our team get to work for you.
Husky Nation, the rivalry is on, but this time it's bigger than football. This holiday season, we're taking a fight from the field to the table with Rivalry for a Reason, a competition fundraiser between UW and Oregon fans to tackle food insecurity across the Northwest. Every dollar you donate counts as a vote, and votes are unlimited. So let's outgive the Ducks and show our Husky pride. 100% goes to households in need, thanks to Safeway and Northwest Harvest. Visit dogsvsducks.org today.
This is the home of the Seahawks.
Going to let one fly deep. Got a man out there. Ball is caught down at the 10-yard line, and it's JSN.
Seattle Sports.
After years of football and the injuries that go with it, my first thought was always go get surgery. Hey, it's Dave Wyman, but after a consultation with Dr. Mark Wagner, MD at Seattle Sports and Regenerative Medicine, my eyes were open to an alternative to surgery, and I'm talking about stem cell therapy. Well, and my buddy and co-host Bob Stelton, also in pain, and decided to go see Dr. Wagner.
I had a hip issue from 14 years of jiu-jitsu.
How's the pain now?
Everything I did before, I can do just as well. Hitting the heavy bag, sparring, rolling, all of that is back in play. This whole thing has been such a pleasant surprise because I really was of the mindset, I'm going to have to go under the knife. I'm going to have to get surgery. And this really saved me from that. I could not be happier with the results.
Whether it's a hip like Bob had, a shoulder, a knee, a wrist, an ankle, before you choose surgery, consider stem cell therapy with Dr. Mark Wagner, MD at Seattle Sports and Regenerative Medicine.
Do it. You will not regret it.
Hey, get the facts, hear from all the patients I've talked to, and schedule your consultation at drmarkwagnermd.com.
Running a business means wearing multiple hats. So if you're like me, you probably started out using your personal phone, taking client calls and texts nonstop. As my business grew, I needed something smarter. That's when I switched to Quo, the #1 business phone system. Quo works right on your phone or computer. No carrying 2 phones, no clunky landline, just one easy app you can try for free. Your team can share one number and handle calls and texts together like a shared inbox. Any teammate can jump into the conversation, so customers get faster responses. And Quo's AI assistant summarizes your calls and responds to customers 24/7, so you never miss a lead or opportunity. All this starts at just $15 a month. That's basically 2 coffees. You can even keep your current business phone number. Find out why 90,000 businesses trust Quo. No missed calls, no missed customers. Try Quo for free at quo.com/sports. That's quo.com/sports to try Quo free. QUO.com/SPORTS.
This hour is brought to you by Trajan Wealth Management.
From the Quantum Fiber Studio.
This is Brock and Salk.
Weekdays 6 to 10.
On Seattle Sports and 97.3 FM HD2.
Super athlete Joel Klatt joins us on Wednesdays at this time. It's amazing.
You saw that?
I
You
did.
saw those swings? Yeah.
I mean, it really was.
I didn't realize Urban Meyer played minor league pro baseball. He had a good swing for 60-something. Yeah. Yeah, he was definitely the second best swing Yeah, Portnoy was not bad as a lefty, and then the others were.
I didn't see. The only one I saw was Joel, and it
was
looked
good.
just. I mean, what an athlete! My God, and we're lucky he joins us, Brock.
He
Joining
gets
us now every week at this time, Joel Klatt from Fox Sports. So you were taking BP at Wrigley, right? And are you behind the plate when you do that, or in front of because they don't generally let you do it at the plate? You were behind the plate, right?
We were. Well, the plate was covered by grass.
Okay.
So like you couldn't actually see the plate, but based on the foul poles, we were like at least I would say 3 to 5 yards behind home plate.
So that ball
like
you
toward
hit,
the backstop.
You think that gets out if you're at the plate?
I mean, when I hit it, I was like, "Oh yeah, that's good." Now I knew it was to the deeper part of the park,
right?
But I'm like, hey, I got that. I'm just waiting for it to fall in the basket, and then I'm gonna jog around and embellish it because that's what I do.
Right.
And it hits the base of the wall. I'm just mortified and devastated, and I've been devastated ever since. And I can't stop thinking about it, and I can't stop being asked about it. And I've never felt worse about myself in my life.
Well, that's a bit of a humble brag. Like, I only hit the fence. I mean, like, most people are pretty happy to get the ball into the outfield. I only hit the fence.
You achieve what you emphasize, Salk. I fully expected myself to hit the ball out of the ballpark.
Okay.
I don't know how else to say it. My wife said the same thing as you. Apparently, she has low expectations of me like you do. She was like, but you did so well. And I'm like, yeah, but it didn't go out. Like, what are we even talking about? You take BP at Wrigley Field for one reason. It's not to be like, oh, yeah.
I don't know.
I hit a couple of nice line drives.
You kind of sound like a lot of the 13-year-old girls I see on Avery's volleyball team. We're like, I'm just playing so bad today. I'm playing so bad today. And it's like, yeah, no, you're not. Like, stop looking for sympathy.
Okay, time out. What was the objective?
I don't know. It wasn't there. What was it? Was it just to have fun?
To hit a ball out of the park. Like, I don't. What else do you take BP for?
Well, then take it from the plate.
I didn't set it up the BP, Salk. I wasn't going to call in the Cubs brass and say, hey, your plate is wrong.
That would have been quite the move. That's a power move.
I was bitterly disappointed. I really was.
I'm sorry.
It was super fun, though. I had
was
such
more
a
bummed.
good time. And just go ahead.
I was more bummed that I didn't see Gus swing. I saw Urban and Leinert and Portnoy and Mark and everybody else. Where was Gus? Gus didn't want to partake.
To be honest, I don't know. And even the next day, he was like, "Wait," he was like, "You guys took BP?" And we were like, "Yeah."
Have you done that in any other parks? Brock and I have done it at T-Mobile. I've gotten a chance to play at both Fenway and Yankee Stadium, which was awesome. I mean, just amazing.
That's a soft flex.
Have you done this at other parks? Because I think Wrigley would be as cool as it would get.
Wrigley was very cool. I've taken BP at Petco, and then Coors Field in Colorado. I played a few games there in high school and took BP and did it wasn't like a hit and giggle like you've done. Like, I was actually there for a legitimate professional tryout.
Oh, this is good.
I don't think I was really trying to comp that, but I appreciate it. I know that I was not a minor league baseball player like you were. All right, let's move this along. Enough of the back and forth, and as Joel and I try to outdo each other, let's go to some football. How impressive was it? Now, they didn't win, so we're not like jumping up and down about what the Seahawks accomplished on Sunday, but what they did to that Rams offense and specifically to Matt Stafford, how hard is that to do?
Very, because you've got an incredible play caller and Sean McVay, and you've got what I think is, I know that people would disagree with me, and obviously Mahomes maybe is in a class by himself, but I think Stafford is as good as any quarterback in football, and so to do that is very impressive. However, this team, and the way they've played, and the year that's shaping up in the NFC and in the AFC, with the Chiefs being 5-5, can't be a moral victory year. You know, if you had two teams that were just destined to go win a Super Bowl, and you could look at this and you could say to yourself, man, we're getting better and we can see the future and this and that, that's great. But in a season like we're having this year that seems to be wide open, you cannot have a moral victory. You can't just say like, that was good for us. And I'm not suggesting like, I'm not, your opinion or everything aside, I just think that look, you got to go win these games, and they become really important. And in particular in the division, in order to host playoff games, like these are vital in a year that's wide open. Guys, there's a lot of teams that could not just go to the Super Bowl, but win the Super Bowl. I was just on with guys in Denver, and we were talking about the same thing. About like what are the areas of that team that have to get better in order to win the Super Bowl. I think the same conversation applies here with the Seattle Seahawks. What are the areas of this team that have to improve or become better to win the Super Bowl, and set aside this idea of growth or moral victories, because this is a year in which I think it's wide open.
You ever throw 4 interceptions in a game, Joel?
I don't think 4. Definitely 3, but I don't think 4.
You throw 3, you throw 4, you throw 5 in an Apple Cup, as yours truly did in 1997. The most important thing to it was rough. Sent him to the first Rose Bowl in 60. I said 65. It was actually 67 years. 67 years sent the Cougs to the Rose Bowl in 1997. Yeah, 6-7. What do you tell yourself? What do you tell Sam Darnold after a 4 interception game?
I think the hard part for Sam is that this is and I've been thinking about our conversation all week, and all year I've been prefacing this great play with, we'll see about when the games like ratchet up and when they matter, because last year he played great until the games got big at the end, and then he struggled. And this was a division matchup, and it was a giant game, and he went back to the guy who's sitting on the bench against the as a Jet saying, I see ghosts. And that's a trend that is alarming, and it was always in the back of some of our minds as he's playing this great football and efficient football, is like, okay, what happens when it's like, this is a matchup? This is where playoff implications lie. This is where Super Bowl implications lie. How does he play in those moments? And so I would be very concerned. And again, I was trying to figure out a way to be more positive about it and with you guys today, but there's not a lot of positives because of the history. Like if this was an anomaly, I would say, listen, this is not him, guys. Don't worry. He's going to move forward and be better because of this. But this is the trend. This is the concern. This was always the concern, even during the quality pockets of play. And so that's, man, like, I don't know how you get over that, Brock.
Well, DJ said to us
yesterday, you would say like, hey, memory like a goldfish, right. You say all these coach speak things, but it's like, this is who he is in these games. And this was always the concern. What did DJ say? He's smarter than I am.
Yeah, DJ just said, because Tom Moore used a line that has always stuck with me that I've shared on many of my broadcasts of playing smart, not scared. Play smart, not scared. DJ talked about, his favorite term is selectively aggressive. Know when to hold them, know when to fold them, right? Matthew Stafford in that game, it was the lowest output as a Ram. I mean, he was like 130 yards. He missed a lot of throws, but he didn't turn it over. Right, he was aggressive.
Well,
when
you play the game in front of you.
Okay,
you're not playing the stat sheet, right? You play the game in front of you.
What was your favorite? Did you have a favorite axiom? Did you have a favorite swing thought? Did you have a favorite thing when, and as you evaluate quarterbacks and analyze them over the course of games and everything else? Is there something that sticks in your craw?
We used to say, "Don't go broke taking a profit." And play the play in front of you. Greatness is realized through the attention to details. Just utilize the offense. Let the offense be a part of you. All of these things that we would talk about. And when you get outside of that, you try to do too much, or you try to force yourself onto the offense. You see, like to me, the offense is like a book. And the book reveals itself, and you just have to be ready to execute what the offense is asking you to execute at that moment. As soon as you try to do things and force yourself onto the story, or you try to project what you're feeling, what you're seeing, then it goes haywire. So
It was
I like that
interesting,
one
Joel.
about like.
Okay, you know
Go
what's
ahead.
interesting is Titus was actually, I think, doing homework early in the game. So it's just me and a friend of mine who's a football fan and goes to Seahawks games, but never played the game and anything else. But a really bright guy, just a fun, just cool dude. And we're watching it, and it was the first series of the game. After the goal line stand, they get the ball back. It's first down. I think he had a completion, and that first interception, and I don't know if you saw it explicitly, but I'll explain it. You know, he has Cooper on like a, I don't know, 15-yard, 12-yard option route, and he's getting tugged, and he's clearly covered. And then the only other place to go with the ball is a check down in front of you to Ken Walker. But instead, like, he retreats and he backpedals, and he literally like throws almost blind late over the middle to Cooper. And I'm like, I don't know how that. I was explaining to my friend, like, I just don't know how that happens with 18 years of football experience. Like how that one, like I understand the second one. I understand the deep out that the line stunt's not picked up. I understand the seam route that you hit your fifth step and you're trying to throw with anticipation. I frankly even understand a jump check down, you know, late in the game. But that one on the first series is like, that is borderline inexplicable for the first series of this game.
And it's backbreaking too, you know, because it changes the whole dynamic of the game, the way the game is going to be played moving forward. It's one of those things that it is only explained through panic. That's it. You cannot explain it any other way other than he panicked. There's absolutely no reason to throw that football. The offense doesn't suggest you're throwing it there. It's not even that like the defense is making it difficult on you or tricks you or like, oh, I see what you saw or thought, or like, no. And we used to say all the time, the only place the football cannot go late is over the middle, period. Doesn't matter. And so to see that throw is alarming because, again, you see the panic. And Sam has played within himself, and he has played great football, and he's been on time and on target. And you saw, and there's this moment, there's two things that happen when a quarterback panic. One of two things. They either do this little like squat, and you see this a lot at the college level. Their eyes go down and they kind of flinch downwards, and they spread out and they squat. And it's kind of like, should I run? It's almost like that move before you have to take off. You know, you have to get into an athletic position. And there's like a little like panic squat.
Like a fight or flight.
They retreat. Yeah, it's a fight or flight mentality. Or they retreat. And you see this a lot at the college level. When a quarterback's first instinct is to retreat versus step up, there is a problem. And something is going wrong in the mind of the quarterback with how he's seeing it and what he's feeling in the pocket.
So that's fast. That whole conversation is very interesting. You got me thinking two ways about Sam Darnold. One, the counter to some of that fear is he got it back at the end. He brought them back. He had a really good drive after the fourth pick to score the touchdown. And if it's not for what might be the most clutch punt I've ever seen, and I can't believe those words just came out of my mouth, they probably win that game if he doesn't have to take over at the 1 yard line. And we sit here and say, all right, he blew it and he played really poorly, but he found a way to get over it and he stayed in it mentally and a neutral mentality and long term, you know, let's see if this is just a blip on the radar. So that would be the positive side of it. The other one, though, Joel, and I'll throw both at you at once, is he's now 1-3 in these late game situations where you need your quarterback. You need to go down and score. And I know it was hard doing it at the 1 yard line, but you had a timeout. You had 2 minutes to play. Like, you got to go down and kick a field goal. Like, that's unfortunately the gig, and that's 1-3 now in those scenarios this year. That, to me, is more alarming than 4 picks.
I get frustrated in sports in general. Seeing guys that are really good when it doesn't matter. And I've always thought this, always. I wish that we did a better job of measuring what a quarterback does on base down and base football versus situational football. Like, what are you, and you know, unfortunately, like, for instance, I would love to see a guy's numbers, true numbers, when he's down a possession and on third down, off schedule, inside of 2 minutes. Like, that's a different play than, base down at 2nd and 2 on the -40 with 8 minutes to go in the second quarter and you're up 7. It's like, well, that's just and yet we rate those 2 passing attempts the same. Well, they're different. They're different.
Mm-hmm.
It's like hitting in a game down 6-2 with nobody on in the 8th and you go tank versus there's 2 runners on at 2nd and 3rd, like the Blue Jays had, countless times in game 6 and 7 of the World Series, and you can't get them in. So like, well, which is a more impactful at bat? So I'm talking about situational numbers, situational football. And I believe that a quarterback's main job is not base football. That's just a prerequisite. Your main job is, what do you do when the situation is either against you or it's unique and or it's important? Because those snaps and those attempts are much, much different. And unfortunately for Sam, he has not played well in those situations. And he's accumulated a lot of what I would call like base down stuff. We used to talk about that in Denver all the time. There was a guy, Troy Tulowitzki, the shortstop. And everyone's like, oh, Tulo's so good. Tulo's so good. And it's like, Tulo never had a clutch hit in his life. It's like he would come up and I would just sit there and be like, ain't happening.
But what about when the whole
Maybe
crowd would
that's
go,
harsh,
dun, 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 too low.
Too low. It's like, you better do that when you're down 6-2 and there's no one on, because that boy is showing up at that point.
Wow.
Okay, so what would be then your counsel to Janoko, the QB coach, to Clint Kubiak, and most importantly to Sam? What would be your counsel to try to coach out some of that, what you call panic, some of that situational struggle? What would you do to continue to develop and coach it out of them?
I think the only way forward is backwards. You get simpler. And I'm not talking about schematically more simple. You get more simple in terms of how you attack mentally that area of the game. And you pour yourself into the details and your job, and you just start to make it very black and white. I think panic creeps in when you've got gray area. And offensive football is taught 2 different ways. And Brock, you know this. Like, there are some offensive coordinators and quarterback coaches that live in the gray area, and they allow their quarterback to go out there and make a lot of decisions. And there's not a lot of black and white, like, hey, if you see this, let's do this. If you see that, then let's do it a different way. And generally speaking, when a guy is struggling with panic in those moments, I think you need to make it more black and white and less gray. So giving Sam more defined answers with what he's going to do and how he's going to do it in those areas of the game, I think would be beneficial. But again, 2 different trains of thought. There are other guys that would tell you, no, he's thinking too much. You got to let him just go be freewheeling and give him more gray area. I vehemently disagree with that. Vehemently disagree with that. You need to take that thought process away, and you need to make it very robotic and regimented so that he can go out there and react and not think. He needs to be out of his own head.
All right, can we talk about something a little bit more important? Joel Klatt, Fox Sports, top college football analyst, big-time football analyst with us as he is every week. And Joel, we got to talk about something more important. You know DMAC, right?
What's coming up?
You know DMAC.
Stop.
In Denver. Stop. You know DMAC in Denver, the radio host?
Yeah.
All right, so DMAC goes to a high school football game on Friday night, supporting his buddy, Coach Sanford, and says some impressive stuff here, go Smokey. And I wrote back, because I knew who the quarterback was for one of those 2 teams, and said, hey, how was Titus? I heard he was pretty good. The response I got from DMAC about one Titus Heward says, insane. Best looking quarterback in Colorado at any level. What do you make of that?
When you win, say little. When you lose, say even
No one's
less.
asking you to say anything. Keep your mouth shut. I'm talking to Joel.
Let's
I'm not talking to you. I'm talking to Joel.
We'll see. I mean, he's young. Like, there's some potential there.
Okay.
But like,
thank you, Joe.
I don't know, man.
It's not what you do versus Erie. It's what you do versus Creek. All right.
Yeah.
I mean, it's not based down.
Who cares?
So that's fine. That's right.
Are we trying to
we
be?
got bigger.
Are we trying to be? Troy Tulowitzki or David Ortiz.
That's right.
You know, we try to be Tulo or
we
Jeter.
got Jake Heap's legend this week. All right, we got a big challenge this week. That's all. That's in the past.
Yeah, it's like I'm not impressed. I'm not impressed with the name on his back.
No,
I'm not.
That's right.
You know, I mean, I remember that name on his back. His dad throwing those 5 picks against Washington State. You know what I mean?
Thank you. This is why Joel is going to train.
Have you seen, seriously? Have you seen this kid throw the ball? Have you seen him throw?
I've seen videos.
It's crazy.
Yes,
He's got a cannon.
He hangs out with my nephews sometimes because Brock is neighbors with my brother-in-law and sister-in-law. I don't know if you knew that, so
I didn't.
It's pretty cool. Pretty stinky.
I told Brock where he was going to live when he moved to Denver. I was like, "Oh, I know the exact house you're going to buy." And Brock was like, I don't think so. He bought the house.
Literally the exact house, not just the exact neighborhood, but the house.
Brock,
pretty close.
Am I right?
Close.
Wow.
Yeah, pretty much. That's
pretty amazing. All right. Well,
who do you got this week, by the way? Who do we got this week? Are you back in your condo at Ohio State?
I am. I'm going to Ohio State.
Nice.
What are the odds?
Joel, I can't
very
tell
high.
you enough. Like, honestly, we talk about Sam and all this stuff. I can't stop talking. And I said it earlier in this week. I said on Monday. I said, we are not going to sell what JSN is doing short. Just like we did not with Cal Raleigh. When Cal was doing things never done before in the sport, and that catcher in particular, we are not going to just be like, oh, yeah, this is nice. Joel, what JSN is doing, he has a chance. I mean, he is more than on pace through, 65% of the season, 60% of the season to get to 2,000 yards receiving. I mean, the dude
listen,
bro.
He's turning into the best receiver in football.
Yes. Like, I know Jamar Chase is more dynamic, right? I know Malik Neighbors is faster. I know that, there's...
Yeah, but I want someone that's reliable, man. And I'm not saying those guys aren't reliable, but, like, this dude is open. This guy creates space. He is reliable with his hands. He's terrific with the ball after the catch. He's smart. He understands leverage. He is the greatest asset that Sam Darnold has, period. And they should lean even more into him. He's phenomenal and a great kid. I loved covering him. I remember the thoughts. Everyone's like, well, is he straight line fast enough? And it's like, the draft sucks. I hate the draft. I hate covering the draft because you have to talk with all the draft people. And the draft people are just so dumb. They're, and not DJ.
Obviously,
I love DJ.
not
He's
DJ.
smart. Obviously. Well, DJ and I have like football conversations, but you get these guys who are like, I wonder what he'll time in the 40. I don't care. Watch him play the game. Like, what are we doing? And JSN was one of those. I just remember that all the time. Well, his hamstring's going to hurt his 40 time. Shut up. Ugh. Basement dwellers.
What a way to
mouth
end.
breathers.
What a way to end. Thank you, Joel. A tremendous couple of rants today. I loved it. Thank you very much. That was a powerhouse 25 minutes.
I appreciate you, Salk.
I appreciate you as well. As we get
I
close
felt
to
like you were
Thanksgiving.
really good. As opposed to Darnold, this was an important interview, and I thought you nailed it.
Thank you. That's nice. I feel pretty good about it.
You bet.
Yeah, I didn't back up. I didn't fight or flight. I just stood my ground.
No.
Stepped up
and
in
knew
the
where to
pocket.
go. Stepped
You
up in the
did. You
pocket.
didn't even flinch. You didn't do the weird like squat flinch. That was solid.
Bye, Joel. There goes Joel Klatt, who we talk to every Wednesday, Brock, and it's always a wild ride, and that was again today. There's a lot there that I want to come back to tomorrow. All of that stuff about we know what he needs. He needs to create his own stat like Trent did.
Yeah.
That's kind of what he needs. I mean, that's kind of what I'm hearing is that he needs to create his own stat.
That's what Trent did with
kinda
the
like Trent
ESPN
Dilfer
crew
did.
with
Yep.
QBR.
Find the right people and work together to create his own stat. It seems like that's what needs to come next for Joel Klatt. We could talk about that with him next week, maybe. All right, coming up next, Brock, we'll switch to baseball for a little while, then back to football, then we'll finish with trash takes. I thought a lot last night about what comes next for the Mariners, and it all hinges on one thing next on Brock and Salk.
Down on the field is Gray Zabel.
A big sigh of relief for the Seahawks.
Really fortunate. I guess we avoided a significant injury, which is really positive.
While Zabel recovers.
It could be day to day. It could be a week. It could be more than that.
Who steps up?
God bless Christian Haynes, man. He came in there. He's a tough sucker with heavy hands.
This is the home of the Seahawks. Seattle Sports on 710, the Seattle Sports app, and Seattle Sports on YouTube.
Imagine all that could happen in 5 years. Jobs may change, kids will grow, new memes will come out, but also What if you had reliable, intelligent Wi-Fi and the price didn't change for 5 years? Well, thanks to the Xfinity 5-year price guarantee, you actually don't have to worry about that part of your future. You're guaranteed 5 years of Wi-Fi that boosts speeds to your devices that need them the most, that finds and fixes any issues before you even notice them. It's like a super intelligent Wi-Fi that keeps you protected from threats online. Plus, well, you get incredible gaming speeds on multiple devices with no one battling for bandwidth. And for the next 5 years, all your devices will be working in perfect harmony. And you get our best equipment with no annual contracts, no fees, and no strings. So even though kids will grow up and you still won't understand 6, 7, your internet will stay sharp, reliable, and most importantly, the price will stay put. All with the Xfinity 5-year price guarantee. Lock in your price and unlock the possibilities. Xfinity, imagine that. Restrictions apply. Select plans only.
I saw her texting coming up to a stop sign, and so I saw the accident coming, and she T-boned us.
In the blink of an eye, Crystal's life changed when she suffered a severe spinal injury.
The pain was something I had never experienced before in my neck. I got massage therapy. I saw a chiropractor. I was prescribed muscle relaxers so I could sleep. I got depressed. Nothing was relieving the pain.
Drugs, sleepless nights, and depression. Sound familiar? I'm Dr. Mark Shelley, a chiropractic physician and board-certified functional neurologist. At Sound Pain Solutions, our treatments include high-dose laser combined with spinal decompression and other comprehensive therapies to rehabilitate damaged discs. We use treatments that are non-surgical, FDA-cleared, drug and pain-free.
I was able to get off my pain medicines, and I was able to sleep through the night, and that was what I was desperate for.
To learn if you're a candidate for our treatment, call us. Sound Pain Solutions, 855-996-0025, or click soundpainsolutions.com.
This might be the most surprising statistic I've shared in decades of doing local news. More than 75% of commuters will be involved in a car accident at some point. JP Pendergast of Pendergast Law with more.
What makes it more surprising? The average person will be involved in 3 to 4 collisions in their lifetime.
With accidents unbelievably prevalent, what are some safety tips if it happens to you?
Safety first. Secondary collisions are not uncommon while awaiting help. Turn on those hazards and remain in a safe place. If a bystander witnessed the accident, capture their information and encourage them to remain at the scene. Seek medical attention immediately if needed, as delaying can be a costly mistake. Lastly, remember that statements made to police and insurance adjusters can affect your case.
Collisions are more common than we'd like to think. If you find yourself in one, follow these helpful tips and then call my friends at Pendergast Law.
If you or a loved one's injured in a car accident, call Pendergast Law. We can help.
PendergastLaw.com.
Guys, tired all the time, gaining weight, low drive? These aren't just signs of aging. They could be low testosterone or other underlying issues. Right now, Revive Men's Health Washington is making it easier to get answers with a comprehensive wellness panel. It's not just a lab test, it's where better performance begins. Our providers will check your testosterone, blood sugar, cholesterol, kidney, liver, thyroid, and heart health. A $400 value for just $99, or free if you start treatment. Over 120,000 men have trusted Revive to restore their energy, mood, and confidence. So if you're ready to feel better and live stronger, call 206-529-1111. That's 206-529-1111. Or visit ReviveMen'sHealth.com. Offer ends November 30th. Must medically qualify. Terms apply. Contact us for full offer details.
Wow, look at these Black Friday deals on TVs. Samsung, Sony, and LG at the lowest prices of the year, even on their top-rated models. Now we can get that top-rated Samsung we were thinking about, but we'll need to get up early on Friday.
These are great deals, but why wait? Video Only has all these deals right now. We can get what we want today, and they're even offering no-interest financing.
So we can get these Black Friday deals right now at Video Only and pay it off later?
Yep, and many of their prices are better than those flyers.
Better than Black Friday? No wonder Video Only got those high scores when they rated TV stores. Let's head over now and beat the crowds.
At Video Only, you won't find huge stores with refrigerators or dishwashers, but you will find the best deals on the best TVs, soundbars, and home theater systems. Shop around, but then make sure you visit Video Only, because if you don't,
you'll be sorry.
In South Center, Bellevue, Linwood, Federal Way, and Tacoma. Video Only.
This is Seattle Sports.
Streaming through the Seattle Sports app.
KIRO AM Seattle. KIRO FM HD2 Tacoma. Home of the Seahawks, Mariners, and everything Seattle sports.
Get in the freaking auto!
From the Quantum Fiber Studio, this is Brock and Salk on Seattle Sports.
Brock Ewert is my hero.
Jay Buhner just punched me in the kidney.
We're going to accuse you on the interview.
Doesn't really work that way, Sherm. This is a show that has my name on it.
It kind of does, though.
Now here are your hosts, Brock Ewert and Mike Salk.
So glad Josh Naylor's deal is done. It needed to happen. It was a foundational piece that allows the rest of this offseason to now function for Jerry DiPoto, Justin Hollander, and the rest of the Mariners. Love it. We've talked about it a lot over the last 3 days. We played a lot of the sound from him this morning. He was amazing in his press conference. They gave us a great kind of window in to, what it meant and who he is. And then eventually it becomes the next story, which is what comes next. Now what are you going to do? Because at this point, Polanco is still a free agent. Eugenio Suarez is still a free agent. And that's just getting back to the team you were before you start thinking about how you want to get better, where you want to improve, and where there are going to be young guys that are going to start to mix in as well. And it's why I ended up writing last night, Brock, and I started this conversation, I think, earlier in the week with you and Shannon, saying, look, he may be Naylor may be the foundational piece, but Polanco for me is the pivot, because depending on what you do with Polanco, it changes the way everything else I think goes for the rest of this offseason. And as we start to dig into it, let me play you the sound from Justin Hollander yesterday, Mariners GM, saying, here's what's next for us.
The offseason doesn't always unfold in sort of a linear, you get to check your boxes in the order that you want to check them. We would like to add another bat to the club, at least one, if we can do that. We've talked pretty openly about, being interested in a reunion with Jorge Polanco and a reunion with Geno Suarez. Can we make that happen? That would be great if we could. And then I think the need for pitching depth, specifically in the bullpen, is something that we want to accomplish over the course of the next several months. And that could come in a bunch of different shapes and sizes. It could come in young guys like Robinson Ortiz, who we just traded for over the weekend, in a trade that's maybe a little of the smaller variety. It could come in high leverage guys signed by a free agency or via trade. It could also come with, starting pitching depth that you acquire via trade that has options to help build out your depth in case you have more injuries like we did this previous season. So a lot of different things we want to accomplish in the offseason. This was by far the biggest one that we needed to get done and hope to get done quickly, and really relieved that we did.
If the Mariners re-signed Jorge Polanco and Geno Suarez, how would you feel?
Well, the numbers would be important on that. Because unlike Josh Naylor, where you put that eBay price, like buy now, I don't think you have that for either of those. I think you've got to see what the market is willing to do and willing to pay. And hopefully you have enough rapport and relationship and time with those guys over the years spent with them that you've garnered that respect. Harder for Naylor, obviously, with those kind of numbers. It's a much, much bigger number, and harder for you to say, hey, go to the market and come back and see us, and we'll take care of you. It was more of an auction when it came to Naylor, and you put that eBay price down to buy now, and both of you agreed upon it. I think with a Polanco and certainly with a Geno, I got to see what the market's willing to do.
And in the Naylor case, you knew that you were paying for years up to age 33, and
Correct.
You're worried. Okay, maybe the last year of the deal's not great. It's 1 year more than we wanted to go, but that's age 33, not 38. Polanco is going to play this year at 32. So anything more than a 1-year deal is taking him into that same age bracket. Yep. And he's got a significant injury history already that to me makes that very nerve-wracking. I think Polanco is the most polarizing, fascinating, option for them because he is the perfect fit for them. He's the perfect fit.
Because of his versatility, both positionally and as a switch hitter.
And not just that he's versatile, but the specific positions he plays, right, with second and DH and first are like ideal for what this team needs between trying to, work in Cole Young, trying to give Cal days off from catching and letting him DH. He is the perfect fit positionally and with the, as you said, with the switch hitting ability for what the Mariners need. But man, those ages are a tough one for me. And, ages 32, 33, 34 for Jorge Polanco. A guy who's had the injury problems, and when he's had injury issues, either he misses a lot of time or he's very ineffective. That was
Lyle.
really hard for me to understand. Doesn't mean I don't want him back because, push comes to shove. I think I do, but I think it would be, I don't want to say foolish. That's too far, but I think it'd be very risky to write him a blank check and try to match anything else that might be out there in the market.
Lyle, talk to me about two guys. Are you there, Lyle?
Yeah.
The two names, when he says bat right there, right? We need to add another bat. Then the names that have been bounced around a little bit over the year or the trade deadline or the last couple years. The guy from St. Louis, is it Brendan Donovan?
Yep.
And then the intrigue of the guy with the Rays that we've talked about for some years.
Yandy Diaz?
No, don't they have a second baseman?
Lau.
Yes,
or
Lau. Lau, and Brendan Donovan. Talk to me and compare and contrast those two gents with a Jorge Polanco. Are they younger? Isn't Brendan Donovan younger?
Definitely younger. Lau, I want to say they're close in age. I want to make sure I get this right.
Yeah.
Brendan Lau is, nope, that's not. Anyway, Brendan Donovan's younger. He's more versatile. He doesn't strike out at all. He'll probably be a little more expensive. And obviously, this is somebody you're going to have to trade prospects for rather than Polanco, where you just paying money.
In free agency, right?
Lau, I want to say
Lau's 31, same age.
Yeah, and I want to say he has a year left on his deal.
Okay.
I personally would just go the Polanco route if it was me. I'm not opposed to Brendan Donovan, but I mean, we're talking about a guy who he's not 38, like you guys were just saying. He's going to be 32, and if you're giving him a 2-year deal, for a guy that legitimately has not had a bad offensive season since 2019, aside from last year when he was significantly injured, like he has such a track record.
And if it's a 2-year deal, that sounds great. 2 years, $10 million a year, that makes sense to me. I don't know whether you can get him back for that. I think there are going to be teams that saw those home runs. Well, it may be. I mean, maybe it is the Pirates, by the way. I know we could talk through that another time, but I think if you want, my gut tells me, and I'll be happy to be wrong about this. In fact, I'll be psyched. My gut tells me it's going to take something closer to 3 years, 40-something million to get to bring back Jorge Polanco. Wow. You want to spend 3 years, $41 million on Jorge Polanco?
Are you sure? With
no,
30-something.
I'm not
injury
sure.
History?
I'm not sure. But that's what my gut tells me.
I think he's more valuable to you than he is to other teams. And last year there was one other team, and I know it was coming off, significant injuries and a down year, and it was kind of you in the Astros. The other part of this is also, what you have bubbling beneath. And when does Colt Emerson? You asked earlier, would I be okay if Geno and Jorge and they just ran the whole thing back? Not really. Because I think you need to create some runway for this pipeline that is just about to explode. I think for Colt Emerson, I think for Taylor, I think for Arroyo, I think for, those guys that are ready for their chance, to be the next Cal, to be the next Julio, to be the next young difference maker.
For whatever it's worth, MLB.com is just one measure, so this doesn't, don't take this as gospel. Ranked their top free agents, they have him as the 24th best free agent. And when it says potential fits, their 3 potential fits were Angels, Rockies, Twins. Didn't even have the Mariners on there.
For Jorge
Polanco.
Yeah.
Angels, Rockies, Twins.
Now
that doesn't mean
that.
Huh?
They put a number beside that?
No, they didn't.
It's the 24th.
No, again, remember, he declined a $6 million player option to test free agency. I just get the sense there's going to be a pretty robust market for it. Now, if there's not, this is the easiest no-brainer. Absolutely, go sign Jorge Polanco. But where, to me, this gets interesting as a hypothetical is, okay, well, what if it's not? What if it's 3 years, $41 million? Do you pivot and talk about one of the either Brendan or Brandon? Do you pivot and say, hey, what if you could get a younger Willie Castro who plays some of those same positions for cheaper?
He was really bad last year.
He was really bad last year, but he's been really good before that. Do you talk again about trying to trade for someone like Nico Horner, who's going to be a free agent at the end of next year? We talked a lot about him last year. Again, I'm not saying that any one of these
You're just saying he's a pivot guy. Polanco's a pivot guy.
But there are other ways to try to pull it off. If you say, okay, well, you know what? I'm not going to spend 3 years, $42 million or whatever on Jorge Polanco. Fine. Maybe Dom Canzone becomes your primary left-handed DH, and then we're having a conversation about right field, or we're having a conversation about what to do with whatever other position you want.
I was almost going to say, just thinking through this really quick, if you don't sign Polanco back, I always figured it would be tough to bring Geno back, but if Polanco doesn't come back, do you just re-sign Geno if he'll take a small deal? Because then you could start him at third base to start the year, and when Colt Emerson's ready, he just becomes your DH.
It's as if you read my column. That's one of the things that I put in there, SeattleSports.com.
You wrote in the paper.
I mean, like, why not? Maybe that does become a possibility. 1-year deal for Geno to be a third base, first base DH. I like that better than running out Geno every day at third base, especially if you're looking to maybe work in Williamson and Emerson over the course of the year. Doesn't that give you some of the ability to do that?
Hey, we're way late, Salk.
We are. I know. I could keep talking. I get so caught up talking about these things. I'm sorry. We got so many other things to do today. We do have trash takes coming up in a little over a half hour. We'll give you everything you need to know next. It's Brock and Salk, Seattle Sports on 710.
He came to Seattle at the trade deadline.
Pitch to Naylor, swung on, drilled, gap right center field.
Getting traded here was a blessing.
And instantly made himself a fan favorite.
So the ride or die fans embraced me right away.
A bases clearing, 3-run double by Josh Naylor.
5 more years of Josh Naylor as a Mariner was about as simple a decision as we could make.
I want to continue to give this city the best thing I can.
Live it up, Mariners fans.
That World Series that we're shooting for here.
With the home of the Mariners, Seattle Sports.
Well, I've been telling you all week, the holidays are here. A week from tomorrow is Thanksgiving, and then right around the corner is Christmas. And do you or someone on your wish list want the gift of fitness this year? Well, Brock Ewert here, and the Top Fitness Black Friday sales event is going on right now. You don't have to wait till next week or the month of December. Take care of business right now. And it's good business. I'm talking about saving up to $1,000 on Inspire gyms and treadmills and True treadmills. Plus, get free delivery and assembly. That's right, free delivery and assembly on your Precor treadmills, ellipticals, and exercise bikes. You want even more? Well, you can save up to 50% on last year's display models. With Olympic weight bars, it's just $50 as well. And home gym attachments and accessories, well, they're up to 50% off too. Starting at just $10, that is an awesome stocking stuffer. No secret why everybody, from personal trainers to pro athletes, love Top Fitness. You can visit them in Tukwila, Linwood, or Bellevue, or just simply go to topfitness.com for all the details on their Black Friday sales event going on right now. It's Top Fitness, your best place for home fitness equipment.
This year, make comfort the first gift during the Black Friday sale at Home Comfort Alliance. Through December 1st, call to get savings up to 75% off furnaces, air conditioners, backup generators, EV chargers, water heaters, and more. If your system's over 12 years old, upgrade now before it breaks and save. And remember to schedule your consultation before December 1st and save up to 75% and take 18 months to pay off 0% financing OAC. Visit HomeComfortAlliance.com today.
Running a business means wearing multiple hats. So if you're like me, you probably started out using your personal phone, taking client calls and texts nonstop. As my business grew, I needed something smarter. That's when I switched to Quo, the #1 business phone system. Quo works right on your phone or computer. No carrying 2 phones, no clunky landline, just one easy app you can try for free. Your team can share one number and handle calls and texts together like a shared inbox. Any teammate can jump into the conversation, so customers get faster responses. And Quo's AI assistant summarizes your calls and responds to customers 24/7, so you never miss a lead or opportunity. All this starts at just $15 a month. That's basically 2 coffees. You can even keep your current business phone number. Find out why 90,000 businesses trust Quo. No missed calls, no missed customers. Try Quo for free at quo.com/sports. That's quo.com/sports to try Quo free. QUO.com/SPORTS.
This is the story of the one. As a custodial supervisor at a high school, he knows that during cold and flu season, germs spread fast. It's why he partners with Grainger to stay fully stocked on the products and supplies he needs, from tissues to disinfectants to floor scrubbers. All so that he can help students, staff, and teachers stay healthy and focused. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Ready to order?
Yes. We're earning unlimited 3% cash back on dining and entertainment with a Capital One Saver card, so let's just get one of everything.
Everything?
Fire everything. The Capital One Saver card is at table 27, and they're earning unlimited 3% cash back.
Yes, Chef! This is so nice.
Had a feeling you'd want 3% cash back on dessert.
Ooh, tiramisu.
Earn unlimited 3% cash back on dining and entertainment with the Capital One Saver Card. Capital One, what's in your wallet?
Terms apply. See CapitalOne.com for details.
The home of the Seahawks, Seattle Sports.
Touchdown! Seahawks! Ken Walker III!
Get everything Seahawks at seattlesports.com.
Does your building company have a strong website? One with a solid organic search presence, engaging prospects, and filling your pipeline? You know, a site that speaks loud about your company. I'm Rusty George. My local agency specializes in creating websites and marketing strategies for building companies, including construction, manufacturing, and material suppliers. We develop strategies and tactics to attract and win more quality business. See how we can help your business get louder at rustygeorge.com. That's rustygeorge.com.
Husky Nation, the rivalry is on, but this time it's bigger than football. This holiday season, we're taking a fight from the field to the table with Rivalry for a Reason, a competition fundraiser between UW and Oregon fans to tackle food insecurity across the Northwest. Every dollar you donate counts as a vote, and votes are unlimited. So let's outgive the Ducks and show our Husky pride. 100% goes to households in need, thanks to Safeway and Northwest Harvest. Visit dogsvsducks.org today.
Ryan Roland Smith here. For more than 35 years, the NBA Health Insurance Trust has been helping local builders, contractors, and their employees save money and gain peace of mind. They offer customized group health plans from the state's leading insurance providers. Small and mid-sized businesses deserve big healthcare access. The NBA Health Trust brings you the coverage you want at a price you can trust. Find out more at mbahealthtrust.com. That's mbahealthtrust.com.
30 years ago, Davis Law Group was founded to be the best law firm for our clients and our community. Our core values are to win, help, and serve. It means our success is defined by the difference we make in our clients' lives and the impact we can have in our community. Not by giant settlement checks or shiny offices. Our mission to lift up the vulnerable extends beyond the courtroom to our charity partners, promoting safety, uplifting students, accident victims, foster youth, and the elderly. If you've been injured and want better results for your claim and for all of Washington, call Davis Law Group today.
Need to know.
15 minutes past every hour with Brock and Salk.
Here's what you need to know. Up first.
Yeah, really excited about the continuation of the Josh Naylor era in Seattle. He and Justin Hollander and Jerry DiPoto all meeting with the media yesterday. It was all smiles. It was everything you would want to hear. Just nonstop.
So it was a love fest.
It was. That's exactly what it was.
I want to win for the city. I felt like that last loss, not that I had to come back, but I wanted to come back to give this fan base and this city and my teammates and their families a World Series in the next 5 years, or multiple World Series, or multiple pennants. Like, just the best thing I could give back, I want to give back. They deserve it. My teammates deserve it. My family deserves it. Their families deserve it. The head office and their families deserve it. All the coaches deserve it. So I had such a blast here. I wanted to run it back with these guys and do it all again.
They all deserve it. Now you got to go and earn it. And I have no concern really that will be the mindset of just the way the guy has always played the game, and it was such a fit in every way. And I know that Jerry used the word. I didn't even hear that yesterday through all the collective of sound, but he's right. This isn't even a deal. This is a partner. It's a partnership. And it's a partnership with Cal Raleigh. It's a partnership with Julio Rodriguez. It's a partnership with Josh Naylor. It's a partnership, right? This isn't just, employer, employee, player, team. Nope. We're partners in this thing together, all on the same quest. And, that was about as love fest you're going to get yesterday.
That partnership led to a long conversation, right, as Jerry and Justin flew out to meet with him at his home. And apparently it went really well, according to Mr. Hollander.
It went well enough that we almost missed our flight on the way back because we just kept talking about the future and about sharing the same vision for what this team could be. I was blown away by how much thought Josh had put into what was important to him. It was awesome. It was a great time, and we could have stayed hours longer just talking about the Mariners and about the future, and I think it helped provide everyone clarity.
All right, also worth noting, Brock, $6.5 million signing bonus, and then just $10 million this year. 16 next year, then it goes 18, 20, 22. So hopefully a little additional flexibility. I don't know how they account for signing bonuses, but hopefully some additional flexibility to go out and continue to add to this year's team while you're in this window right now.
Pretty cool.
Yeah, very cool.
Here's the second thing you need to know.
What'd you make of Joe Klatt's thoughts about Sam Darnold? He was a lot harder on him than certainly DJ was yesterday, Daniel Jeremiah, or anyone else I've really heard.
Yeah.
He was very hard on him.
Yeah, I think Hawkblogger, if he was listening to that, was shaking his head the whole time. Like, hey, man, come on. Like, in every big moment, this guy has not failed. I was just running through a piece that he wrote earlier this week, and he's right. Did Sam Darnold panic against the Seahawks late last year when that game was an enormous game? Playoffs on the line for the Seahawks, the number 1 seed on the line for Minnesota, or did he throw 3 touchdowns? And in the biggest moment, deliver, taking one on the chops? Did he panic against the Packers twice last year? Did he panic against the Niners last year? Like, the dude won a lot of games last year, and he's won some meaningful games for you this year as well. And I know you want to point to 1 and 3 in the late game, and that's real. And that's the narrative that's going to have to get changed. That one is real. There's no disputing that. Right? No way around that. And, some of those situations, I do think he's been good this year. I think he's been remarkable on third down. I think he's been pretty darn good in the red zone.
Well,
Wasn't
what did
on
they
Sunday.
say, though? They're number 1 in the league in third and short conversions, last in the league in third and long conversions.
Is that true?
That's what they were saying during the broadcast. I think that's what Greg Olsen said.
Okay.
So maybe I have that wrong, but that's, I believe, what Greg Olsen said. I don't know. I thought Joel was pretty convincing. I'm probably somewhere in between. I just think we are crazy to try to determine now who Sam Darnold. I still don't know.
Right.
I really just feel like I don't know yet, and I know that goes contrary to what we're supposed to do. And when you don't know, everyone wants to ascribe a position to you.
But you do
I
know
just feel like
something.
I don't know.
But what you do know, Salk, is you do know skills are there. You do know precision, 60-yard down the field, absolute dots are there.
All right.
Right? If you do know it's there. Now, can you hit that shot on the 18th hole of the Ryder Cup? That's what you don't know yet. I don't know. I know he's got that shot in his bag. I mean, I know he's got those skills in his bag. There's no question about that. But can you do it under the most duress and the most pressure? And when it matters the most, those data points are oncoming.
Here's the third thing you need to know.
Yeah, just an ugly loss for the Kraken yesterday in Detroit. Lane Lambert's old home. Remember, he played there with Steve Yzerman. They showed some of the shots of it yesterday, which was great. And they got up 1-0, gave up 3 in the second period, and just weren't able to get the extra goal they needed to tie it in the third.
Well, there's always effort, right? Our guys work. They work and they give it everything they have. I didn't think we shot the puck enough in the third period. Again, we're playing against a team that's man-on-man in the D zone for the most part, and you got to find a way to put the puck to the net and find a way to get a greasy goal. And I don't think we attempted enough shots, not only in the third, but all night long.
I think I just played that again because I really like the term greasy goal. You got to get a greasy goal.
I think you could play in February or March. I don't know. At some point, we could play this game of 10 different hockey coaches or 10 different sound bites, and say, is this the same guy or a different guy?
They all sound the same. They all have the same voice. They all say the same things.
Yes. They all talk in the same tone.
Yeah. It's probably why they all get fired so often and replaced with each other, because they're all saying the same thing in the same voice with the same cliches.
There's no Lane Kiffin. There's no McDonald. There's no Pete Carroll. There's no.
There's John Tortorella, and then everybody else sounds like this. Maybe Paul Maurice. That's everything you need to know. 1/4 every hour here in the Brock and Salk Show. That's really well said, Brock. That's a good point. All right. I want to come back to the Klatt stuff. I think tomorrow when we have some extra time.
Yeah,
So let me do this. The Seahawks, Brock. This is not a Darnold conversation, but it's going to become one. Like, this is a conversation that's not about Sam Darnold. We're going to start it in a moment. We got about 15 minutes to talk before we do trash takes. I promise the first 5 minutes or so aren't about Sam Darnold at all. Couldn't be less about him. And yet, by the end of it, it's going to end up being about Sam Darnold because it can't help it. It's next on Brock and Salk.
Get inside the huddle.
The handoff inside. He's Germany. He's going to go. Touchdown, Seahawks.
Taking you inside the VMAC every week. Thursdays, noon to 2.
Our guys show up to play.
Player interviews.
It's obviously been paying off. Just going to continue to do that.
Previewing this week's matchup.
We'll say they come out and just run the ball down the Niners' throats.
And everything Seahawks.
If anybody had a doubt, don't.
The Huddle. Every Thursday at noon. Exclusively on the home of the Seahawks, Seattle Sports.
Yeah, I'm not really happy with G, who was just coming in here and telling me he didn't think my Thanksgiving menu was up to his standards. Well, that's on him. I think it's going to be great. My family's going to love it. Everyone's going to be in town. And yeah, when you host over the holidays, you got to make sure your home's in the right shape. You got to make sure that everything is nice and warm, no leaks, no drafts. And the best way to do that is to call Crawl Pros. Have them come out and give a free corner-to-corner inspection of your whole attic and crawl space. And if there are any issues with the insulation, they can get it fixed right away. If you're a PSE customer, you'll get help paying for it. If your house was built before 1990, you could qualify to receive a rebate on up to 95% of the cost. And then if you want to combine that local rebate with federal tax credits, do it right now, because those federal tax credits are set to expire at the end of the year. That's less than a month and a half away. Call Crawl Pros. They are the crawl space experts, and have them come check everything out. If you're worried about critters or mold or water damage or plumbing issues or anything else related to your crawl space or attic, including insulation, call Crawl Pros or visit crawlpros.com.
What is that sound? Ugh, that sounds like a plumbing sound. Luckily, there's a company that fixes all the plumbing sounds across Puget Sound. That's All Sound Plumbing. Puget Sound's plumbing experts. Have a sound? Visit allsoundplumbing.com.
If you're 55 or older and into that whole saving money thing, T-Mobile has an exclusive phone and internet bundle just for you. Right now, get 2 unlimited phone lines plus 5G home internet for just $30 each per month with autopay, plus taxes and fees. And with 5G home internet, setup is easy with just 1 cord and no technician needed, which is great if you're also into that whole keeping it simple thing. Switch now and experience the best mobile network in the U.S. Visit your local store to start saving. T-Mobile, it's better over here.
Based on analysis by Ookla Speed Test Intelligence data Q4 2024 to Q1 2025. Ookla trademarks used under license. Unlimited on our network. Customers on voice plan may notice speeds lower than other customers, and further reduction if using more than 50 gigs a month due to data prioritization. Video streams and SD on this plan. Home internet pricing after $20 a monthly bill credit plus $5 per line without autopay. Debit or bank account required. See 5G device coverage and access details at T-Mobile.com.
Your time is money, so stop wasting it in I-5 gridlock. Seaport Airlines offers high-frequency commuter shuttle service from Seattle's Boeing Field to Portland. Get there faster, without the hassles. Seaport Airlines, it's about time.
When businesses thrive, communities score. That's why Bank of America is the official bank of FIFA World Cup here in Seattle. And our more than 95 local business specialists are ready to help your business win. What would you like the power to do? Learn more at bankofamerica.com/local business. Bank of America, official bank of FIFA World Cup 2026. Bank of America Corporation, all rights reserved.
Bonneville International radio station contests are open to participants 18 years of age or older that are residents of Washington State unless otherwise specified. Employees or agents of the station, Bonneville International Corporation, other area radio stations, or any entity associated with the contests are not eligible to win unless the station otherwise specifies at its own discretion. Persons who have won in the last 60 days from a station contest or event may not be eligible. Full general contest rules are available on seattlesports.com or in person at the station during regular business hours.
Want more Seahawks content? Join me, G. Scott, on The Reset. New episodes of the podcast every Monday and Thursday on YouTube or on the Seattle Sports app.
1-877 Cards for Kids. KARS Cards for Kids.
Ready to get rid of that old car? Donate it to Cars for Kids. Call 1-877-CARS-FOR-KIDS to reach a friendly live agent. Donation's super easy, and your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Call us now, 1-877-CARS-FOR-KIDS.
1-877-CARS-FOR-KIDS. Donate your car today.
Did you know you can donate real estate too?
Your old furnace ain't nice, and your toes are like ice. DayandNight.net.
This month, Day and Night gives you a free furnace with the installation of an AC or heat pump.
If you're not sure your furnace will make it through another winter, call us to install a proper, long-lasting, efficient heating system backed by our lifetime workmanship guarantee, so you won't be left out in the cold.
Install an AC or heat pump and get a free furnace from Day and Night Plumbing, Heating, Cooling, and Electric.
DayandNight.net.
Every jersey tells a story.
So many people dressed in Seahawks blue.
From unforgettable touchdowns.
Touchdown, Seahawks! Jackson Smith Jigba. Johnny on the spot.
To game-changing hits.
He gets hit again. Leonard Williams drags him down.
To memorable catches.
Jordan dropping back to pass in the end zone to Largent. Touchdown Seahawks!
History lives in every throw. Shop official Seahawks jerseys in-store at Lumen Field, The Landing in Renton, or online at Seahawks.com/pro shop.
Hey, Mike Salk here. Book your stay at Snoqualmie Casino and Hotel for an evening of elegance at a night at the Grand Ball. This New Year's Eve celebration includes the legendary DJ Super Sam. Seattle's closest is now Snoqualmie Casino and Hotel.
You never get a second chance to make a first impression. Superior Linen Service. 98 years providing logoed apparel, uniforms, floor mats, linens, and more. Give us a call. We answer the phone. Superior Linen Service. Visit suplinen.com.
From the Quantum Fiber Studio, you're listening to Brock and Salk.
Weekdays 6 to 10.
On Seattle Sports and 97.3 FM HD2.
All right, let's see. Trash takes coming up in a few minutes, Brock, 15 minutes from now. We'll do a little football conversation first. And I told you this isn't about Sam Darnold. It's not, but it's going to end up being there because you can't help it. This is about the Seahawks defense because the Seahawks defense is awesome. It really is. It's awesome. What they did this past weekend was awesome. What they've been doing all season long was awesome. This is the team that we thought they could be defensively. They're dynamic. They are dominant at times. They hit hard. They get to the quarterback. They stop the like. They're an awesome defense, man. They really, really are. And what they did to Matt Stafford was incredibly impressive. I found that they have two things I love and one thing I still want. The two things I absolutely love, they've got a dominator up front. What did Mark Schlereth always call it? A war daddy?
A war daddy.
Let's be real. Leonard Williams is a war daddy.
A war daddy.
He's a war daddy.
So he a war daddy.
He is a war daddy. He is
of that ilk. You
gotta
say it with a Southern. He a war daddy.
I'm not going to do that. But he is of that ilk.
That young man, he a war daddy.
Mark Schlereth is from Alaska. He's not from the South. He is from as far away from the South as you can get.
I don't care where Schlereth's from.
Well,
the term was generated from Southeast Conference defensive tackles that were war daddies. And maybe the first war daddy was actually Warren Sapp down there in South Florida. But yes, the guy single-handedly takes over games, and you better account for him, and you better double team him. And we've got one of the war daddies in the NFL. Going to face a war daddy this weekend, though.
Yeah, Jeffrey Simmons, he's good, man. He's a really good player. He's not surrounded by much of anything. And fortunately for Leonard Williams, he is. I mean, Byron Murphy is a perfect complementary piece. And Jaron Reed, when healthy, has been a perfect, piece with him. And what you get, the outside, awesome. I mean, they really do have a lot of the right pieces around him to make it work. But he's a war daddy. He seems to be kind of the thing that's making everything function as well as it does for this defense. But two, they've got depth on the edge. We talked about it yesterday with Daniel Jeremiah. We've talked about it with others. We talked through, Brock, the snap counts for the four edge guys.
Yep.
None of them were more than 70%. And the ability, we've talked about this for years, the ability to rotate 3 or 4 guys at that position gives you, again, more like a hockey game than a soccer game. It gives you the ability to play as hard as you can for a short shift rather than having to, preserve your strength for a big moment in a few snaps. No, the other guy will take that one, or this, we'll rotate in and out. And when you rush the passer, you get to rush 100 miles an hour, not 70.
That's right. That's right. It's well said. And each of them got their own skill sets, too. And they can play the run and the pass. And D-Log can play the run and the pass. And Uchenna can play the run and the pass. And D-Hall played one of his best games as a Seahawk on one of the biggest stages where they needed him to. And Boye even had a tackle for loss and can show and express some of that. So,
do you have a sense of, you said they each have their own skills and talents. Do you kind of know what those are? Just out of curiosity, how would you quickly define those four players in terms of what they do best?
D-Law's length is exceptional. It's absurd. He plays like a giant, even at 250 pounds. Uchenna is stout, and you saw him. Absolutely. If you bring a flipper to him, he is just stout with technique. Right, I would say Boye and Derek are still a little more raw than those guys, right, with half of their experience, and those two maybe a little bit more alike, but Derek is just brute. He's just brute force. He's got a Frank Clark-ish to him, right? He's just kind of power. He doesn't have a full repertoire. I don't think he is a technician per se, but he is power. And then Boye's probably got
more speed.
Yeah, a little bit more speed in a straight line race. He probably wins it. So, yeah, they each kind of bring their own tool bag. And collectively, I think it's the envy of the league. I don't think there's many in the league that have 4 guys that they can play as consistently as those 4 and be difference makers.
Well, those are the 2 things they have that I love. Love the war daddy, love having the depth on the edge. The one thing I think they're missing, and this isn't really a shot at anybody on the team, is just that person who takes the ball away consistently. Right. Maybe it's a safety. Maybe, when Richard Sherman was here, he was one of those players. But
a ball hawk.
Just a ball hawking guy in the secondary. And, I thought that might be Spoon. It hasn't been yet in his career. Kobe Bryant does do that more than, others. But I don't know.
He'd be the one. He's got the most peanut punch. He's got the most, pure ball skills. I think of everybody in that back 7, I think he would top that list.
And maybe having Julian Love back will allow him to do even more of that. I don't know how much he's helping and, kind of working with Ty Okada back there. But and maybe even Worry will develop into some of that player as well. But that'd be the one kind of next thing. If you want to take this defense to the next level where they're like, dude, you can't even play them. Isn't that what it would be?
Yes, because it scares the daylights out of it. You put the ball in harm's way, right? They're gonna get it. They're gonna make it pay. You throw that ball behind, as Stafford did a couple times in that game. You're not going to be a step away from it or knock it down. You're going to then take it away. So yes, and that is the most glaring aspect of this team, the fact that they are sitting there. So you talk about some of these other teams, the Bears, Salk. Not only are they fourth quarter comeback teams, they're plus 16. They're plus 16. The Rams, that leads the league. The Rams are plus 10. Let's see where our beloved Seahawks are. Where are our Seahawks?
7, 8?
Ooh, let's see. This
10?
is not the grouping of teams you want to be with. The Jets are dead last at minus 11. Minnesota's minus 9. Washington's minus 8. Cincy's minus 7. Giants minus 6. Bad teams, and you're minus 7, right? You're 32. You're
now that speaks to how well you've done everything else this year, that you've been able to survive being minus 7, but you can't be minus 7. And harder than that is all about what your defense hasn't done. But unfortunately, and this is where this conversation has to go, some of that is about what's happening on the other side of the ball, just entirely too many turnovers. So, does it matter whether they're getting enough of those turnovers? Yes, because it could make this defense, as I said, truly elite. But it matters because that allows Darnold to only have to be very good. He doesn't have to be elite. He doesn't have to be the guy who dominates and makes every single throw and does everything Joel Klatt was just saying. It's kind of what Daniel Jeremiah was talking about yesterday.
No, I mean, you don't average what he's averaging per attempt. You don't do that by playing, scared and those things. I just think and there's certain games against this team, the way and feeling out the game, kind of how your defense was playing, you're controlling Matthew Stafford, you're controlling the clock, all those things. I just thought in this game, maybe it didn't call for that same aggression, and we could have just lived a little bit more outside the numbers.
Yeah, you're ninth, Salk, when it comes to takeaways. So you've taken the ball away. You tied for ninth with a bunch of other teams at 13. The problem is you've given it away 20 times.
You can't do that.
9 fumbles, 11 picks.
That's just an untenable situation. And I think that's where you get the frustration from Joel earlier. It's why you get Daniel Jeremiah kind of backing off a little bit yesterday, some of the, kind of where he's at with Sam Darnold. It's why you got a lot of people around the country asking the same questions they've been asking for the last couple of years. It's why Mike McDonald said flatly, like he knows, you just can't turn it over. We got to come up with the right answers. And so this isn't a blame game. This isn't a point at Sam and say you stink, because that's not true and it's not productive. I thought Mike McDonald had it right this week saying, look, we just got to give him answers. It's not enough to just say, don't turn it over. We have to help him with ways and other options and what he can do in those spots. The simplest is not to put too much pressure on him to need to do that much. Right. Allow him to recognize just how good this defense is. And I think that's kind of what Mark Schlereth was saying yesterday with Rich Eisen.
And, for Sam Darnold, I know there's a lot of talk out there. Can he win the big one? Does he choke in kind of the critical moments? And I think ultimately you don't have to prove it anymore. There's nothing you have to prove. You're a damn good quarterback. Just be judicious with the football and making decisions. You don't have to prove to us that you're our guy. We paid you. You're our guy. We believe in you.
That's why a lot of quarterbacks, I think, enjoy the game of golf. And most of them are pretty good golfers, right? And even Daniel Jeremiah can shoot a pretty good score at a special place. I can't tell those details, but he picking the game up 3 years ago, because there is a lot of decision making in the game of golf, Salk. Right? Do I pull out my 3-wood here? Do I just, do I lay up here? Do I put this one on the green in a spot where I'm going to 2-putt? That's not birdie time. Or do I play the game like Phil Mickelson and just go for it and go big or go home? Right? I mean, there's that judgment. Do you know how many giveaways the Seahawks have? Where they rank in the league with those 20 giveaways? Dead last.
Yeah, it just can't happen, man, and it's killing them because, as we said earlier, they should be 9-1. Honestly, like they played well enough to be 9-1.
Mm-hmm.
You take some of those turnovers off of it, you're 9-1.
Yep.
Like that, I think that's.
But in doing so, but what you don't want to do, to Mike's point, what you also don't want to do then is take away the 3-wood from the fairway and hitting the green in 2 when you're capable of doing it. Like, you don't want to always take that away. So how do you, not just quarterback, walk that decision making, that judicious, that selective aggressive, that smart not scared, and then equally for Mike McDonald to manage that as well. I will say this, he's the right dude to do it.
Mm-hmm.
Because you know what a lot of old school defensive coordinator minded, defensive coaches minded guys would do, and DJ saying the majority of them do? Hey man, just punt the ball. Just don't make a mistake. Hey, we'll play for the fourth quarter. Just throw it away. Just throw it away. Just throw it away. And that's also not a place you want to live.
Yeah, and I think the frustrating thing for me is, like, if Sam is able to just kind of keep it even keeled for the first 55 minutes, this defense should put him in a pretty good position. And if he does throw one of those picks at the end, trying to make a play because the game ends up that close, okay. I mean, I guess you got to live with it.
But then you'll kill him for that one, because then he's 1-3, and then he's 1-4, and he can't make those mistakes when it matters, because every game is determined in the final 2 to 5 minutes.
Brock, if he hadn't made some of those mistakes early in these games, he wouldn't have needed to do that at the end of games. Like, they've been good enough that hasn't entirely been necessary. Yeah, I will. I mean, like, ultimately, that's what it comes down to. But if you're going to take your chances, isn't that when you've got to do it? Not at the beginning of a game. It's why you got even a little angry earlier today trying to go through that first pick that he threw in the first possession.
Yeah, that's just one of those that, I mean, truly, head-scratching can't happen. And as much ball as you played, can you live with that with J.J. McCarthy in his first year playing? Okay. Did you live with it a little bit with Caleb Williams last year, dropping back 25 yards and trying to figure out this league and what I can do and what I can't do? Yes. At this stage, I mean, that's the debilitating aspect of it. And Joel really lived in that spectrum today of, hey, man, you've played enough ball. You've got enough scar tissue to know, right? Like what you are and what you're not. Matthew Stafford at this stage knows what he is and what he's not. Do you see him scrambling around to do all? No, he'll duck and he'll chuck it and he'll throw it away, right? And he'll just live to play the next series. He's got defense good enough to do so, a supporting cast good enough to do so, and I think that's your point. Sam, you got a supporting cast good enough to do so.
Well, and they've got your back.
Good enough to do so.
They've got your back. I mean, what Ernest Jones said and what this team, they've obviously got his back. They love him. They are all in on Sam Darnold. They love him. And I think they also know that if they can love on him and get him to the right point, they can go really far, because I think they know how good they are on that side of the ball. They're not blind. They look around. G told us the LOB's looking around at these guys, saying this is a legitimate defense. Sam's got to show them that same love back, that same trust back, and that trust in this case means trusting the defense by not putting them in rough positions, by just taking what's there, all of the cliches and phrases that you and Joel and DJ and everyone else have used so far this week. Like, just don't make it harder on them. They are the strength of this team, even if the offense has done some incredible things. It's built off that defense. Don't get in their way.
Lean into them. Compliment them. Isn't that what complimentary ball is?
I think it is. Well, in this case, yeah. Don't get in their way. Let's do some trash takes.
Get it together. Don't look like trash.
Trash takes.
It's a bunch of trash.
Oh, gosh. I thought it was trash.
On Brock and Salk.
That's a terrible take.
Yeah, we get a lot of bad texts over the course of a show. Do you want to hear this one? This was a rough one, man. This one was surprising. Now that you go back and you look at the history and you're like, oh, this is a troll. Okay, fine. Salk. I just thought I'd read it for fun. Then we'll get to your trash takes. This will be mine.
This is a trashy text.
You are a mean, vindictive, and cruel person. Oh, first of all, that's funny. Because you were picked on growing up because of your hand deformity.
Oh, jeepers.
Wow.
Oh boy.
How about that? How about that coming in this morning? Is that amazing? That was pretty good.
Quite the assumption.
That's quite an assumption. I wish you'd been there, hater. I wish you'd been there. That's too bad. You think we should block that person? What do you think? Let him keep texting?
I don't know. That's mean.
You should see a lot. If you go back, there's a lot in there. Yeah, we could block them.
Stuff.
We could probably block them. I don't know. We'll see. I'll leave it up to Stacy or Bob or somebody else like that. I think I can move forward with my life. I don't know. We'll see. Might need a nap after that kind of difficulty. Yeah, that kind of pain, suffering. All right, what do we got for trash takes? Who's
Maura,
up first today?
Maura won last week, right?
Yeah, I think she
Poor
did.
Lyle's not won in 2 months.
Lyle, why don't you go first? Lyle, I heard Lyle laughing to himself in the other room about his trash take today. So maybe if Lyle goes first, he's got all this. He's brimming with confidence, Brock, after his big moments yesterday with the Mercer Island kids. Lyle, why don't you go first for trash takes?
All right. I mean, a lot of times I try to avoid this, but you guys are talking about how I haven't won in forever.
Yeah.
I still don't know how I didn't win a couple weeks ago with the whole Craig Carton thing and Mariners fans walking around with tridents. So I'm not going to do this all the time, and this is probably going to be the last time for a while. But I heard another Craig Carton take that's not not even about the Mariners. I mean, you got to listen to this whole thing through. There's a reason I keep laughing at this.
Before they announced that Bad Bunny was going to be the halftime show at this year's Super Bowl, the name that was floated out there was Taylor Swift. The response was, no, thank you. The NFL is very vindictive. Like, if you wrong the NFL, they have a long memory. You enjoyed all the FaceTime we gave you. Well, let's see how much you enjoy your boyfriend, now fiance, and his team having to win on merit. And the NFL, by allowing an unbiased officiating crew to call yesterday's game, is merely the NFL telling Taylor Swift, nobody says no to us. It's a wrap for the Kansas City Chiefs. The only way they get back into the 13-win, 14-win type of season would be next year if Taylor Swift agrees to perform at halftime.
The NFL's whole merit.
Hilarious.
The NFL's whole merit is around rigging games because of Taylor Swift, and unless she plays at halftime, the Chiefs are just going to lose every game for the rest of the year.
All right, well, Brock and Maura, you have your work cut out for you.
That's just...
You have your work cut out for you.
See, that's not trash. That's just ludicrous. Ridiculous. Well, I thought of playing you some Sark sound from this week. Sark was asked about the underachievement, and he said, by who? And the reporter's like, well, you were ranked number 1 preseason. And he was like, well, that's just the rankings. And then he tried to use the argument of beating 3 top 10 teams this year.
And what did he use? Let me guess. The rankings.
Exactly.
Of course.
So but that was too
weird that he even knew about it, because usually Sark doesn't read the internet.
That was too easy. So instead, I'm going to present you, Mr. Salk.
Yeah.
This one.
You want to say who it is?
Yeah, who is it?
Say in the clip.
No, he knows who it is.
Okay.
I present it.
Whoa.
I agree with you. I don't think I was funny when I was playing. I think I was a real big company man, and I just wanted to play football, and that was it. If I didn't say anything, there was no story to write about. And so they would just write about me giving up a sack, but the other 70 plays, they just wouldn't even care about. I decided not to talk to media for the most part. I even made one of them write an apology article because they were wrong in judging me. I remember when I got released, actually, that Brock and Salk did a segment dissing me, saying that I was hard to work with and they were glad I was gone. I was rude, sully, and sullen. And I was confused, really, because I never really talked to them like that. How'd they even get to know my real personality?
That's Justin Britt, former Seahawks center, calling out Brock and Salk. Wow.
Yep.
Brock and Salk, what did we say about him? That he wasn't, we were happy he was gone?
Yeah.
He was sullen.
Somber.
He was surly. He was an awful interview. He was one of the worst interviews ever.
I remember Clayton interviewing him, and he just said he took great joy in blocking anyone who said anything about him. He was just very sensitive the whole time.
But he would literally do interviews in such a way as to try to make sure he didn't say anything, make it as boring as possible, so he'd never have to do it again. I mean, like, that's exactly what he did. He knows that.
What he just described is just offensive line life.
Right.
You don't get credit when you play well, and you get roasted when you play poorly. That's what offensive linemen have to put up with. Not specific to him.
Poor Justin Britt. What a sad case. That's so sad. I guess I now feel bad. I didn't realize he was that sensitive. If I'd known that, I guess we would have taken it a lot easier on Justin.
But how are you going to say, I purposely didn't give them
No,
anything, but they didn't get to
Maura.
know my personality, so how can they have an opinion? They didn't talk about your personality. They said you were hard to work with and that you were sullen. That's what you gave them.
Honestly, it kind of comes clear now. Okay. Now, I get it. I get Justin right now. Okay. Maura, what is yours?
Oh, I just went with a classic. This is a Yankees fan going off about just how horrible their franchise is and their management is on Evan and Tiki. His name's John.
Let's go to John and Mespeth. Hey, John.
This moron Brian Cashman is an idiot. He bit off more than he can chew. He read the wrong cards. Now he's got to deal with this one-hit wonder. Overpaid bum now, Trent Fisher, $22 million with a couple more $1 million when it got to Cody Bellinger. Now you got to hear
All right, I can't hear it. That's enough. That's enough. Make that stop. That's too much. That's too much. That's too much, Maura.
This is what I was talking about earlier. So there was other sound that I heard about
too
this whole
much.
thing that I couldn't play because it was legit unusable. But these Yankee fans just got a 130 WRC plus hitter back onto their roster, and they're ready
unhinged.
to denounce their fandom.
They're unhinged. All right. Well, thank you. Great job by everybody. Maura, that's a good one, but I think that's fake, unfortunately. I don't think that's a real person. That's a setup call. And that person's just like paid to yell and
Do
scream.
Evan and Tiki do that?
Sure.
I don't think you have to do that with Yankees fans.
But that guy's over the top. It's a bit. Like, I don't buy it. Sorry, I'm out on that one. Thank you.
Okay.
Couldn't even get through it. Brock, I appreciate you using Justin Britt. I think you're kind of getting it wrong. Like, honestly, I don't think it's a trash take. I hear Justin Britt, and I now understand that he's very sensitive. And we should have understood that about him.
Yep.
We shouldn't have talked about the one sack. We should have talked about the 69 plays where he made a good block, and we probably should have gone through them all one by one. Look at this great play, and look at this good block, and look at this good block. I mean, he seems to have a pretty good sense as to what makes good radio. And so I think that would have made great radio to talk through the 69 good blocks, not the one bad one. And I'm sure it was only one bad block a game because the offensive line was that good, just had the occasional hiccup now and again. And so I feel really bad now for how we talked about Justin Britt. I really do. Poor guy. I hope he's okay. I mean, big tough dude, but sometimes the biggest, toughest guys have, the most sensitivity.
Are you trying to be vindictive right now?
I'm not trying to be vindictive at all. I'm being honest. Like, I feel bad for him. I'm not going to include him in trash takes. It's not a trash take.
All right.
That opens my eyes, and I will be very sensitive to Justin Britt moving forward. I won't ever talk about that again.
Okay.
So, Lyle?
Well, what a day. What a
How
week.
about this?
What a time to be alive, Lyle.
Yes.
What a time to be alive.
That's absurd. That's the
Carried on
dumbest
the
thing I've heard in a
shoulders
while.
of the Mercer Islanders yesterday, and today celebrated his first victory in a couple months.
Absolutely.
Go
Good
get
job.
a lottery ticket, kid.
What a week.
Do you know what
for
that
you,
is?
Lyle.
Do you know what a lottery ticket is?
Yeah. Believe it or not, yeah.
That's funny. All right, there you go. That's Trash Takes for today. We do that Wednesdays at 9:45. Buster Olney's going to join us at 7:30. He's the one who kind of started off with the whole Tarek Skubal idea.
Yeah.
So we'll
and
talk
Russell
to Buster.
Branyan, the Moose, is going to join us at 8:30. Actually, the Moose, Daryl Johnson.
Oh, different Moose. Daryl Moose Johnston. Going to join us at 8:30. Is that what you said?
Yes.
8:30. All right, 8:30 with Moose, 7:30 with Buster Olney. We'll be in at 6 a.m. Bump Stacy coming up next. What a day.
What a day.
What a time
to be alive.
What a time to be alive. We'll see you guys tomorrow morning. Till then, the hay.
Barn.
See you, everybody.
Hawks Live. Presented by the Dining District at the Bellevue Collection. Thursday nights from 7 to 9 p.m. Live from Bellevue Square Center Court. Come on by and join hosts Michael Bumpus and Paul Moyer and a different Seahawks player every week.
This should be fun.
Hawks Live. Thursday nights from 7 to 9 p.m. Exclusively on the home of the Seahawks. Seattle Sports on 710 and the Seattle Sports app.
Choose Star Rentals for construction equipment. With 18 locations, they deliver superior service and unmatched follow-through. Visit starrentals.com. Star Rentals, the preferred supplier to the West's best contractors.
Stacey Rost here from Seattle Sports. Ladies and gentlemen, this is for you too. Stubborn fat is really hard to get rid of. And then there's all those gimmicky lasers, fat freezing methods, prescriptions. But imagine a simple solution that takes just one day and provides immediate, noticeable results. Introducing ProSculpt. ProSculpt uses air-assisted technology that's safe and gentle, yet powerful, delivering instant fat-reducing and skin-tightening results. Performed by board-certified plastic surgeons while fully awake, ProSculpt contours your body with minimal downtime. It's designed to target problem areas: waistline, face, neck, arms, thighs. ProSculpt gently removes unwanted fat and tightens loose skin with FDA-cleared plasma technology, all in a simple, guaranteed one-day procedure. ProSculpt is one and done. For your free consultation and $250 off, visit ProSculpt.com. For powerful, permanent fat removal and skin tightening that works for ladies and you men, it's ProSculpt.com.
Guys, want long-term health you can count on? It starts with knowing your numbers. Right now, Revive Men's Health Washington is offering a comprehensive wellness panel, a $400 value for just $99. It checks your testosterone, blood sugar, cholesterol, kidney, liver, thyroid, and heart health. Take control of your health today and stay strong for the long haul. Offer ends November 30th. Call 206-529-1111. That's 206-529-1111. Or visit ReviveMen'sHealth.com today. Must medically qualify. Terms apply. Contact us for full offer details.
With football season comes colder weather, so if you need new windows and doors, don't drop the ball. Steve Rabel here with Keith Dashafi from locally owned Pella Windows and Doors of Western Washington. So Keith, what's your next big play?
Well, Steve, right now get 40% off qualifying installs or no payments and no interest for 12 months on approved credit.
Schedule a free consultation with Pella Windows and Doors of Western Washington. Go to PellaPNW.com. That's PellaPNW.com.
Hi, I'm Dylan, your friend and jeweler at Shane Company. As a customer service specialist, I love helping couples find their dream engagement ring. And guess what? I just got engaged, so it was fun to create one myself. First, my fiance tried on a bunch of ring styles and she was drawn to a classic diamond pave setting. Then we looked at different diamond shapes from pear to oval to cushion. She fell in love with a princess cut. At Shane Company, you can create a one-of-a-kind ring and get it in days, not weeks. Because a friend wants you to have a magical holiday proposal. Shane Company, your friend and jeweler.
Black Friday comfort sale is on now at Home Comfort Alliance. Save up to 75% on furnaces, ACs, heat pumps, EV chargers, generators, and more. And take 18 months to pay with 0% financing. Call before December 1st. Visit HomecomfortAlliance.com.
Just how good is Pure Talk's current deal for unlimited wireless? Well, you might say it's the deal of your lifetime. Because right now, for just $29.95 a month, Pure Talk is offering unlimited talk, text, and data for life. Not your phone's life, your life. This is Pure Talk's top-tier plan. It comes with a crazy fast 5G network along with a 30-gig hotspot. And at just $29.95 a month, there has never been a better opportunity to lock in a ridiculously low rate for as long as you live and save thousands and thousands of dollars along the way. This plan is normally $65 a month, but if you switch today, you will save over 50% every single month for the rest of your life. See what I mean? It really is the deal of your lifetime. Dial pound 250, say micro. Offer ends 12/7. Some restrictions apply. Details at puretalk.com.
$5,000. That's the average amount of money people in the U.S. are now spending on gas in a year. $5,000. That's crazy. If you drive, you have to download Upside, the free app that gives you cash back every time you get gas. That's right. You can earn real cash back with Upside just by buying the gas you're already buying. You can literally start earning cash back today.
I use Upside every time I fill up, and I've already made around $300.
You're putting gas in your car anyway. Why not get real cash back? If you like free money, download Upside.
I'm saving the cash I earn from using Upside to help pay for a vacation later this year.
Download the free Upside app now to earn cash back every time you buy gas. Use promo code BOOST25 to get an extra 25 cents per gallon on your first tank. You can cash out anytime right to your bank, PayPal, or a gift card for Amazon and other brands. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code BOOST25 for a 25 cents per gallon bonus on your first tank. That's code BOOST25 for a 25 cents per gallon bonus.
Let's go! This is Seattle Sports.
Streaming through the Seattle Sports app.
KIRO AM Seattle. KIRO FM HD2 Tacoma. Home of the Seahawks, Mariners, and everything Seattle sports. Seattle Sports Snapshot.
Two notable NFL updates this morning. First, Shedeur Sanders will make his first career start for the Browns this Sunday against the Raiders. Head coach Kevin Stefanski announced that this morning. Secondly, in the NFC South, reports were confirmed for Atlanta. Falcons quarterback Michael Penix Jr. will have season-ending surgery. Browns receiver Drake London will also be out this weekend against the Saints.
Snapshot, brought to you by Miller Lite. When it's game time, it's Miller time. From the Quantum Fiber Studio.
This is Bump and Stacy
on Seattle Sports.
Streaming through the Seattle Sports app and at seattlesports.com.
Now, here are your hosts, Michael Bumpus and Stacy Ross.
Here we go now. Talking Mariners to start today's show for good reason. Obviously, we already knew Josh Naylor was coming back here to Seattle. Press conference yesterday was awesome. A lot of quotable moments. But a couple things we wanted to cover here. One, Naylor's contract details. We have that information now. Two, what does this flexibility mean? What does it mean that Naylor came back here? I feel like in my opinion, Bump, a team like Seattle, what I would imagine a lot of fans feel is, yeah, there's the newsworthy thing of you adding a free agent and of that being a free agent that is useful to you. But then there's like a big picture conversation about like what it means, because I'm kind of used to people not picking Seattle. I'm kind of, particularly when it comes to the Mariners, I am used to jokes about someone having a no trade clause, so they'll nix a deal to Seattle. Like, you're just used to Seattle not being at the top of a place or a list of places where someone would love to play. And I think it says something that isn't the case for Josh Naylor.
Well, one, it says Josh wifey doesn't mind it here. Because if the wifey did not like it here, he would not be here. So you always got to start at home. Two, I think he feels a connection with this city. I think everyone who supported the Mariners did a great job of showing love to Josh Naylor. But obviously, if he wasn't playing good ball, you're not going to show that love. So a lot of the love that he received is because of what he did on the diamond. It also shows that maybe he believes in what the mission is with Dipoto and Hollander. They're saying the right things. They are instill some type of confidence in him that not only are they going to get some guys back, but we're going to add to this whole thing. When you're trying to sign a guy like Josh Naylor, a centerpiece to what you're doing, you disclose more information to him than you would a young man coming up from the farm system. You just throw him out there and say, let's go. He is a part of your future plans. So it all kind of worked out for him. And I think Josh has that Northwest kind of personality. I can see him fitting in here, Canadian, going into a dive bar and just hanging out, chugging some beers. You know, you have to have a certain personality to really connect with this area, especially in situations like this where you're probably going to go to the highest bidder and other teams are calling you and trying to entice you to make that move. So a lot of things happen. The family was good with it. Josh likes the environment. He believes in what the mission is. The fans showed him love, and he showed that he's a hitter here, man. It don't matter. 163 plate appearances. He's batting .304, 9 bombs, 34 RBIs, and OPS 869 at T-Mobile. When he says he likes hitting here,
and the hitting here is easy.
The numbers don't lie. For some reason, his swing and everything that he brings to the batter's box works in Seattle. So I think it was a combination of things.
I think fans are ready to run through a wall for Josh Naylor when he said this.
I want to win for the city. I felt like that last loss, not that I had to come back, but I wanted to come back to give this fan base and this city and my teammates and their families a World Series in the next 5 years, or multiple World Series, or multiple pennants. Like, just the best thing I could give back, I want to give back. They deserve it. My teammates deserve it. My family deserves it. Their families deserve it. The head office and their families deserve it. All the coaches deserve it. So I had such a blast here. I wanted to run it back with these guys and do it all again.
Very cool thing to hear for a lot of fans. Also, this is very cool to hear from Jon Heyman. Josh Naylor's contract details: $92.5 million with a $6.5 million signing bonus, but just $10 million in 2026. It's quite heavily backloaded: $22 million in 2030, $20 million in 2029, but just $10 million this year. There are some additional incentives and bonuses in there, plus a full no trade clause. But let's talk about the flexibility this team now has. We've all been assuming, okay, let's say, based on what we heard from Jerry Dipoto at the end of the year, hey, we want to start with kind of where we ended up, let's say 165. You've got money freeing up with free agents leaving like Garver, both Mitch contracts coming off the books. So everyone's been assuming they're going to have $30 million, $35 million to work with. Well, now we're talking about $10 million, not $20 million. And suddenly you've got a lot more wiggle room here to bring back Polanco, and then maybe someone else. Bring back Geno if your team bring back Geno. I don't know about both. I don't know how many people want both, even though they're both well-liked. But suddenly it feels like moves not only are quite possible, but should be expected.
I think that's part of the conversation that you have with Naylor. Is like, look, we're going to structure your contract a bit differently so we can bring back some guys. And also you got 6.5 at signing. You know what I mean? You get that 6.5 at signing, then you get the base 10, so you're really pulling in about 16 this year. He's like, oh, yeah, I can do that. I think that's important, though. It's important that the guys on your team understand how to build a team. Naylor's been around the block a couple of times. He knows that you need talent. You need to be deep. You played against the Yanks and the Dodgers and the powers that be and the Blue Jays and all that good stuff. You played against these guys, and you see how deep they are. You got to be heavy at the top, but you got to have talent throughout. And this is, I think, Josh is understanding how to build a team and what it's going to take. So now that he's made that money available, okay, Hollander, DePoto, let's see what you do with it. Great job signing Josh. He's drinking the Kool-Aid. He's believing in the mission, but he also gave you flexibility to go out and do more.
I also think there's something to a guy believing in the mission. Coming up at 10:30, we'll talk about like what we think the plan was when they pitched it to Josh Naylor. Like the Mariners' plan is now convinced not just Josh, but remember that meeting that Cal Raleigh, I don't want to say allegedly, they talked about it. That meeting Cal Raleigh had with Justin and Jerry, where he sat down with them, brought a notebook with a pen, some questions. Hey, what's the plan here? Both guys, both smart guys, just 28 years old, could have had other options, decided to stay with Seattle because they believed in the plan. What do we think the plan is? That's going to come up at 10:30. So the plan is obviously part of it. I think there's something, okay, I'm going to struggle to say this, but try to pick up what I'm putting down here.
All right.
I've seen many a Mariners team where, in part because it's obvious they're out of it, but where guys are maybe not assuming an identity of a city, assuming the hunger that a franchise has. It's like you're there, you're getting the paycheck, you're trying to get your stats, you're trying to win, it's fun, but like it feels as though the energy with Cal, JP, now Josh, is one of assuming that almost like responsibility and hunger to win for the city. And that is something that many other franchises have had at many different moments, including some Seattle franchises, but I haven't seen it for a minute with the Mariners.
Yeah, it's almost like they got the Mariners tattooed on them now.
Yeah.
They're committed. Like, all right, we're in this.
There's
but
an identity.
What makes you commit? What makes you commit is that you're looking across the clubhouse and you're looking at guys that you believe in, guys that you know have your back and can come up clutch when needed. What makes you believe is that the guys upstairs are saying the right things and making the right moves. I think Cal and JP and Julio were always going to be loyal to this organization as long as they've been here. But once you start having success and you start seeing the talent coming through and you start seeing the moves that are being made, that belief grows a bit more and you want to be a part of it. It's there's nothing wrong with guys chasing rings, right? Like Freddie going from one team to another one and they're going to pay you a whole bunch of money. Yeah, of course you want to do that. But you don't have Freddie on this roster. You don't have Ohtani. You don't have the guys, maybe Julio at one point, that teams will go out and say, we'll pay whatever it takes for you to come over here and win this championship. You have guys who are not necessarily all homegrown, but have the same kind of underdog